Chapter 6191. Even Lin Feng had to admit that the ghostly steps was indeed very powerful. Because Lin Feng could not grasp the route of the ghostly steps, Xian Yuan she came to Lin Feng's side and attacked him. Ordinary people might not be able to react in time, but Lin Feng was obviously not an ordinary person. In the face of Xian Yuan she's attack, Lin Feng punched back. Due to the lack of time, he could only use his physical strength to deal with Xian Yuan shi. However, Lin Feng's physical body was very strong. Even if he only used his physical strength to deal with Xian Yuan shi, Lin Feng believed that he would be able to achieve extraordinary result. Bang! With a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Xian Yuan shi fiercely collided. After the collision, their bodies involuntarily flew back more than 10 meters. Xian Yuan she was in disbelief when she saw that Lin Feng had used his physical strength to resolve her attack. After all, it was a well-known fact that the human race's physical body was relatively weak. However, the physical body that Lin Feng displayed now shocked her. How did he cultivate such a strong physical body? Experts at Xian Yuan shi's level understood very well what a strong physical body meant to a cultivator. Many times, a battle between cultivators was decided by the combination of various factors. Therefore, when cultivators fought, if they were evenly matched, the cultivator with a strong physical body would have a greater advantage and would most likely take the initiative in the later battle. Lin Feng's physical body made Xian Yuan shi a little jealous. The so-called 10 elders of the Green region are just SOSO. Lin Feng looked at Xian Yuan shi with a cold smile. This person was naturally very strong. Lin Feng deliberately provoked this old thing with word. At the very least, it could cause a change in his mood. Once there was a fluctuation in his mood, it would often have a certain impact on his battle strength. Boy, I only used 10% of my strength just now. You started to be so self-righteous after receiving 10% of my strength. How ridiculous and foolish. Xian Yuan she looked at Lin Feng mockingly. Lin Feng said, "Did you use 10% of your strength? He actually used so much power? I only used half of my strength." The corner of Xian Yuan shi's mouth could not help but twitch when she heard Lin Feng's words. Her gaze became extremely cold. At this moment, Lin Feng sensed that something was amiss because he discovered that the energy in space had become chaotic. An expert has arrived. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The next moment, dozens of cultivators flew out from the void. These cultivators all had deep and powerful auras. "Milord." The cultivators bowed to Xian Yuan shi. "Yes." Xian Yuan Mo nodded. Lin Feng replied, "So you wanted to stall me and wait for these people to come?" "That's right, kid. You won't be able to escape today." Xian Yuan shi's lips curled into a sinister smile, as if she had everything under control. "I heard that the 10 elders of the Tsang region were all independent cultivators, but it seems that the rumors were wrong," Lin Feng said. Xian Yuan shi sneered, "That's old news. The 10 elders of the Tsang region have long since surrendered to the great lord of the 33 heavens." Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "The great lord of the 33 heavens? The lord of the 33 heavens isn't here, so you don't have to flatter them. But then again, you have the potential to become a dog's slave. The lord of the 33 heavens should think highly of you." "Kid, I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Die." Xian Yuan she sneered. She knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary. She was afraid that Lin Feng would escape, so she had joined forces with a group of people to deal with him. However, at this moment, Lin Feng summoned the Book of the Dead. Immediately after, all the spirits of the dead flew out of the Book of the Dead. They were much stronger than Xian Yuan shi's group. Most importantly, they had more people than Xian Yuan shi's group. Xian Yuan shi's group only had 40 people while Lin Feng's group had more than 300. When Xian Yuan shi and the others saw the spirits that Lin Feng had summoned, their faces turned green. They hadn't thought that Lin Feng would have so many spirits as his subordinate. Xian Yuan shi and the others looked extremely gloomy. They didn't want to fight anymore, they had to hurry up and break out of the encirclement. "Let's go!" shouted Xianyuan Mo in a deep voice. He led a group of people to break out of the encirclement. Lin Feng sneered. With Huang Daxian there, it would be very difficult for these people to break out of the encirclement. Huang Daxian immediately used an illusion to envelop them all. "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive!" Lin Feng gave the order. A great battle immediately broke out. Lin Feng's spirits were undying and indestructible, so they fought without any regard for their own lives. Even if they were killed, they could be resurrected in the Book of the Dead. However, Xianyuan Shi's group couldn't. If they were killed, they would really die. Therefore, they were very aggrieved in this battle. Asterisk puffed puffed puffed. Asterisk along with the sound of tearing, the cultivators on Xianyuan Shi's side were killed one after another. These cultivators were very powerful, so after being killed by the spirits, they were quickly eaten by the spirits and became their nourishment. It didn't take long for more than 30 people on Xianyuan Shi's side to die. Only a dozen people were left. Xianyuan Shi also suffered some injuries. He knew that it was basically impossible for him to break out of the encirclement. His face was full of murderous intent as he said, "Lin Feng, I have a summoning jade talisman given to me by the Lord of the 33 Heavens." He took out a jade talisman and continued coldly, "If you let me go, I won't crush this jade talisman. Otherwise, I'll crush it right now. I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. I'll kill you." Lin Feng's face was full of murderous intent. He had nothing to say to this person. After all, he had already been exposed. If he really let the tiger return to the mountain, this guy would bring a large number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals to deal with him. Wouldn't he be dead then? Therefore, he couldn't let the tiger return to the mountain. As for the jade talisman, who knew if it was real or fake? Even if it was real, he had to kill Xianyuan Shi first. Lin Feng took out the epical battle spear and charged towards Xianyuan Shi. Lin Feng used the epical battle spear technique with the epical battle spear. He displayed heaven-defying battle prowess and killed several experts in succession. "Stop him!" shouted Xianyuan Mo coldly. A few others tried to stop Lin Feng. At that moment, Xianyuan Shi began to burn the essence of her blood to activate the jade talisman. This was the reason why Xianyuan Shi had threatened Lin Feng. This jade talisman was too special. To activate it, one had to burn one's essence and blood to communicate with the Lord of the 33 Heavens. Xianyuan Shi naturally didn't want to lose her essence and blood, so she threatened Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng didn't pay any attention to her. Bang! Suddenly, the jade talisman exploded. A mysterious world appeared. It wasn't the palace of the Lord of the Heavens, but another palace. There was only one cultivator in this palace, Qi Ming and Yang Tian. When he saw them, Lin Feng was shocked. They were Qi Ming and Yang Tian. They were the former lovers of the Ghost Queen. They had betrayed her and killed her. They had even used their own origin Qi to create a clone and descend to the underworld to kill Lin Feng, but they had failed. It seemed that Xianyuan Shi had a connection with Qi Ming and Yang Tian, and the jade talisman had been given to her by Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Xianyuan Shi smiled when she saw that she had communicated with Qi Ming and Yang Tian. However, as soon as she smiled, she felt a sharp pain in her neck. She looked down and saw that Lin Feng had pierced her neck with his spear. Lin Feng's right hand shook violently. Xianyuan Shi's head exploded. "Lin Feng, I didn't think that you would dare to come to the heavens. But since you've come to the heavens, you're doomed to die here." Qi Ming and Yang Tian looked at Lin Feng coldly. A cultivator walked out of his body. That cultivator looked exactly like Qi Ming and Yang Tian, but his qi was very special. He was emitting the qi of a stone man. It was a stone man clone. It wasn't difficult for people like Qi Ming and Yang Tian to find a stone man clone. One had to know that even Lin Feng had a stone man clone. That stone man clone was trying to descend to the second world of the heavens. Lin Feng heard from the heaven-devouring evil emperor that the masters of the 33 heavens couldn't leave the heavenly court for the time being. Lin Feng didn't know why, because the heaven-devouring evil emperor didn't tell him. However, the heaven-devouring evil emperor told Lin Feng that even though they couldn't leave for the time being, it wouldn't take long for them to be able to leave. Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't intend to descend personally, which meant that at least for now, the masters of the 33 heavens couldn't leave the heavenly court. Now that Xian Yuan Shi's people had been killed, Lin Feng let them enter the Book of the Dead. He put the book away and quickly flew away. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones hadn't descended yet. Lin Feng wanted to leave as soon as possible. He wanted to increase the distance between him and Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. Why was Lin Feng so afraid of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones? Actually, there was a reason. Although Qi Ming and Yang Tian hadn't broken through to the Transcendence Realm yet, they were still able to fight against some Transcendence Realm experts. There was a reason for this. This was the heavenly world. The master of the 33 heavens had already fused with the heavenly world. They could continuously borrow the power of the heavenly world. Therefore, as for the heavenly realm, it was a supreme realm. Moreover, the heavenly realm was still intact and hadn't been destroyed. Its source was incomparably powerful. The amount of power Crimson Bright and Yang Tian could borrow was unimaginable. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's golem avatars were connected to their mind. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's power could be used to support the golem avatars. One could imagine how powerful the golem avatars were. Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's power could also be used to support the golem avatars. Then, just how powerful was this stone golem avatar? In fact, this stone golem avatar could even fight against some powerhouses that surpassed their cultivation level. If Lin Feng stayed and fought against it, wouldn't he be courting death? Lin Feng was extremely fast, but after a short time, he sensed a terrifying qi behind him. Lin Feng turned around and saw Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones chasing him. Lin Feng was stupefied. That guy had gone from the 33rd group of steps to the second group of steps. How could he have gone from the 33rd group of steps to the second group of steps? Lin Feng, you can't escape. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones smiled coldly. There were many reasons why they wanted to kill Lin Feng. For example, Lin Feng was Lin Baitian's son, a descendant of the Sovereign Emperor's clan, and so on. But that wasn't the main reason. The main reason was because of Lin Feng's relationship with the Ghost Queen, Xiang Xiang. Qi Ming and Yang Tian used to love Xiang Xiang a lot. But Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't hesitate to kill Xiang Xiang in order to become the strongest person in the world. Then, he climbed up to his ex-wife. With the help of his ex-wife's clan, he became one of the leaders of the 33 heavens. After gaining power, he immediately killed his ex-wife. At that time, he started to miss Xiang Xiang. He started to want to pursue love. Xiang Xiang had returned with Lin Feng's help. She was as beautiful as she had been in her previous life. Qi Ming and Yang Tian viewed Xiang Xiang as their exclusive property. Xiang Xiang and Lin Feng's relationship had changed because of many things. Even though nothing had happened between them, Xiang Xiang's feelings for Lin Feng had changed greatly. Qi Ming and Yang Tian couldn't accept that. They felt as if Lin Feng had cheated on them. They wanted to kill Lin Feng and take Xiang Xiang for themselves. Lin Feng smiled coldly and ignored Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. One was running, the other was chasing. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. In the end, Lin Feng was caught up. He fought against Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. After a dozen rounds, Lin Feng was defeated. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. This fellow was too terrifying. Just as he had expected, this clone had the strength to surpass his cultivation level. This made Lin Feng extremely depressed. Lin Feng was sent flying again. If he didn't have several powerful defensive treasures, such as the ruler's armor, the phoenix shield, and the saint armor, he would have been suppressed by Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, even though Lin Feng was strong now, he still couldn't fight against experts surpassing his cultivation level. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones charged at Lin Feng again, wanting to finish him off. At this time, Lin Feng hurriedly said, "Do you want to know how Xiang Xiang is doing?" Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones stopped and asked, "How is Xiang Xiang doing now?" Lin Feng said, "I have to say, Xiang Xiang is really a top-grade beauty. Could it be that you've taken her?" Qi Ming and Yang Tian trembled when they heard Lin Feng's words. In fact, Xiang Xiang hadn't even held hands with Qi Ming and Yang Tian in her previous life. That was because Xiang Xiang was very conservative. Although Qi Ming and Yang Tian wanted to be intimate with Xiang Xiang, Xiang Xiang didn't agree at all. What couldn't be obtained was the best. Qi Ming and Yang Tian wanted to marry Xiang Xiang so that they could have her completely. But after that, there was no after. What happened next was a tragedy. In order to show his loyalty to the woman who could help him climb up, he killed Xiang Xiang in front of her. Xiang Xiang's reincarnation naturally made Qi Ming and Yang Tian extremely happy. They wanted to have Xiang Xiang completely, but reality was cruel. Especially now, when they knew that Lin Feng might have already obtained Xiang Xiang. This made them extremely jealous, and their eyes turned bloodshot. She was his exclusive property. How could he allow others to touch her? "I'll make you wish you were dead," shouted Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones furiously. They charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng took advantage of this opportunity to crush a talisman and teleport away. "You won't be able to escape." Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones roared angrily. They quickly teleported through the void and disappeared. Lin Feng appeared in a mountain forest. He knew that escaping from Qi Ming and Yang Tian was too difficult. He had to come up with a foolproof plan. The current situation was extremely troublesome. It was too disadvantageous for him. It would be great if he could control the door of mind. Very quickly, Lin Feng sensed Qi Ming and Yang Tian's qi. Even though he hadn't seen them yet, Lin Feng knew that Qi Ming and Yang Tian were chasing him. It was only a matter of time before they caught up with him. Lin Feng had to think about how to get rid of Qi Ming and Yang Tian. At that moment, in the distance, there were 3 Swanee pulling an ancient bronze carriage. The curtain of the carriage opened and a beautiful face appeared. Surprisingly, it was the woman who had come to visit Lin Feng before. "Come in. The carriage can isolate your qi. It's very safe inside," said the woman. "Thank you very much," said Lin Feng. He quickly flew over and entered the carriage. After entering, he discovered that the woman wasn't alone in the carriage. There was another person with a veil on her face. Lin Feng was surprised because he had seen this veiled woman standing on a bridge when he had checked his residence with his godly awareness to see if someone was spying on him. "Who's chasing you?" asked the woman. She had obviously sensed that someone was chasing Lin Feng. "Qi Ming and Yang Tian's clones," said Lin Feng. The woman was surprised. Lin Feng thought that they would chase him away after knowing who was chasing him, but they didn't do that. "What's your name?" asked the woman. "Lin Feng." "I'm Yao Zi," said the woman. Then, she introduced the veiled woman next to her and said, "This is a good friend of mine. She's called Li Shirshir." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Yao Zi had asked him if he knew a woman called Li Shirshir. Obviously, Li Shirshir was the veiled woman in front of him. Even though she was wearing a veil, Lin Feng was sure that he didn't know her. Among all the women he knew, there wasn't a single one who had the same temperament as this woman. If Lin Feng knew someone, he would have recognized her even if she was wearing a veil. Besides, it was his first time in heaven. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many people in heaven who knew him. So why had Yao Zi suddenly come to him and asked if he knew Li Shirshir? Lin Feng couldn't understand why he had done that. Could it be that this Li Shirshir knew him? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. Chapter 6192. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng smiled. When people saw his smile, they felt very close to him. Lin Feng had been away for many years, and his acting skills were superb. He could pretend to be a human in front of people, and he could pretend to be a ghost in front of ghosts. Li Shirshir nodded and didn't say anything. Lin Feng stopped thinking about Li Shirshir's question. After all, there were some things that Lin Feng couldn't figure out based on his imagination. Since that was the case, what was the point of thinking about it? He might as well pretend that he didn't know anything. Yao Zi smiled and said, "Nice to meet you too. By the way, I heard that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor has been born. Is that true?" Lin Feng's arrest warrant briefly introduced Lin Feng's name and identity. He was from the Sovereign Emperor clan. Recently, the news of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor's birth had spread like wildfire. The cultivators in the outside world didn't know whether it was true or not. After all, they hadn't experienced what had happened in the Great Wilderness. In the world of cultivators, 7 or 8 out of 10 pieces of news were false. The remaining 2 or 3 pieces of news were half true and half false. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's like this. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor has been born, and he has become a Transcendence Realm expert." Yao Zi and Li Shirshir glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock. In fact, they did not take this news seriously before. The reason why they did not take it seriously was because the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor was a character from countless years ago. He was at a critical point in his breakthrough when he was interrupted in his cultivation state. In addition, De Huang was sealed. How could he have survived? Moreover, there had been some news about the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor before, such as the birth of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor. But every time, it was proven to be false. However, now that they heard Lin Feng talking about the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor with their own ears, it was confirmed that the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor had been born, and that he had broken through to the Transcendence Realm. Even though the 33 Heavenly Masters had obtained so many resources, only 3 of them had broken through to the Transcendence Realm. The other 30 Heavenly Masters were also worried about breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. However, the heaven-devouring Demon Emperor was the first of the 30 Heavenly Masters to break through to the Transcendence Realm. This was indeed an extremely shocking matter. "I've heard that the relationship between your clan and the Masters of the 33 Heavens is extremely bad. No wonder the Masters of the 33 Heavens want to kill you," Yao Zi said. Lin Feng's heart thumped as he asked, "You know that the 33 Heavens Masters are targeting me, yet you still dare to help? Aren't you afraid of offending the 33 Heavens Masters?" Li Shirshir continued to sit there without saying a word. She only listened quietly to the conversation between Lin Feng and Yao Zi. From time to time, he would glance at Yao Zi, but Lin Feng felt that every time Li Shirshir looked at Yao Zi, his gaze would linger on her for a moment. What was the meaning of this? Was it intentional or not? Yao Zi said, "It's because we hate the Masters of the 33 Heavens. Is that reason enough?" Lin Feng was slightly taken aback, but then he smiled and said, "I hate them as well. It seems that we have the same target." Yao Zi revealed a charming smile and said, "There aren't many people who can make the Masters of the 33 Heavens personally hunt them down. Such people will definitely become outstanding in the future. Young Master, please don't forget about us sisters in the future." Lin Feng said, "Regardless of whether or not I can become successful, I won't dare to forget the 2 fairies' kindness." Yao Zi immediately laughed. It was a very charming and enchanting laugh. She then asked, "Young Master, where do you plan to go next?" Lin Feng didn't try to hide anything and said, "I plan to go to Tsangming Mountain and then take the teleportation channel to the second world." "Have you bought your tickets?" Yao Zi asked. "Yes," Lin Feng said. Yao Zi smiled and said, "What a coincidence. We sisters are going to the second world as well. It seems that we're going the same way. Come with us. Thank you very much for showing me the way, said Lin Feng. The beast carriage traveled at high speed. In less than half a day, the beast carriage arrived at Songming Mountain. Songming Mountain was bustling with people coming and going. The teleportation channel was located in the central region of Songming Mountain. Everyone boarded the ship outside of Songming Mountain. Lin Feng, Li Shirshir, and Yao Zi boarded the same ancient void ship. Yao Zi probably had some special space on her body. She stored the beast carriage and the 3 Bian mounts into it. They boarded the ancient void ship without a hitch. Lin Feng's room was an ordinary one. The 2 women's rooms were better, so they weren't on the same level. After parting ways, they returned to their own rooms. I have the feeling that you know Lin Feng, said Lin Feng. Yao Zi said. Li Shirshir said, I really don't know. You seem to care too much about this matter. Of course I'm curious about someone who can make our great beauty Li Shirshir care about him. Yao Zi smiled and said, Moreover, this Lin Feng is quite interesting. Li Shirshir said, He seems familiar, but I don't really remember. Does that mean you two really know each other? Yao Zi became excited and said, I remember that you went to the mortal world when you were young, right? Li Shirshir nodded. That Lin Feng came from the mortal world. Does that mean you met him in the mortal world? Yao Zi analyzed. Li Shirshir said, That's possible, but I don't have a deep impression of him. After all, I was still young back then, and there are some things that I can't remember. Yao Zi felt that it was very interesting to find out about Li Shirshir's childhood. She said, What do you mean by some things that you can't remember? Did you lose your memories? You're the one who lost your memories. Li Shirshir rolled her eyes at her good friend. However, Li Shirshir frowned and said, But it seems like I really have forgotten something. It's a bit strange. I remember that you used to be called Ding Xinyao. Why did you change your name to Li Shirshir? Yao Zi asked. My ancestor told me to change my name. He said that my previous name was in conflict with an ancient expert, so I took my mother's surname and changed my name as well. Li Shirshir said. Yao Zi said, I've made a bold conjecture. Back then, when you came back from the mortal world, you really might have lost some of your memories for some reason. But logically speaking, nothing should have happened to you. Since it wasn't an accident, it's obvious that someone intentionally erased some of your memories. Who would do such a thing? Li Shirshir's expression became unsightly. She hadn't thought about it before, until she saw Lin Feng. She felt as if she had seen Lin Feng before, but she didn't have any recollection of where she had seen him before. This aroused her vigilance. In addition to Yao Zi's analysis, Li Shirshir felt that maybe it was just as Yao Zi had said. The key is, who would dare do such a thing? With your status, there aren't many people who would dare do such a thing, Yao Zi said excitedly. Yao Zi said excitedly. She was someone who loved to see the world plunged into chaos. Now that she had discovered that her good sister might have been tampered with by someone close to her, she felt extremely excited. Many possibilities flashed through her mind. She felt that, if she could find out the truth, it would be extremely exciting. Maybe I should go back and ask, Li Shirshir said. Yao Zi smiled and said, That's great. I'll go with you. Lin Feng didn't hear the conversation between Yao Zi and Li Shirshir. He had some suspicions about Li Shirshir, but he didn't have any clues, so he didn't think too much about it. Now, Lin Feng was waiting for the boat to depart. About 2 hours later, the ancient ship rose into the air and flew towards the teleportation channel. Then, it successfully entered the channel. After the ancient void ship entered the portal, Qin Mu's eyes lit up. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He should be able to reach the second layer of the celestial world now, right? But at that moment, a terrifying qi filled the air. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones arrived. It's Qi Ming and Yang Tian. The experts in charge of the teleportation channel naturally recognized Qi Ming and Yang Tian. These people all bowed to Qi Ming and Yang Tian. "Stop the portal. I want to go inside and find someone." Qi Ming and Yang Tian looked glum. Before, they had almost caught up with Lin Feng, but in the end, Lin Feng had disappeared. Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't know what Lin Feng had done to hide from them. Qi Ming and Yang Tian searched for a while but found nothing. Then, Qi Ming and Yang Tian thought of a possibility. Did Lin Feng come to the portal? Qi Ming and Yang Tian thought about it and thought it was possible. Therefore, they quickly went to the teleportation portal to see if they could find Lin Feng there. "Master, it's too late," said the leader of the group. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's faces darkened slightly, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they walked towards the teleportation passageway. At this moment, the ancient void ship that had entered the teleportation passageway vanished without a trace. Inside the ancient boat, Lin Feng looked glum. Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't hide their qi, so when they arrived, Lin Feng noticed them. Even though the ancient boat had successfully entered the portal, Lin Feng had a feeling that Qi Ming and Yang Tian would chase after him. Staying on the boat was like waiting for death. He had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Lin Feng walked outside. He didn't want to stay on the ancient boat anymore. He had to leave before Qi Ming and Yang Tian arrived. As for Li Shishir and Yao Zi, he didn't have time to say goodbye to them. After all, Lin Feng had to make full use of every second. At that moment, the ancient boat had just entered the portal. It was still very bumpy and the passengers hadn't come out yet. Therefore, when Lin Feng came out, nobody noticed him. The ancient boat was protected by restrictive spells. Lin Feng activated the stone scriptures and easily passed through the restrictive spells. Then, he entered the portal. Then, Lin Feng sped up and left the ancient boat behind. Li Shishir Yao Zi's room. Yao Zi said, "It seems like Qi Ming and Yang Tian are chasing after him. I don't know how Lin Feng will deal with them. Let's go and see what Lin Feng is going to do. We can discuss how to deal with him." Li Shishir wanted to say that Yao Zi could go and see for himself, but in the end, she didn't say that. She and Yao Zi went to Lin Feng's room and knocked on the door. When nobody answered, Yao Zi pushed the door open and entered. Li Shishir followed Yao Zi into Lin Feng's room, but found that it was empty. Lin Feng was nowhere to be found. He left. Yao Zi was surprised. Then, she smiled and said, "He's really vigilant. It seems like we were worried for nothing. Let's go back." Li Shishir nodded. She left with Yao Zi. After Li Shishir and Yao Zi returned to their room, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones landed on the ancient boat. That had nothing to do with Lin Feng anymore, because Lin Feng had already put some distance between himself and the ancient boat. Lin Feng's speed was incredible, and he was much faster than the ancient boat. Therefore, after 10 days, Lin Feng arrived in the second layer of the celestial world. It was a gigantic teleportation valley. Lin Feng didn't stop there, and he quickly left. Lin Feng didn't stop in the nearby towns because he was worried that Qi Ming and Yang Tian would discover him. After arriving in the second layer of the celestial world, Lin Feng used his heart to determine his position and quickly flew in the direction of the God's Sea region. Lin Feng didn't stop on the way. After a month, Lin Feng arrived in the Peng Lai region. Peng Lai was the largest region in the second layer of the celestial world. It bordered the East Sea region, and the East Sea region was rich in resources. Therefore, the regions bordering the East Sea region were the most lively and developed regions. Lin Feng arrived in the Peng Lai region, which was close to the East Sea. He wanted to have a rest there and learn more about the God Sea region. After all, Lin Feng didn't know much about the God Sea region. Before going there, he had to learn more about it. That way, he would know what to do. Ancient Dragonesque Elephant Formula. Ancient Dragonesque Elephant Formula. Chapter 6193. In Penglai City, people came and went. It was very lively. This was a famous city in the second world of the Heaven Realm. It was also the largest ancient city in the Penglai region. In Penglai City, one could see all kinds of shops, which were distributed in rows. There were also all kinds of street stalls with different kinds of goods displayed on the stalls. The sound of the peddlers bargaining with the customers and the sound of many hawking mixed together. It was very noisy, showing the atmosphere of the secular world. It seemed that the Heaven Realm was no exception. In fact, the difference between the Heaven Realm and the mortal world was that the Heaven Realm was richer in resources and the plane was more advanced. Therefore, the energy system of the Heaven Realm was different from that of the mortal world. For example, the energy system of the Heaven Realm was formed by the immortal force. Absorbing the immortal force would increase one's cultivation speed much faster than the energy of the mortal world. Therefore, the cultivation speed of the immortal world's cultivators was not comparable to that of the mortal world. After Lin Feng found a place to stay, he went to the trading company to inquire about some things about the God Sea domain. In addition, Lin Feng planned to ask the trading company to help pay attention to the whereabouts of Du Zhu and the others. Many large trading companies were established in the form of chains and shared information. Therefore, after inquiring about the news, Lin Feng could also inquire about the news in the same trading company in other cities. The news about the God Sea domain made Lin Feng frown slightly. First of all, the God Sea domain was an extremely dangerous sea domain. Since the fall of the titled gods, the place had become somewhat evil. The cultivators who entered the sea domain either died or went crazy. Of course, not everyone ended up in such a miserable state. In fact, there were still some people who obtained opportunities, and even relied on the opportunities they obtained from the God's sea domain to soar into the sky. However, such people were only a minority. The fate of most people was still very tragic. The God's sea domain was dangerous, but at the very least, cultivators could enter the God's sea domain to search for opportunities. As for the outcome, it would depend on one's luck. However, some time ago, it was said that the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Palace had ordered the cultivators of the Dragon Palace to seal off the periphery of the God's sea domain and prevent cultivators from getting close to it. The reason why the Dragon Palace had sealed off the God's sea domain was still unknown. However, some people were secretly investigating this matter, and many cultivators were also paying attention to the development of this matter. However, when the Dragon Palace sealed off the God Sea area, it was extremely difficult to find out some secrets of the God Sea area. This was because those cultivators only dared to secretly investigate the affairs of the God's Sea area. Even many big forces did not dare to openly fall out with the Dragon Palace. This was because the Dragon Palace in the Heaven Realm was probably the most powerful force in the Heaven Realm besides the Heavenly Court. There was even a saying in the Heaven Realm. This saying was, "The Heavenly Court ruled the inland world of the 33 heavens of the Heaven Realm, while the Dragon Palace ruled the sea world of the 33 heavens of the Heaven Realm." This saying was actually not particularly exaggerated. The sea world of the 33 heavens was boundless and there were countless powerful forces. However, the most powerful force was still the Dragon Palace. There were a total of 33 dragon palaces in the 33 heavens. These dragon palaces all obeyed the orders of the Dragon Emperor. These dragon palaces were extremely united. Therefore, when these dragon palaces united, they formed a powerful force that no other force could compete with. In addition, it was said that the Dragon Emperor was likely to be a transcendent realm expert who had crossed 3 eras. However, no one knew if this rumor was true. There was a saying, "There is no smoke without fire." Since there was such a rumor, it might be true. Therefore, no one dared to provoke the Dragon Palace. Of course, nominally, the Heaven Realm was still under the rule of the Heavenly Court. The Dragon Palace was also under the control of the Heavenly Court. Every year, the Dragon Palace would pay tribute to the Heavenly Court. However, The Heavenly Court basically did not care about how the Dragon Palace ruled the overseas world. The Dragon Palace's position as the overlord was unshakable. Therefore, although many people were very dissatisfied with some of the Dragon Palace's actions, such as sealing off the God Sea area, they only complained in private. They did not dare to say it in front of others. If the Dragon Palace heard it, it would be terrible. Then, Lin Feng bought a sea map of the God Sea area from the trading firm. Some of the more important places were generally marked, but most of the places were blank. After all, those places were very dangerous. It was naturally more difficult to explore everything in that place. After Lin Feng came out of the trading firm, he planned to go to the overseas world to have a look. He did not want to sit here and wait for death. Moreover, there were also practitioners' gathering areas in the overseas world. After reaching the practitioners' gathering area in the overseas world, he might be able to find more useful information. On the second day, Lin Feng left Penglai City and flew in the direction of the God's Sea area. Above the sea, blue waves rippled. 10 days later, a violent storm suddenly swept across the world. Lightning intertwined and bolts of lightning as thick as mountains fell from the sky as if they were going to destroy the world. Lin Feng walked through the thunderstorm. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a small boat. A cultivator was sitting on the boat. It was a white-robed cultivator. He had a very elegant temperament and looked like a scholar. The boat shook violently with the huge waves. However, the white-robed cultivator stared at the storm, lightning, and huge waves and played his flute with great interest. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. This person was really leisurely and elegant. Did he lack a person to play the zither? On a rainy day, the sound of the zither and the flute would be more compatible. At this moment, a cultivator flew over from afar. He was wearing a straw raincoat and had a hunched figure. He looked very old. He landed on the boat. After the old man, a cultivator carrying a zither came over. Lin Feng was a little apprehensive. He was just thinking that the sound of the zither and the flute would be more compatible on a rainy day. Now, someone carrying a zither came over. However, the cultivator with the zither wasn't a woman, but a very handsome man. He also landed on the boat. Behind him was a fat Taoist. His Taoist robe was shiny and oily. The Taoist looked very sloppy. He also landed on the boat, followed by an old woman. She had a head full of white hair and was holding a walking stick. She looked very spirited. A scholarly cultivator, an old man wearing a straw raincoat, a cultivator carrying a zither, a sloppy Taoist, and an old woman with a head full of white hair. This group of people all landed on the same boat. Lin Feng felt that the scene was a little strange. Were they not afraid that the boat would collapse? A group of strange people had gathered together. What were they trying to do? Lin Feng was a little curious. He also flew over and landed on the boat. They looked at Lin Feng strangely. They did not know Lin Feng, but they did not say much. They all thought that Lin Feng was sent by the person in charge. Soon, another cultivator flew over. This cultivator was a girl who looked about 8 or 9 years old. However, she was clearly not a girl. When they saw her, everyone cupped their fists and shouted, "Elder Tong?" "Yes." The girl nodded and looked at Lin Feng. She probably thought that Lin Feng had been brought here by someone else, so she did not say much. This was because some people in this small group would occasionally bring others with them, including herself. However, they did not say much, nor did they ask much. They only cared about opportunities and did not care about anything else. And so Lin Feng blended into this strange group of people. The door of everlasting life has appeared in the God's Sea region. The Dragon Palace has sealed off the news, but I still managed to find out about it. The little girl said. What? The door of everlasting life. Heavens, there's such a thing! The cultivators exclaimed. Although they were strong and had extraordinary statuses, when they heard about the door of everlasting life, they were all incomparably shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Then, they became excited. This was the door of everlasting life. To any cultivator, the door of everlasting life was extremely special. This was because the door of everlasting life hid too many secrets, and these secrets were enough to drive anyone crazy. The secret of everlasting life. The complete 3,000 Great Tao's. The ancient Immortal Sutra. The way to become an immortal. The way to become a saint. The way to transcend. And so on and so forth. Furthermore, by comprehending the door of everlasting life, a cultivator's divine abilities, Immortal Sutra, and Tao would all be greatly improved. If one were to ask what the door of everlasting life couldn't do, then perhaps the only thing it couldn't do was completely transform a cultivator's bloodline. The scholarly cultivator asked, "Has Elder Tong found the exact location of the door of everlasting life?" The girl said, "How could it be so easy? I've gathered everyone here to pass through the various obstacles and find the door of everlasting life. However, when the time comes, we will most likely offend the Dragon Palace. Whether or not you want to participate is up to you." The cultivators fell into deep thought. Although they were very strong, they knew what it meant to offend the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was a colossus second only to the Heavenly Court. It was very likely that they had a power that surpassed their cultivation level. "I'll participate," Lin Feng said without much hesitation. Not to mention the Dragon Palace, Lin Feng wasn't even afraid of the Heavenly Court. How could the Dragon Palace compare to the Heavenly Court? In any case, Lin Feng was just a passing traveler in the Heavenly Court. He wasn't even from there. So what if he offended the Dragon Palace? At worst, he could just leave. Seeing that Lin Feng had expressed his stance, the scholarly cultivator followed suit. The others followed suit. Although they didn't want to offend the Dragon Palace, it was obvious that with such a great opportunity like the door of everlasting life, they couldn't resist the desire in their hearts. Even if they risked offending the Dragon Palace, they had to go to the door of everlasting life to gain enlightenment. This opportunity was really hard to come by. "Let's go," the girl said. The little girl said. She took the lead and flew into the sky. Everyone followed suit. The scholarly cultivator put away the boat and quickly chased after the group of people in front. In the following period of time, Lin Feng gradually became familiar with these people. He knew their names one after another. Of course, he only knew their names. In fact, even they didn't know each other well. This was because, except for when they were doing missions, they basically didn't contact each other. The scholarly cultivator was called Layman Dongpu. He was a Confucian cultivator. The old man in a straw raincoat was called Greyback Old Man. This name was a bit strange. Lin Feng didn't know if there was a special origin or particular reason for this name. The cultivator with the zither on his back was called Six-Fingered Zither Demon. This was because he had 6 fingers on both hands. This was why he got this name. He was a powerful demonic cultivator. The sloppy Taoist called himself Taiji Yuan Heaven Thunder Tao Saint. However, this guy looked very sloppy all day long, so everyone was used to calling him Sloppy Taoist. The old woman with a head full of white hair was called Grandmother Lihun. It was said that she was extremely good at soul attacks. In this aspect, there were almost no opponent. This made Lin Feng secretly pay attention to this because these cultivators who were good at soul attacks could often take people's lives invisibly. The little girl was called East Pole Old Woman. It was said that she wasn't originally like this. No one knew what cultivation method she cultivated, but she eventually turned into a little girl. After a few years, she would recover. However, even if she looked like a little girl, it didn't affect her strength at all. Chapter 6194. The 7 of them traveled very quickly. They didn't stop much along the way. However, there was a cultivator gathering area overseas, so they decided to rest there. Moreover, East Pole Child had something important to do in the overseas cultivator gathering area. As for what it was, Lin Feng and the others didn't ask. Lin Feng and the others stopped at Penglai Island. There were too many rumors about Penglai Island. The outside world said that it was an immortal island, but in fact, it wasn't much different from an immortal island. It was said that immortals lived on Penglai Island. They weren't immortals, but real immortals, an extremely ancient race. There weren't many of them left, but that was normal. After all, how many of them were left? After arriving at Penglai Island, Lin Feng and the others found a place to rest. East Pole Child quickly left, probably to deal with her own matters. As for Scholar Dong Pu and Six-Fingered Devil Zither, they began to perform a zither and flute duet. The gray-backed old man locked himself in his room. No one knew what he was doing. As for Grandma Lihuan, she disappeared after arriving at Penglai Island. She probably had something she needed to deal with as well. Only Lin Feng and the sloppy Taoist were left. "Shall we go out for a drink?" The sloppy Taoist smiled at Lin Feng. "Of course." Lin Feng nodded. The sloppy Taoist smiled mischievously and asked, "Are you treating?" "Sure." Lin Feng said. "Haha, in everyone's eyes, you're the most pleasing to the eye. I know you're a generous person, unlike those weird people." The sloppy Taoist smiled. Lin Feng and the sloppy Taoist left together to find a place to drink. The sloppy Taoist wasn't willing to go to an ordinary restaurant. He said that he would bring Lin Feng to a good place. Lin Feng asked him to lead the way, and the sloppy Taoist brought Lin Feng to a brothel. 10,000 Flower House. Lin Feng was a little dazed after seeing the signboard of the brothel. It was actually the Myriad Flower Building. Lin Feng was very familiar with the Myriad Flower Building because it was very popular in the 9 prefectures. It was the most high-end brothel in the 9 prefectures. Moreover, Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship with the saintesses of the Myriad Flower Building, such as Lu Huaxian. Therefore, he had some understanding of the Myriad Flower Building. After seeing the Myriad Flower Building, he was reminded of them. He didn't know how Lu Huaxian and the others were doing, nor did he know where they were. Although they were far apart, he hoped that they were doing well. Although they were far apart, he hoped that they would have a chance to meet again. Lin Feng thought to himself, "Looks like the 10,000 Flowers building isn't as simple as I thought. They actually opened a shop in the Heaven Realm." "Brother, let's go in," the sloppy Taoist said with a smile. This guy didn't follow the rules like an ordinary Taoist. If he was an ordinary Taoist, he would definitely call Lin Feng fellow Taoist. Lin Feng nodded and entered the Myriad Flower Building with the sloppy Taoist. The person in charge of the Myriad Flower Building was a plump and beautiful woman. She walked over with a smile on her face. When she saw the sloppy Taoist, she became very enthusiastic and said, "Master Taoist, you haven't come for a long time. This servant misses you very much." The sloppy Taoist smiled and said, "Do you miss me? Or do you miss my immortal stones?" The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Of course this servant misses you, Master Taoist. Master Taoist hasn't come for a long time. This servant is very sad." This servant thought that Master Taoist had forgotten about this servant. Hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Feng was a bit apprehensive. It seemed like this sloppy Taoist was an old hand at flirting with women. However, he didn't know if this guy was a real Taoist. Lin Feng knew that in the world of cultivators, there were many cultivators who pretended to be Taoists. The reason why they did this was because Taoists had always been mysterious and had many extraordinary methods. After seeing a cultivator disguised as a Taoist, many people were quite afraid. Secondly, although Taoists were not as powerful as before, their strength was still not to be underestimated. Some people who wanted to make a move on Taoists had to think about whether there were more powerful people behind the Taoists. Furthermore, Taoist cultivators were good at many things, such as refining talismans, pills, feng shui techniques, searching for dragon points, and so on. There was nothing that they were not proficient in. Thus, many people pretended to be Taoists and swindled others. They were not afraid of being exposed, and every time they went to a place they would often be able to get a lot of benefits. Thus, there were more and more Taoists in the world of cultivators. Generally speaking, although true Taoists did not abstain from wine and meat, they often did not touch women. Thus, Lin Feng suspected that the sloppy Taoist was a fake Taoist, and it was not without reason. Of course, Lin Feng did not care whether the sloppy Taoist was a real Taoist or a fake Taoist. In any case, this had nothing to do with him. After the sloppy Taoist and the beautiful woman teased each other for a while, the beautiful woman looked at Lin Feng. Seeing such a young and handsome cultivator, even though she was a beautiful woman, she couldn't help but take a few more glances. She smiled and said, "This Taoist has yet to introduce this handsome and extraordinary young master beside me." The sloppy Taoist said, "This is a friend of mine, his name is Lin Feng. So it's Lin Gongzi. Welcome to our myriad flower hall, young master." The beautiful woman smiled like a blooming flower. She paid attention to Lin Feng because she knew how powerful the sloppy Taoist was. Since Lin Feng was a friend of the sloppy Taoist, it proved that Lin Feng was extraordinary. However, Lin Feng looked a little too young. She didn't expect such a young master to be so powerful. "I've heard that Myriad Flower Hall has many peerless fairies. I want to see them later," Lin Feng said with a smile. "I won't disappoint Lin Gongzi," the beautiful woman said with a smile. She brought Lin Feng and the sloppy Taoist to a private room. Not long after, many beautiful singers and dancers arrived. They drank while enjoying the singing and dancing. It was a joyous occasion. After leaving Myriad Flower Hall, the sloppy Taoist said, "Brother, I'll bring you to a place. It's a good place with many good things, and they're very cheap." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat and he said, "Is it a place like the black market?" The black market was a little special. In such places, the things sold were usually cheaper. This was because the origins of the items in the black market were often irregular. For example, some items were obtained through killing and robbing. If it was through normal sales channels, once it was discovered, wouldn't the other party's family take revenge? However, the black market sold these things in secret. Therefore, there was no need to worry about revenge. The sloppy Taoist said, "Although it's not a black market, it's not much different from one." Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to it. Soon, he and sloppy Taoist priest arrived at the place that sloppy Taoist priest had mentioned. It was a small building in the northwest. There was no one around and it was very quiet. Moreover, the streets were gloomy and the building looked like a ghost building. Lin Feng and the sloppy Taoist arrived outside the building. The sloppy Taoist knocked on the door. An old man opened the door. The old man was skinny. He was so old that he looked like a bag of bones. He looked like a ghost that had crawled out of hell. When he saw the old man, the sloppy Taoist smiled and asked, "Did anything good happen?" "There were some good things." The old man clearly knew the sloppy Taoist, so he smiled and replied. The sloppy Taoist nodded and said, "I brought a friend. Is there a problem?" The old man said, "If someone else brought someone here without a strict inspection, it would be impossible. However, since I brought someone here, there's naturally no problem." The sloppy Taoist was in a good mood when he heard the old man's words. As the saying went, flattery would always work. Everyone liked to hear good words. The sloppy Taoist was very happy. Of course, this was no exception. Lin Feng followed the sloppy Taoist into the building. There were several counters on the first floor, and all sorts of things were placed on them. The sloppy Taoist brought Lin Feng over to see if there was anything Lin Feng needed. When he saw the items on the counters, Lin Feng was very surprised. He did see some good things on the counters. For example, materials for making holy weapons were extremely rare in the outside world, but Lin Feng had seen many of them in there. Lin Feng didn't lack them though. Ice Soul Liquid. Lin Feng looked at another item. When he saw that item, he was surprised. Spiritual Ice Liquid was an extremely ancient and rare spiritual liquid. The main reason was that it was very complicated to concoct, and the outside world didn't know how to concoct it. Therefore, it was very precious. That kind of thing was useless for male cultivators. However, it was very useful for female cultivators. It was said that it could stimulate a female cultivator's body and improve their talent. There was only one bottle of Ice Soul Liquid, so it wasn't much. Lin Feng looked at the salesperson and asked, "How much is this Ice Soul Liquid?" 3 million high-grade immortal stones. The salesperson said, "If an ordinary immortal stone was 1 yuan, then a high-grade immortal stone would be 10,000 yuan. 3 million high-grade immortal stones would be 300 million yuan. So, one could imagine how expensive 3 million high-grade immortal stones were. However, Lin Feng didn't hesitate to buy it. To him, 3 million high-grade immortal stones were nothing. He gave the 3 million high-grade immortal stones to the salesperson. After the salesperson received the high-grade immortal stones, he gave the items to Lin Feng. Some of these things were bought by the building, while others were consigned by others. The price was much lower than outside. If this thing was sold outside, it wouldn't be less than 5 million high-grade immortal stones. The salesperson said, "Each person can only take 3 drops of Ice Soul Liquid. If you take more than that, it will cause harm to your body." Okay. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he kept the Ice Soul Liquid. Although he had no use for it, he could give it to his women. Currently, the Wu sisters were still in seclusion. When they came out, he would give them 3 drops of Ice Soul Liquid each. At that time, he would see what the effects were. Lin Feng continued looking at the other things on the counter. Although there were many good things, they weren't very attractive to Lin Feng. The slovenly Taoist bought an item. It was a worn-out horsetail whisk. Lin Feng didn't know if it was some powerful treasure. Lin Feng didn't see anything special about it, but he believed that the slovenly Taoist wouldn't make a mistake. "Let's go up and take a look," the slovenly Taoist said. Lin Feng nodded and followed the slovenly Taoist to the 2nd floor. There were many rooms on the 2nd floor, and many of them were filled with people discussing things or conducting private transactions. The slovenly Taoist said, "Many people need things that are difficult to find. Tell the building what you need, and the building will think of a way to find out who has those things. Then, the building will act as a middleman, allowing the cultivators from both sides to negotiate in the building. Whether the deal is successful or not, the building will receive a certain amount of remuneration. However, if the deal is successful, the remuneration will be twice as much as if the deal isn't successful." Lin Feng said, "That's not a bad way to make a living." Actually, the building was using its connections to make money. From this, one could see that the organization behind the building was definitely not simple. Lin Feng and the slovenly Taoist went to the 3rd floor and entered the parlor. After arriving, Lin Feng found that there were already more than 10 cultivators gathered here. Lin Feng asked, "Is there going to be a small trade fair here?" Lin Feng was no stranger to small trade fairs, as he could often obtain some valuable items from them. However, small trade fairs had a higher standard, and only those with status could participate. Furthermore, small trade fairs were held at random times, so it was not easy to find one. The slovenly Taoist said, "It's not a small trade fair, but a treasure fair." He probably thought that Lin Feng did not understand the meaning of the words treasure fair. The slovenly Taoist explained, "The building's methods are extraordinary, and they obtain a lot of good things. Some of the good things are stained with blood, and they can't even be displayed on the counter downstairs. Therefore, they hold a treasure fair and peddle them here. However, the items that appear here must be kept secret. No matter whether they buy them or not, no matter who buys them, they must not speak of it to outsiders. If they do, they will be hunted down by the building." Lin Feng said, It seems that some of the things being sold here must have a great origin. The slovenly Taoist nodded and said, "That's right. They're all from top factions." Lin Feng said, "If that's the case, we should be careful." More than 30 people arrived one after another. Everyone sat in various places, and some of the people who knew each other whispered to each other. Lin Feng and the slovenly Taoist saw a familiar face. This familiar face was none other than Lin Feng. It was Grandma Soul departing. Grandma Soul departing also saw Lin Feng and the slovenly Taoist. She nodded to the two of them and found a place to sit. She did not say anything to Lin Feng or the slovenly Taoist. Chapter 6195. After waiting patiently for a while, the cultivator in charge of the treasure trading assembly arrived. He was a middle-aged cultivator who looked quite dignified. After seeing this middle-aged cultivator, many people showed respect. It was likely that this middle-aged cultivator's identity was extremely extraordinary. Many cultivators greeted this middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator did not put on any airs. After all, none of the cultivators who came here were simple characters. They either had a powerful background or possessed great strength. In the face of such a cultivator, the middle-aged cultivator would naturally be very polite. The sloppy Taoist said, "This person is called Dongfang Chong. He's in charge of the business here." Lin Feng nodded. Dongfang Chong said, "Thank you for coming. This time, there are a total of 10 items for sale." The other party didn't use barter, but high-grade immortal stones. Why did the Lonely Tower need so many high-grade immortal stones? Lin Feng guessed that the power behind the Lonely Tower must want to nurture a large number of experts. If they wanted to nurture experts, they would need a large amount of high-grade immortal stones. Ordinary immortal stones and middle-grade immortal stones were far from comparable to high-grade immortal stones. Dongfang Chong quickly took out the first item. It was a golden stone. It wasn't big, only the size of an egg. "What's this?" many people asked curiously. Extreme golden stone is a very special material for refining weapons. When you add it into a weapon, it can increase the level of the weapon. It's very suitable for refining saint weapons. If you use it, the saint weapon will become a quasi-ancient weapon. Dongfang Chong said with a smile. "Good stuff." Many people's eyes lit up. The starting price is 1 million high-grade immortal stones. Dongfang Chong said. Many people started bidding. The price of the supreme golden stone finally stopped at 35 million high-grade immortal stones. This was a huge sum. As expected of a cultivator from the heavenly world, he was so generous. In the mortal world, let alone 35 million high-grade immortal stones. Cultivators that were able to produce 5 million high-grade immortal stones were existences that were rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Of course, Lin Feng knew as well that the mortal dimension was far from being able to compare with the immortal dimension. After all, the immortal dimension was called the immortal dimension. Because of the dense immortal qi here, there were more immortal ores. The amount of immortal stones that cultivators could control was not something that cultivators in the secular world could compare with. In next to no time, the second item was brought out as well. It was a 7-colored glazed pagoda, and it was a quasi-ancient weapon. Its starting price was 10 million high-grade immortal stones, and it was sold for 400 million high-grade immortal stones in the end. Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue. What a big deal. Even this kind of thing could be taken out to sell. He just didn't know who this treasure was plundered from. If it wasn't a treasure plundered from someone, no one would take out a treasure of this level to sell. It could be described as a priceless treasure. If it obtained an opportunity in the future and transformed into a true ancient weapon, then it would be heaven-defying. Its value would definitely be unimaginable. The third item was a bottle of special spirit liquid called Ninth Een Soul Liquid. It was a treasure that was extremely beneficial to the soul, and it was purchased by Granny Lihua for 70 million high-stage immortal stones. Even though it seemed to be a bottle, there were actually only 2 drops within it. Moreover, it was a one-time consumable, yet it was sold for a high price of 70 million. It was truly a sky-high price. The 4th item was quickly brought out. It was a Tao Comprehension purple crystal. This item could help cultivators comprehend the Tao. It was sold for 40 million and was obtained by a short and fat old man. The 5th item was a broken sword. This was a treasure from 30 eras ago. It was an ancient weapon-level treasure. Unfortunately, it was broken. This was inconceivable because an ancient weapon-level treasure was so powerful. It was indeed inconceivable that someone could break an ancient weapon-level treasure. Because half of the broken sword was missing, the price of the broken sword didn't soar. However, it was an ancient weapon-level broken sword after all. It was still sold for a sky-high price of 230 million. Lin Feng didn't make a move. He was still waiting. The 6th item was quickly brought out. The 6th item was a lifeblood stone. When he saw this lifeblood stone, Lin Feng revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. It was actually a legendary treasure. It had many uses. One of them was to transform the destiny bloodline. It was truly a pleasant surprise. The lifeblood stone's base price was 5 million high-grade immortal stones. Lin Feng participated in the competition. There were also a few cultivators who were interested in the lifeblood stone. However, they couldn't win over Lin Feng in the end. Lin Feng spent a sky-high price of 140 million to buy this lifeblood stone. Many people were surprised. After all, Lin Feng was only a young cultivator. It was indeed shocking that he could take out more than 100 million high-grade immortal stones to buy something at such a young age. Many people couldn't help but guess Lin Feng's identity. The 7th item was an extremely strange scroll. It was pitch black. No one knew what kind of scroll it was. It was bought by a mysterious cultivator wearing a bamboo hat for 60 million high-grade immortal stones. The 8th item was an extremely ancient compass. It was bought by the slovenly Taoist for 80 million high-grade immortal stones. The 9th item was a mysterious bone that contained terrifying energy. It was said to be the origin bone left behind by a Transcendence Realm expert after his death. This item caused many people to fight over it. The final price reached 500 million high-grade immortal stones. It was bought by an old woman. The last item was also the finale item. Lin Feng was very curious. What exactly was this item? How could it be sold as the finale item? Soon, the last item appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a beast egg. After seeing the beast egg, everyone frowned slightly. How much was a beast egg worth? Unless it was a phoenix egg. Dongfang Chong didn't keep them in suspense. He said, "This is an egg laid by an epic sacred beast. It's still alive. It shouldn't take long before it hatches." Many people gasped. Epic sacred beasts were legendary existences. Lin Feng had refined the blood essence of an epic sacred beast, and his body had undergone a transformation. They didn't expect to see an epic sacred beast egg here. Its value was immeasurable. Moreover, epic sacred beasts would very likely survive the end of an epoch. Therefore, the significance of an epic sacred beast wasn't as simple as being an expert. Most of the time, it was a kind of hope. After an epoch was destroyed, they would follow the epic sacred beast to resist the 5 decays of Deva and the destruction of an epoch. Of course, in Lin Feng's opinion, if he really had the strength, it was better not to rely on the epic sacred beast. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Relying on oneself was the most reliable. Relying on others wasn't reliable at all. Epic Sacred Beast Egg, starting price 100 million. The auction starts now. Dongfang Chong said the price. It was indeed shocking, but the item was even more shocking. Therefore, it wasn't strange for him to bid such a price. Many people participated in the bidding. The final price reached a shocking 170 million high-grade immortal stones. The one who won the bid was a very young woman. She wore a white dress and was very beautiful. She was accompanied by a few old men. No one knew who she was. Even the sloppy Taoist didn't know who she was. In fact, Heaven World was different from the outside world. There were too many ancient races in Heaven World. Therefore, all kinds of people were more complicated. Many races were more mysterious and didn't interact much with the outside world. Therefore, the cultivators of the outside world didn't know much about those factions. For example, the immortal race of Penglai Island. It was said that there were immortal races in Penglai Island. Who had seen them before? Most of them were rumors. Even the slovenly Taoist priest had never seen an immortal cultivator from Penglai Island. Perhaps it was because they were in seclusion, or perhaps it was because even if they appeared, no one knew that they were immortals. This auction ends here. If you want to participate in the next auction, you'll have to wait for further notice. Dongfang Chong said. Everyone got up and left. The cultivators who obtained the treasures were naturally overjoyed. The cultivators who didn't win any treasures felt extremely regretful. Lin Feng glanced at the beautiful woman a few more times. She was very alert. She seemed to have noticed Lin Feng looking at her. She turned and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded at her. She ignored Lin Feng and left with a few old men. Failed to hit on a girl. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel apprehensive. What? You want to hit on her? The sloppy Taoist said with a sly smile. She's willing to pay a sky-high price of 1.7 billion high-grade immortal stones. I can imagine what level of power she has behind her. It won't be easy to hit on a girl like her. Lin Feng said, You're thinking too much. I'm just curious about her identity. Grandma Lihuan walked over and said, If I'm not wrong, that girl should be an immortal. Oh? Immortal? Then the rumors are true. Penglai Island really has an ancient, immortal race living there? Lin Feng said in astonishment. The immortal race was a transcendent race. They had a status similar to the Undying clan. It was unknown how many epochs had passed. Among the lost races of the epochs, they were the better ones. They kept a low profile and didn't come out to commit crimes. They also didn't come out to harm other cultivators. That was why the world of cultivators had a very high opinion of the immortal race. It was only because the immortal race was too mysterious that people didn't know much about them. The sloppy Taoist said, Even though the immortal race keeps a low profile, it's still a race that has existed for countless eras. The amount of wealth they've accumulated is unimaginable. If that woman is really an immortal race cultivator, then taking out 1.7 billion high-grade immortal stones isn't too surprising. Lin Feng agreed with this point. Grandma Lihuan asked, Are the two of you going back? If you're going back, then let's go back together. Lin Feng said, Let's go back. The sloppy Taoist nodded and said, Then let's go back together. By the time they returned, it was already late at night. The gray-backed old man was still hiding in his room, doing who knows what. Scholar Dongpu and six-fingered devil Zither were still playing the zither and flute together. Lin Feng muttered to himself, Weren't these two old fellows a little too excited? How many hours had it been? And it still wasn't over? Were they just like-minded people? They couldn't be thinking of doing something romantic, right? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Lin Feng and the others were just about to go back and rest when East Pole Child returned. Her face was pale and she seemed to be injured. She glanced at Lin Feng and the others, but she didn't say anything and hurriedly went back to treat her injuries. This shocked Lin Feng and the others. The sloppy Taoist said, I've known East Pole Child for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen her injured. Who could possibly injure her? East Pole Child was the strongest existence among the group. Lin Feng had a feeling that East Pole Child's cultivation was unfathomable. She was unimaginably terrifying. Her origins were rather mysterious, and no one knew much about her. However, he had absolute faith in East Pole Child's strength. "It's best if we don't pry into her matters," Grandma Lihuan said. The two of them nodded. Lin Feng and the sloppy Taoist nodded. East Pole Child's personality was rather strange, so they tried their best not to provoke her. Lin Feng and the others returned to their rooms. When the slovenly Taoist passed by Scholar Dongpu's room, he knocked on the door and said, "Hey, it's already the middle of the night. It's time for you two to stop. Why don't you change your method of entertainment? For example, whispering to each other." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The sloppy Taoist was indeed quite despicable. He was clearly mocking Dongpu and Six-Fingered Devil. Scram! The voices of Dongpu and Six-Fingered Devil came from the room at the same time. The sloppy Taoist didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly ran away. After returning to his room, Lin Feng was in no mood to sleep. He had obtained the lifeblood stone, and he was impatient to refine it. There was only a small piece of the lifeblood stone, and Lin Feng wasn't sure if it could complete the transformation of his bloodline. However, there should be some hope. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Lin Feng began to refine the lifeblood stone. The powerful energy within the lifeblood stone was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's destiny bloodline awakened, and after fusing with the lifeblood stone's special energy, it began to transform. By now, Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had already awakened 4 times. Lin Feng had also obtained a few heaven-defying methods, such as peeking at destiny and changing fate. However, these methods were too heaven-defying, and Lin Feng didn't use them casually. If he used them too often, he would suffer the wrath of the heavens. If his destiny bloodline underwent another transformation, he would be able to complete 5 transformations. Lin Feng had 4 bloodlines. His undying bloodline had undergone 6 transformations, his sovereign bloodline had undergone 5 transformations, and his destiny bloodline had undergone 4 transformations. His bloodline had undergone 10 transformations. There was still a long way to go. Time passed very quickly. 3 days later, Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had completely fused with the lifeblood stone's energy. Lin Feng's destiny bloodline had completed its transformation, and this made Lin Feng extremely happy. When Lin Feng's destiny bloodline transformed, he felt that the magic power in his body began to increase crazily. Although the transformation of the bloodline wouldn't increase one's cultivation by a large margin, it would increase one's magic power. Once one's magic power increased, one's combat strength would also increase greatly. It was equivalent to an increase in talent. The benefits were endless. In addition, bloodline upgrade, one would definitely awaken one or even several terrifying abilities. Under normal circumstances, one would only awaken one ability. If one continued to explore the secrets of the bloodline, one could awaken other abilities. Lin Feng didn't do so, and he didn't have that much time to do these things. This breakthrough Lin Feng's awakened ability was called Wheel of Destiny. This was a method with an extremely heaven-defying attack power. The Wheel of Destiny rotated. The fates of hundreds of millions of cultivators were being pried open. It had to be at the feet of the Master of Destiny. Listen to the teachings of the power of destiny. Once this ability was used, it would definitely erupt with heaven-defying power. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, he found out that East Pole Child hadn't come out yet. Her injuries seemed to be more serious than expected. After waiting for about 5 days, East Pole Child came out of seclusion. When she came out, her complexion had almost recovered. "We've been delayed for a few days. Let's go now," East Pole Child said. Naturally, no one had any objections. After checking out, they left Penglai Island and continued to fly in the direction of the gods' oceanic domain. Currently, Lin Feng and the others were still in the outer region of the oceanic domain, while the gods' oceanic domain was in the depths of the oceanic domain. Dragon Palace was also in the depths of the oceanic domain. After arriving at the central region's chaotic sky island, Lin Feng and the others planned to stay here for a few days. After all, it had been more than a month since they left Penglai Island. They needed a good rest. In addition, there was another point. After leaving chaotic Sky Island, there were no more cultivator gathering areas. This was the last cultivator gathering area after entering the inner sea. As for the inner region of the oceanic domain, there was only one force, the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace did not allow other forces to build cultivators gathering areas in the inner region of the oceanic domain. In the past, there were forces that did not listen to the Dragon Palace's warning and built cultivators gathering areas without permission. However, in the end, they were destroyed by Lin Feng. However, after the Dragon Palace destroyed their cultivators gathering areas, those forces were often angry but did not dare to say anything. After that, no one dared to build cultivators gathering areas in the inner region of the oceanic domain. However, on the third day after arriving at Chaotic Sky Island, Lin Feng and the others heard a piece of news. This news was about the Door of Everlasting Life. According to the news, the Dragon Palace had sealed off the gods' oceanic domain because the Door of Everlasting Life had appeared in the gods' oceanic domain. When Lin Feng and the others heard this news, they were very surprised. Someone had actually released this news. Presumably, not many people knew about this matter. Even those who knew about it were top experts. Clearly, the other party wanted to muddy the waters by releasing this news. The news has been leaked. We need to set off in advance. If too many people flock to the gods' oceanic domain, the Door of Everlasting Life may disappear. East Pole Child said with a gloomy face. Lin Feng and the others did not stop and quickly flew towards the gods' oceanic domain. A month later, they arrived at the gods' oceanic domain. Looking from afar, the gods' oceanic domain was shrouded in an endless aura of death. The oceanic domain where the gods used to live had now become an extremely dangerous oceanic domain of death. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 6196. From afar, they could see a few cultivators loitering around the periphery of the gods' sea domain. They were probably cultivators who had received the news and were rushing over. However, it wasn't easy to enter the gods' sea domain, as the cultivators of Dragon Palace had been guarding the important points of the gods' sea domain. These points allowed one to directly enter the inner parts of the gods' sea domain, and the restrictions there were weak, so there wouldn't be too much danger. Other than the Dragon Palace cultivators, there were also Dharma treasures like the universal mirror that illuminated the world. It would be difficult to fool the Dragon Palace cultivators and the universal mirror. As for the other places, they were sealed by powerful restrictions and the security was not as strict. If a cultivator wanted to pass through those powerful restrictions, it was an extremely dangerous thing to do. It was simply a joke with one's life. Generally speaking, very few people would make such a choice. After Lin Feng and the others arrived at the periphery of the gods' sea domain, they went to the entrances of the gods' sea domain. They found that each of them was heavily guarded. Dragon Palace had probably received news of the outside world, and knew that the Door of Everlasting Life had been leaked, so they had sent people to guard these important points. The sloppy Taoist said, "It seems that Dragon Palace wants to monopolize this opportunity. There's an 80% chance that a group of experts from Dragon Palace have already gone to search for the Door of Everlasting Life." The East Pole Child said, "The Door of Everlasting Life is very sensitive and vigilant. It doesn't like to be disturbed. It has its own thoughts, spirit, and thoughts. The upper echelons of Dragon Palace should know this, so they sealed off this area to prevent others from searching for the Door of Everlasting Life. They're probably worried that the Door of Everlasting Life will disappear on its own if it's disturbed. This kind of situation has happened many times in history, so we have to treat it with caution. However, no matter how cautious they are, there will always be some people who have other thoughts. For example, this time, the news of the door of everlasting life has been spread. Is it purely to muddy the waters? So that they can benefit from it? Actually, that's not necessarily the case. Maybe some people think that it's too difficult to obtain this opportunity. In any case, it would be very difficult for him to obtain such an opportunity. If that was the case, then no one else would be able to obtain it. Thus, he spread the news. It could also be that he had a grudge against the Dragon Palace and was unhappy with the Dragon Palace, so he spread the news. There are all kinds of possibilities, but no matter what, now that more and more cultivators are arriving, this is indeed an extremely troublesome matter. Because once the number of people increases, they will become bolder and will definitely fight with the cultivators of the Dragon Palace. It's very difficult for Dragon Palace to completely prevent so many cultivators from entering the door of everlasting life. Since it's difficult to achieve, then there will be a large number of cultivators entering the ocean of the gods. At that time, the door of everlasting life will disappear on its own. This kind of opportunity is for a small number of people, not for the many. Our time is extremely limited, so we must find the whereabouts of the door of everlasting life before a large number of cultivators enter and smoothly obtain some opportunities. Otherwise, we will miss this opportunity. The East Pole Child's words were very reasonable. Everyone frowned at the same time. The entrance was guarded by a large army. Although they were strong, it wasn't easy for them to fight against the army. Breaking through by force wasn't a feasible method. Since that was the case, they could only pass through places with dense layers of restrictions. Clearly, this was extremely dangerous. Although they were strong, they weren't arrogant enough to ignore these terrifying restrictions. One must know that in this world, there were some restrictions that could even kill experts who surpassed their cultivation bases. Let alone the fact that they had yet to break through to the transcendent realm. Lin Feng said, "Everyone, follow me. I'll take you through these restrictions." Everyone was astonished. Lin Feng knew about restrictions and formations? After all, Lin Feng was too young. It had been extremely difficult for him to raise his cultivation level. How could he have the time to study restrictions and formations? However, in this world, there were always some monstrous geniuses who couldn't be judged by ordinary people's standards. Therefore, after a short moment of surprise, everyone calmed down. Lin Feng led everyone to a place where there was no one and then entered the area covered by restrictions. This place was very terrifying. Lin Feng could feel how powerful the restrictions were. In addition to being powerful, the restrictions here were also very special. It should have been formed during a great battle when different laws, broken space-time, and magnetic fields interacted. It was very difficult to break them. However, as the successor of the Celestial Master's lineage, Lin Feng had the help of the stone scripture. Although it was very difficult to break these restrictions, as long as he was careful, it would be very difficult for these restrictions to hurt Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's lead, everyone shuddered as they passed through the dense restrictions. After flying for a long distance, they didn't encounter any attacks from the restrictions. At this time, everyone knew that Lin Feng really understood restrictions very well. They couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. He was young, had a powerful cultivation, and his attainments in restrictions and formations were so high. His future was limitless. Would he become an expert who surpassed his cultivation level? At the end of every epoch, there were indeed some cultivators who could seize the opportunity to become experts who surpassed their cultivation level. Therefore, these cultivators felt that Lin Feng had the possibility. They also felt that they had the possibility, but whether they could really become cultivators who surpassed their cultivation level depended on many factors. For example, there were personal reasons as well as external reasons. One's own reasons often referred to one's own stability, understanding of Tao, cultivation of supernatural powers, immortal sutras, and so on. Some of the external reasons referred to whether one had obtained some powerful opportunities or other reasons. Right now, these cultivators could only do their best to seize every opportunity to constantly improve themselves and wait for the moment when the carp leaped over the dragon gate. Under Lin Feng's lead, they successfully passed through the most terrifying area of the outer restriction formation and arrived at the central region of the god's sea domain. After reaching the central region, the power of the restriction formation was greatly reduced. However, the death energy here had increased by at least 30 times. The force of death was too terrifying. It was enough to make one's expression change. If a cultivator's cultivation base didn't reach a certain level, it would be very difficult to resist the death energy. If the death energy invaded one's body, the result would be incomparably terrifying. This was something that could be foreseen. One's lifespan would be stripped away, and one would die a miserable death. Therefore, not just any cultivator could enter a place rich in death energy. In truth, even the strongest cultivators couldn't stay in a place rich in death energy for too long. For a certain period of time, they would be able to resist the invasion of death energy, but what about the passage of time? The cultivator's magic power would be constantly depleted, and they would eventually be unable to resist the invasion of death energy. If they didn't leave the area covered by death energy, at that time, these powerful cultivators would most likely die as well. The god sea domain is so big. Where should we go to find the door of everlasting life? Layman Dongpu asked. East Pole Child said, let the Taoist do a divination. The sloppy Taoist smiled and said, it's just a small problem. Let this Taoist do a divination, and I'll know where the door of everlasting life is. The sloppy Taoist's tone was very pretentious, but Lin Feng felt that this guy was going to be slapped in the face. Why did he say that? It was because the door of everlasting life was very special. Lin Feng had tried to sense the door of everlasting life before. He had used his spiritual world to sense it, so it should have been easier. However, in reality, it was still very difficult to sense the door of everlasting life, let alone find it. A special existence like the door of everlasting life had extremely powerful abilities. For example, it could hide from the heavens and prevent others from searching for it. Therefore, if the sloppy Taoist wanted to use divination to find the door of everlasting life, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, who knew if the Taoist had some powerful methods to find the door of everlasting life? The sloppy Taoist took out 7 pieces of tortoiseshell and placed them in a jade tube. Then, he began to shake the tortoiseshell while chanting some incantations. After he finished chanting, he scattered the tortoiseshell in the void. The tortoiseshell floated in the void. However, before the sloppy Taoist could take a closer look at the results of the divination, something happened. Kacha, 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 all the tortoiseshells cracked. The sloppy Taoist's expression changed when he saw this. It was obvious that his divination had failed. It's so strange. I'll try again. The Taoist gritted his teeth, seemingly unwilling to give up. Lin Feng said, there's no need to try again. It's impossible. After all, the door of everlasting life is too extraordinary. It can hide from the heavens. If you're too persistent in trying to divine the location of the door of everlasting life, it's very likely that your main body will suffer a backlash. Let's just forget about it. The Taoist trembled when he heard the word backlash. He carefully thought about Lin Feng's words and felt that Lin Feng's words were very reasonable. The Taoist didn't want to experience such a thing, so he gave up on trying. Everyone else also felt that Lin Feng's words were reasonable, so they didn't ask the Taoist to try again. The East Pole Child said, since we can't find the door of everlasting life, let's search slowly. Lin Feng said, actually, I have an idea. What idea? Everyone looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, the cultivators from Dragon Palace should have been here for some time. Perhaps they have already found some clues. We can search for them, and maybe we can find the door of everlasting life. Everyone's eyes lit up. They felt that Lin Feng's idea was feasible. The Taoist said, "Hee, then let me divine the location of those guys from Dragon Palace." Lin Feng and the others nodded. The Taoist performed a divination. The divination told them to head southeast, and they would find the Dragon Palace cultivators there. Lin Feng and the others flew southeast. As they went deeper into the southeast, Lin Feng and the others discovered that the density of the death energy was increasing. After 3 days, the death energy had formed a large amount of death fog that covered the sky. The fog could even block the senses of the cultivators outside. Visibility was also greatly reduced to about 100 meters. However, Lin Feng and the others still couldn't find the Dragon Palace cultivators. Could we have gone in the wrong direction? Six-Fingered Devil asked. The Taoist said, "Definitely not. This Taoist is very confident in his divination skills." About a day later, Lin Feng and the others met another group of cultivators. However, they weren't from Dragon Palace. The leader of the group was a cultivator with golden wings on his back. He had 3 eyes and was surrounded by lightning. This cultivator was definitely a terrifying existence. "East Pole Child, we meet again." The winged cultivator had a cold look in his eyes. East Pole Child's expression was very gloomy. She snorted and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. Perhaps this is what they mean by enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road?" Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that East Pole Child had been injured. Could it be related to this winged cultivator? This winged cultivator was very strange. His aura was terrifying, and his bloodline was tyrannical. However, Lin Feng didn't know what race he was from. There were too many ancient races in the celestial world. It was normal that Lin Feng didn't know many of them. "East Pole Child, you should know that cooperating with us is the best choice you can make. If you continue to be stubborn, I don't need to tell you what will happen. You know very well what will happen. Besides, you were able to escape last time because you were very lucky, but that kind of opportunity only comes once. There won't be a second time," said the winged cultivator with a cold smile. "No matter what methods you have, I'll take them." East Pole Child sneered. The winged cultivator didn't look at East Pole Child anymore. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, "Everyone, the Golden Winged Goblin God Clan and East Pole Child have some matters to settle. You can leave now. The Golden Winged Goblin God Clan won't make things difficult for you." The winged cultivator clearly wanted to drive a wedge between Lin Feng's group and East Pole Child. East Pole Child's expression became unsightly. When the others heard the name of the Golden Winged Goblin God Clan, their expressions changed. The Golden Winged Goblin God Clan was an ancient race that had transcended 5 epochs. They were unimaginably powerful. Thus, some people became hesitant. Was it worth it to offend the Golden Winged Goblin God Clan for East Pole Child? After all, they didn't have a deep relationship with East Pole Child. The winged cultivator was very satisfied with his plan to sow discord. He believed that the people in front of him were smart and knew what to do. "Who are you? Acting all self-righteous here is really annoying. If you want to fight, we'll keep you company. If not, just get the hell out of here. We still need to find the door of everlasting life. We don't have time to talk nonsense with you." Just when the atmosphere was in a deadlock, a voice rang out. It was Lin Feng. Everyone was shocked. They didn't think that Lin Feng would be the first to speak. Moreover, he was on East Pole Child's side. East Pole Child gave Lin Feng a deep look. She was also surprised by Lin Feng's attitude. Lin Feng, of course, had his own thoughts. Lin Feng had his own principles. He was an ally of the East Pole Tong Lao. He couldn't betray his ally. Lin Feng couldn't do that. Thus, Lin Feng's attitude was very firm. "That's right. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think we're afraid of you? The word fear doesn't exist in my dictionary. Even if the lords of the 33 heavens come, I'll still beat them up. What's more, you golden-winged goblin god clan overestimate yourselves. The sloppy Taoist priest couldn't help but sneer. After saying those pretentious words, he probably felt that he had gone too far, so he couldn't help but shrink his neck. His face was full of lingering fear. This guy's pretentious temperament was full of wretched temperament. He was also a clear stream in the world of pretentious posturing. Chapter 6197. After Lin Feng and Sloppy Taoist stood up, the others also felt that it was time to make a decision. They were allies with the East Pole Child, and Lin Feng and Sloppy Taoist had already shown that they were on the East Pole Child's side. Even if they didn't want to offend the golden-winged godly clan because of the East Pole Child, they had no choice but to stand by her side. Abandoning an ally at a time like this would cause great damage to their reputation. Obviously, this was something they couldn't accept. After all, reputation was too important to a person. If one's reputation was tarnished, it would be difficult to move in the world of cultivators in the future. It would be almost impossible to cooperate with others. I'm old, but I'm not afraid of trouble. Grandma Lihuan was the third to speak. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Ha ha! I, the six-fingered devil Zither, am never afraid of anyone." The six-fingered devil Zither burst into laughter. "My blade is already thirsty for blood." The old man took out a demonic blade. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the old man's weapon. The old man was old and skinny, but he was using a blade that looked like the green dragon crescent blade. Lin Feng was surprised. "I'd like to see the golden-winged godly clan's techniques too," said Dong Pu Pu. The others nodded. Even though they didn't have as many people as the golden-winged godly clan, Lin Feng and the others weren't ordinary people. They were strong, so the golden-winged godly clan's members were naturally afraid of them. The winged godly clan's members looked unsightly. He thought that Lin Feng and the others would leave, but he hadn't expected this. He knew that some of them had chosen to stay, not because of their good relationship with the East Pole Child, but because Lin Feng had been the first to speak, so the others didn't dare to betray their allies. If everyone didn't say anything and quietly left, no one would say anything. Even the East Pole Child wouldn't say anything. However, once someone decided to stay, the others would have to weigh the pros and cons. Because of this, the winged cultivator was gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Lin Feng, the initiator of all this. "Very well. You have offended my golden-winged demon god clan. Everyone, just wait and see what will happen next," the winged cultivator coldly said. Lin Feng and the others had chosen to stay behind. He no longer had any intentions of attacking the East Pole old lady. However, there were still some harsh words that needed to be said. The threat in these words was self-evident. The sloppy Taoist loudly cursed, "You bastard, who do you think you are? Come, spar with your Taoist grandpa, and see how your Taoist grandpa will teach you a lesson." The sloppy Taoist priest's words made the golden-winged demon god's expression turn even darker. However, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he led the group away. After the golden-winged demon god clan left, the East Pole Child said, "Everyone, thank you for standing by my side today. We are friends. It's only natural for us to help our friends. Don't stand on ceremony with us, elder child. If you do, it means that you don't treat us as friends." Everyone started talking at once. Since they had already offended the golden-winged demon god clan, they naturally had to think of a way to get closer to the East Pole Child. "If anyone encounters any trouble in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely lend a helping hand." Hearing this, many people's moods became better. After all, the East Pole Child's cultivation level was obvious, and her identity was mysterious. Being able to obtain a promise from her was already a great gain. Perhaps in the future, they would be able to use the East Pole Child. The group continued flying deeper into the forest. The East Pole Child came to Lin Feng's side and said softly, "Fellow Taoist Lin, thank you for your help this time." Actually, the East Pole Child knew that the others had only stepped forward to help her because Lin Feng had taken the lead and stood firmly on her side. Otherwise, the others might not have chosen to help her. What hadn't the East Pole Child seen before? She didn't hold a grudge against the others because they had still chosen to stand by her side in the end. She was very grateful to them, but it wasn't as deep as the gratitude she felt for Lin Feng. Adversity revealed a person's heart. Although she didn't know Lin Feng very well, based on what had happened before, Lin Feng had indeed impressed her. She felt that perhaps she could find a chance to talk to Lin Feng alone about the keepsake and what she wanted to do. However, now wasn't the time. Lin Feng said, "Don't be so polite, elder child. I believe that if any of us were in trouble, elder child would also step forward." The East Pole Child smiled bitterly. Does he really think so? Does he really think that people are that kind? The East Pole Child couldn't see through Lin Feng. After flying for a long time, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the door of everlasting life. This made everyone a little anxious. Time waited for no one, and they guessed that the cultivators outside might have already started fighting with the cultivators from the Dragon Palace. Once they started fighting, many people would take advantage of the chaos to come in. With so many cultivators looking for the door of everlasting life, if it escaped, no one would be able to obtain it. Now, everyone was eager to find the door of everlasting life. However, this didn't mean that they could find the door of everlasting life just because they wanted to. Things weren't as simple as they thought. Lin Feng felt that it was time to take out the heart compass to deduce the whereabouts of the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng took out the heart compass. When the sloppy Taoist saw Lin Feng take out the heart compass, he was very surprised. He said, "Is that a heart compass?" Lin Feng was surprised that the sloppy Taoist had recognized the heart compass. However, after thinking about it carefully, the sloppy Taoist was considered a knowledgeable person. It was normal for him to recognize the heart compass. The others didn't know much about it. The heart compass was too precious. If news of it leaked out, it would be a great threat to Lin Feng's safety. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Lin Feng wasn't willing to use the heart compass in front of outsiders, but he had no other choice. The Sage Marten didn't appear. However, Lin Feng didn't need the Sage Marten to deduce the location of the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng could do it alone. The needle on the heart compass spun quickly and finally stopped, pointing to the front left. After trying 10 times, it pointed to the front left 6 times. The heart compass wasn't 100% accurate, but it had a higher probability. If it pointed to the front left 6 times, it had a 60% probability. In fact, this probability wasn't low. Lin Feng said, "There's a slight deviation from our previous route, but it's not too big. Let's go to the front left and see if we can find the door of everlasting life." Everyone nodded. Then, they quickly flew to the front left. About 2 days later, Lin Feng and the others saw an island appear in front of them. The island was sealed by a powerful death energy. After arriving here, Lin Feng suddenly realized that the phantom image of the door of everlasting life he had condensed was fluctuating slightly. Lin Feng was shocked. This should be a special reaction, right? Could it be that the door of everlasting life was on the island? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He said, "The door of everlasting life is most likely on the island." Really? Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, and their breathing became hurried. Seeing Lin Feng nod seriously, everyone became incomparably excited. "Let's go in and take a look," the sloppy Taoist said impatiently. "Be careful, the Dragon Palace might have set up some ambushes inside," Lin Feng reminded. Everyone nodded and flew towards the island. They passed through the area enveloped by the powerful death energy. Just as they passed through this area, a dense number of magic treasures were already charging towards Lin Feng and the others. Fortunately, Lin Feng and the others were prepared and quickly took out their defensive magic treasures. All kinds of powerful magic treasures bombarded Lin Feng and the others' defensive magic treasures, sending Lin Feng and the others flying. Fortunately, they were not injured. At this time, Lin Feng and the others discovered that there was an army of more than 1,000 cultivators in front of them. They were all from the Dragon Palace, and they were not ordinary cultivators. They were the most elite cultivators of the Dragon Palace. They were extremely powerful, and when they attacked together, they displayed a terrifying battle strength. "We've really found the right place." After seeing the cultivators of the Dragon Palace, the group was not surprised, but happy. "Attack!" East Pole Child shouted in a deep voice. Although they were few in number, their cultivation was strong, so if they really fought, they would not be afraid of the enemy. Of course, the main reason was that the enemy was too small. Only 1,000 cultivators, even if they were an elite cultivator army, would have a hard time against Lin Feng and the others. Unless there was an elite cultivator army of around 10,000 cultivators attacking together, they would be able to exert a lot of pressure on Lin Feng and the others. Now it was far from enough. "Kill!" The leader of the cultivator army shouted coldly. The 1,000 cultivators attacked Lin Feng and the others together, but their attacks were blocked by Lin Feng and the others' magic treasures. Then, Lin Feng and the others quickly rushed into the cultivator army and fought with the cultivators. After the cultivators were attacked by Lin Feng and the others, the cultivators' battle strength was greatly reduced. Puff, 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 tearing sounds were heard one after another, and people were constantly being killed. Not long after, dozens of cultivators were killed by Lin Feng and the others. The cultivator army commander shouted coldly, "We are the cultivator army of the Dragon Palace. You will not have a good ending if you go against the Dragon Palace." So what if it's the Dragon Palace? The end of the world has come, and anyone who dares to stop us from obtaining opportunities will die. East Pole Child said coldly. She quickly attacked the cultivator army commander and fought with him. What shocked Lin Feng was that the powerful cultivator army commander only lasted 3 rounds before he was killed by East Pole Child. East Pole Child's battle strength was strong enough to shock Lin Feng. After the cultivator army commander was killed, the cultivators were thrown into chaos. A portion of them fled, but most of them were killed by Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng and the others did not care about the fleeing cultivators. Time was of the essence, so they quickly went deeper into the island. In the depths of the island, holy light intertwined and formed a unique minor world. Lin Feng said, "The door of everlasting life is most likely in this world of light." The group nodded and tried to go deeper into the holy light. However, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get past it. It was as if there was an invisible force blocking them. This force was quite special, and Lin Feng guessed that it was the special energy coming from the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng and the others frowned because they couldn't get close to the world of light. While everyone was frowning, East Pole Child took out an item. It was a crystalline flying shuttle. This shuttle is called the Shuttle of Will. Rumor has it that it was created by a celestial master. When you transmit your thoughts to the Shuttle of Will, it will take you to where you want to go. Of course, I've tried it a few times, but it's not as magical as the legends say. But even so, the door of everlasting life is not far from here. It shouldn't be too difficult for the Shuttle of Will to bring us there. East Pole Child explained. Lin Feng was slightly moved after hearing this. The Shuttle of Will was only 1 word away from the door of Will. Moreover, East Pole Child also said that this shuttle came from a certain heavenly master. Could it be a powerful treasure created by Mu Shohan as well? Thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be a possibility. The rest of the people were very happy. Previously, they were still worried about how to enter the world of holy light. Now they saw hope. Lin Feng and the others entered the shuttle. The shuttle turned into a powerful defensive light which protected everybody. Then, the East Pole old lady's mind flickered, and the shuttle flew towards the holy light world. Lin Feng's group became nervous. They didn't know if the shuttle could take them there or not. The result was a pleasant surprise for Lin Feng's group, because the shuttle really did take them to the outside of the world of light. After a dozen breaths of time, the shuttle successfully passed through the light and entered the world of light. This world was indeed a self-contained space. It was quite large. Lin Feng and the others gazed into the depths of the world and saw a gigantic stone gate. That stone gate seemed to be everlasting. When the earth and sky were destroyed, it wouldn't be destroyed. When the epoch was destroyed, it would be everlasting. That stone door was the legendary door of everlasting life. Chapter 6198. Ha 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 ha, we really found the door of everlasting life. We've obtained a great opportunity, said Yi Futian. We're really going to be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. I didn't think that I would get such an opportunity. Many people were shouting excitedly. This was the door of everlasting life, a huge opportunity. No matter who it was, finding the door of everlasting life was an uncontrollable joy. Because the door of everlasting life was too important. It was not an exaggeration to say that the door of everlasting life was one of the most important opportunities in life. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to obtain something from the door of everlasting life. This was not an easy task. After all, there were people in history who found the door of everlasting life but did not obtain anything. From what Lin Feng knew so far, after finding the door of everlasting life, the greatest opportunity was to enter the inner world of the door of everlasting life. Within the door of everlasting life, there were countless of treasures and opportunities. The secrets of immortality were all recorded within. After entering, if one were to obtain these treasures, it would be impossible for one not to soar through the skies. Lin Feng wanted to go to the door of everlasting life, because there were cursing stones in the door of everlasting life that could dissolve curses. If Lin Feng went to the door of everlasting life and found the cursing stones, he wouldn't even need to wait until his blood had undergone the 10th transformation. He would be able to successfully dissolve his curse. Lin Feng was extremely excited. However, Lin Feng did not know whether he could enter the door of everlasting life or not. When he arrived at the door of everlasting life, he would try to see if he could enter. If he could not, then there was another way for cultivators to obtain great benefits, and that was to comprehend the door of everlasting life. The benefits of comprehending the door of everlasting life naturally could not compare to the benefits inside, but there was no other way. Of course, the benefits could not compare to the benefits inside the door of everlasting life, but that was only relative. In reality, the benefits of comprehending the door of everlasting life were still shocking. For example, comprehending powerful mystiques, immortal scriptures, and so on. For example, one's own Tao, immortal scriptures, and mystiques would be greatly improved. Everyone present knew what benefits they would get from the door of everlasting life, so they did not stop. They were all excited as they flew towards the door of everlasting life. As they got closer to the door of everlasting life, Lin Feng and the others felt a powerful Tao energy lingering between heaven and earth. This was the purest Tao. Lin Feng felt that his own Tao, immortal scriptures, and mystiques were about to be activated. It was a comfortable feeling. When Lin Feng and the others arrived near the door of everlasting life, they saw that the door of everlasting life was surrounded by white fog. In the white fog, there were layers of white jade step. Cultivators could not fly to the door of everlasting life, but they could land on the white jade steps and walk towards the door of everlasting life step by step. Lin Feng and the others landed at the top of the flight of stairs. They suddenly had a strange feeling. They had the feeling they were mortals, and now they were in the residence of a celestial being, and they were on the celestial flight of stairs. As long as they climbed up the immortal stairs, they would be able to see the mysterious immortals. This feeling was not bad. However, Lin Feng did not let the current situation go to his head. He said, "The experts of the Dragon Palace must have arrived. Everyone be careful." Everyone nodded. Everyone was filled with excitement and caution as they walked up. After about 1,000 steps, they arrived at a platform paved with white jade. At the end of the platform was the door of everlasting life. However, the door was currently tightly shut. Lin Feng and the others saw more than 10 cultivators sitting cross-legged and cultivating. These cultivators were obviously from the Dragon Palace. The arrival of Lin Feng and the others could not be hidden from the cultivators of the Dragon Palace. After seeing Lin Feng and the others, several cultivators of the Dragon Palace stood up. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Obviously, they did not welcome Lin Feng and the others. It made sense. The cultivators of the Dragon Palace wanted to monopolize the opportunities here. It would be strange if they were happy to see Lin Feng and the others. An old man sitting cross-legged said something. The cultivators of the Dragon Palace who stood up sat down again, ignoring Lin Feng and the others. It's not good to fight in front of the door of everlasting life. Otherwise, the door of everlasting life will be scared away. Therefore, these cultivators of the Dragon Palace will not attack us. Let's quickly find a place to comprehend the door of everlasting life. East Pole Child said. Lin Feng and the others nodded. They found a place to sit down cross-legged, but because they had to be vigilant against the cultivators of the Dragon Palace, Lin Feng had set up some deployment spells. If the cultivators of the Dragon Palace wanted to attack them while they were practicing, the deployment spells would activate. At that time, they would be able to sense it. Then, Lin Feng began to comprehend the door of everlasting life. In fact, Lin Feng was not particularly unfamiliar with comprehending the door of everlasting life. After all, it was not the first time Lin Feng had comprehended the door of everlasting life. The only difference was that the last time he comprehended the door of everlasting life, he used his spiritual energy to comprehend the door of everlasting life. This time, he sat directly beside the door of everlasting life. Obviously, this time, the comprehension of the door of everlasting life would be more direct. Lin Feng extended his spiritual will and tried to touch the door of everlasting life. It was an incomparably ancient wall. Lin Feng found that every inch of the door of everlasting life seemed to be branded with countless runes. Every inch seemed to hide countless great daos. The door of everlasting life was indeed too extraordinary. How many secrets it held, perhaps no one knew. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have formed a special connection with the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng suddenly realized that the door of everlasting life seemed to have disappeared. It appeared in front of him. It was a cultivator. It was a cultivator surrounded by holy light. The cultivator's appearance could not be seen clearly. However, although he could not see clearly what the cultivator looked like, the cultivator gave off a sacred and inviolable feeling. He seemed to be the incarnation of the door of everlasting life. He seemed to be the incarnation of the great Tao. He was so mysterious. He was so extraordinary. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all things as straw dogs. Saints were heartless and treated the people as straw dogs. Between heaven and earth there was nothing? Empty but unyielding. Move and recover. Words were useless. It was better to defend. The grain god was undying. The door of Xianpin was the root of heaven and earth. It was as if it existed and was not used frequently. Everlasting. Heaven and earth could live for a long time. It could live forever because it did not exist on its own. It was because the saint's body came first, and the body came first. The body existed. Not because it was selfless and evil. Therefore, it could become selfish. It was as good as water. Water benefited all things but did not compete. It was the evil of everyone, so it was close to the Tao. It lived in a good place, had a good heart, was benevolent, trustworthy, good governance, good ability, and good timing. A man did not compete, so there was nothing else. At this moment, this mysterious existence actually opened his mouth and began to recite scriptures. These were not simple scriptures. These scriptures seemed to contain an endless amount of great Tao. And Lin Feng was completely immersed in these great Tao. He was like a person who had not drunk water for many days and was extremely thirsty. He suddenly found a lot of water. Then he began to drink the water like a whale sucking in water. He was like a person who had not eaten for many days but suddenly found a table of delicious food. He began to wolf down these delicacies. This was a desire. He longed to become stronger. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng's Tao, Immortal Sutra, and divine abilities were all beginning to improve. The first to transform were the divine abilities. There were many top divine abilities of the 3,000 great Taos, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation, and various relatively ordinary divine abilities. No matter what kind of divine ability it was, at this moment, they all began to transform towards the great perfection level. Of course, originally, around 70 to 80% of Lin Feng's divine abilities had already reached the great perfection level. It was mainly the 6 paths of reincarnation and other divine abilities that were still some distance away from the great perfection level. But now, the opportunity that Lin Feng had obtained was too extraordinary. Even divine abilities of the 6 paths of reincarnation were beginning to reach the great perfection level. The Immortal Sutra was no exception. They were all evolving towards the great perfection level. And Lin Feng's Tao was also evolving towards the great perfection level. It was really a comprehensive evolution and improvement. Even Lin Feng's cultivation level was constantly improving due to the improvement of his Tao, Immortal Sutra, and divine abilities. Originally, Lin Feng's cultivation level was at the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. It did not take long for him to reach the 8th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. As time passed, he reached the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. And this improvement was still continuing. No one knew how much time had passed. All of Lin Feng's divine abilities had all reached the great perfection level. All of Lin Feng's Immortal Sutra had all reached the great perfection level. Although Lin Feng's Tao had not reached the great perfection level, it had reached the peak of the great perfection level. It was only a step away from the great perfection level. As for Lin Feng's cultivation level, it had directly broken through to the Saint Ruler realm. He had reached the Divine Saint realm, and it was the 3rd heavenly layer of Divine Saint realm. Perhaps it was because of the door of everlasting life, but this time, Lin Feng did not even undergo the tribulation. Could it be that the door of everlasting life blocked the lightning tribulation? That was indeed a possibility. After all, the door of everlasting life was just too extraordinary. It could block the lightning tribulation. Lin Feng was not surprised at all. Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased too much this time. From the 7th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler realm to the 3rd heavenly layer of Divine Saint realm, he had broken through a major realm in between. If it was calculated in terms of minor realms, he had broken through 6 minor realms. It was indeed shocking. Ever since Lin Feng had started cultivating, he had never broken through so many realms in one go. Moreover, this breakthrough was extremely different. After all, Lin Feng's cultivation level was already very high. Breaking through one minor realm was already a very difficult thing, let alone breaking through so many realms in one go. Therefore, this breakthrough was extremely shocking. Even Lin Feng felt like he was dreaming. Lin Feng felt like he was in a dream. At this time, an earth-shattering sound came from the sky. Everyone was startled awake. They opened their eyes and found that the door of everlasting life was shaking violently. Not good, the door of everlasting life is leaving. Her expression suddenly changed. She had gained a lot from comprehending the door of everlasting life, but she wanted more. Now, the door of everlasting life was about to leave. This made her extremely depressed. Lin Feng was actually a bit depressed because he couldn't enter the door of everlasting life. There were so many treasures and secrets inside, including the curse stone that could dissolve his curse. Therefore, if possible, Lin Feng really wanted to go inside. But now, it seemed like his hopes were dashed. It was too difficult to see the door of everlasting life. He didn't know if he would be able to see the door of everlasting life again before the end of the epoch. If he could, Lin Feng felt that he might be able to find a way to enter the door of everlasting life. Fuck, I'm at a critical moment in my cultivation, but the door of everlasting life is leaving. This is so depressing. The sloppy Taoist said gloomily. The rest of the people didn't look too good either. In fact, everyone had gotten a lot of benefits, but finding the door of everlasting life was too difficult. Many of them felt that this might be the only chance in their lives, so they naturally wanted to get as many benefits as possible. The cultivators from Dragon Palace didn't look too good either. Lin Feng was a bit shaken. Looks like the cultivators from Dragon Palace didn't enter the door of everlasting life either. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng knew that the Red World Fairy had seen the door of everlasting life a long time ago. The Red World Fairy was a terrifying woman, so could she have entered the door of everlasting life? This was the Red World Fairy's secret. However, Lin Feng's heart burned when he thought of the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng had always been obsessed with conquering the Red World Fairy. Now, his cultivation had skyrocketed. All kinds of divine abilities, immortal sutras, and perfection. His own Tao was also at the peak of perfection. It was unimaginable how much his combat power had increased. Lin Feng couldn't wait to see the Red World Fairy. It was time to show off his masculinity. The East Pole Maiden said, "Let's leave quickly." Lin Feng came back to his senses. It was indeed time to leave because the door of everlasting life was about to disappear. This was a world created by the door of everlasting life. If they didn't leave quickly, who knew what would happen later? Lin Feng and the others quickly flew outside. It wasn't just Lin Feng and the others. The cultivators from Dragon Palace also quickly flew outside. As Lin Feng and the others flew outside, they saw another group of cultivators. This group of cultivators was none other than the cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan. Lin Feng frowned slightly. No wonder the door of everlasting life was about to disappear. It seemed that the cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan had come looking for it. According to the East Pole Maiden, the door of everlasting life didn't like too many people. First, the cultivators from Dragon Palace came. Then, the cultivators from Dragon Palace came. They had probably reached the limit of what the door of everlasting life could endure. When more people came, the door of everlasting life chose to disappear. When he thought of this, Lin Feng was really depressed. If only the cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan had come a little later. Damn it, the door of everlasting life is about to disappear. Why is this happening? We just arrived. Don't disappear, don't disappear. Many cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan became excited. They really couldn't accept that the door of everlasting life would disappear right after they found it. They had spent so much effort, encountered so many dangers, and even lost more than 10 experts when they passed through the restrictions outside. They had paid so much, but they didn't get anything in return. They were going crazy. Actually, if these fellows hadn't found the door of everlasting life, they wouldn't have been so depressed. The key was that they had found the door of everlasting life, but they hadn't obtained any opportunities. This was the biggest blow to them. There was one more thing. It didn't matter if it was the cultivators from Dragon Palace. It was Lin Feng and the others who had benefited greatly. They were the only ones who hadn't. This made them feel even more unbalanced. Lin Feng and the others ignored the cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan. They moved very quickly because Lin Feng and the others knew that Dragon Palace was likely to find trouble with them. In addition, the golden-winged demon god clan had a grudge with the East Pole Maiden, so they had to leave quickly. If they were blocked by the cultivators from both sides, it would be terrible. The cultivators from Dragon Palace looked coldly at the cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan. They knew that the door of everlasting life had disappeared because of the arrival of the golden-winged demon god clan. However, they didn't want to argue with the golden-winged demon god clan because the golden-winged demon god clan was a force that Dragon Palace didn't want to offend easily. However, the cultivators outside were either unaffiliated cultivators or their forces weren't as strong as the golden-winged demon god clan. The cultivators from Dragon Palace weren't willing to let Lin Feng and the others go. They sped up and chased after Lin Feng and the others. "Let's go," the golden-winged demon god clan cultivator with wings on his back said coldly. He also quickly chased after Lin Feng and the others. The other cultivators from the golden-winged demon god clan followed closely behind. Lin Feng and the others flew out first. "I still have something to do. Let's part ways here." The sloppy Taoist quickly flew into the distance. The others did the same. They all said their goodbyes and quickly left. "I believe we'll have a chance to meet again." The East Pole Maiden looked at Lin Feng and said meaningfully. She didn't stop and quickly flew in a direction. Lin Feng didn't stop either. He also quickly left this place. This was the Sea of the Gods. Lin Feng planned to find the immortal island left behind by the Blue Phoenix. Chapter 6199. Not long after, some cultivators quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng discovered that they were cultivators from Dragon Palace. There were a total of 3 of them, and they were very powerful. He had seen these 3 people when he was comprehending the door of everlasting life. Presumably, these 3 people should be the higher-ups of Dragon Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the opportunity to comprehend the door of everlasting life. Lin Feng actually didn't want to further antagonize Dragon Palace. However, the people of Dragon Palace obviously didn't want to let Lin Feng go. Therefore, these people chased after him. Lin Feng guessed that some of them should have gone after East Pole Child, Sloppy Taoist, and the others. He just didn't know how they were doing over there. Lin Feng's speed was very fast. It wasn't difficult to shake off these people. Lin Feng sped up and shook off the 3 cultivators from Dragon Palace. He flew in the direction indicated by the heart compass for 3 days, but he didn't find the rumored Qingluan Immortal Island. This made Lin Feng a little depressed. He didn't know if he was looking in the wrong direction. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be looking in the wrong direction. Lin Feng often trusted the heart compass's speculation. However, everything was hard to say. The heart compass wasn't omnipotent. Lin Feng deduced again. The result was still in the direction indicated before. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move slightly. Was the direction correct? He continued to look. If he really couldn't find it, he could go to other places to look. Lin Feng continued to search in the direction indicated by the heart compass. After about a day, Lin Feng found something strange. He found himself in a sea area, constantly circling around. This made Lin Feng surprised. In fact, at the very beginning, Lin Feng didn't discover this situation. The reason why he discovered this was that Lin Feng paid attention to the characteristics of the places he passed by. The reason why he did this was that Lin Feng had encountered some similar things before. Because of some magnetic field or restriction, he fell into some special environment and couldn't find a way out. After discovering the special situation here, Lin Feng's face showed joy because he felt that there must be a reason for such a strange situation. Although it wasn't necessarily caused by Qingluan Immortal Island, there must be some secrets behind this matter. Lin Feng was now very interested in unearthing the secrets here. Lin Feng opened his Eye of Origin to observe some of the surrounding situations. The Eye of Origin was very special. It could see through all illusions and directly look at the origin of all matter. Now, Lin Feng's Eye of Origin was getting more and more powerful with the improvement of his cultivation. Therefore, Lin Feng still trusted his Eye of Origin. And the Eye of Origin was indeed extraordinary. It actually allowed Lin Feng to see some strange places. Lin Feng discovered that this sea area seemed to be formed by 7 layers of space overlapping together. In addition to the overlapping space, there was also an extremely powerful magnetic field that distorted the surrounding space. The laws made this place very strange. It was no wonder that he had been wandering around this place before. If it wasn't for the Eye of Origin, he wouldn't have been able to discover the secrets of this place. But now it seemed that the result was quite good. Lin Feng relied on the extraordinary Eye of Origin to pass through this special sea area. In front of him, another sea area appeared. This sea area was completely different from the other sea areas. The other sea areas were full of the power of death. It was as if he had entered the world of the dead. Even some islands were bare without any vegetation. However, this place was full of vitality. Looking from afar, there was a huge island with lush vegetation on it. Birds were singing and the fragrance of flowers was fragrant. Immortal chi lingered in the air and auspicious clouds spurted out. It was simply a place of cultivation for immortals. This should be the immortal island left behind by Venerable Qingluan, right? Lin Feng couldn't help but think. He felt that this should be the case. Lin Feng increased his speed. It didn't take long for Lin Feng to arrive on the island. He could feel that this island was extraordinary. This island had a special aura. This aura was similar to the aura emitted by the creatures of the Phoenix clan. Lin Feng flew towards the depths of the island. He discovered that there was a dojo in the depths of the island. There was a huge statue erected outside the dojo. There were some words below the statue. Lin Feng didn't know what was written. "Demon Lord, do you recognize these words?" Lin Feng asked through voice transmission. The Demon Lord said, "These are the words of the ancient Phoenix clan. They are very mysterious and special. Only the cultivators of the Phoenix clan can recognize them. I don't know what these words are either. However, since they are the words of the ancient Phoenix clan, this means that this is indeed the dojo left behind by Venerable Qingluan." Lin Feng's main purpose of looking for Venerable Qingluan was to find some special treasures to cultivate his Phoenix grimoire to a higher level. That way, the success rate of using Phoenix Nirvana would be greatly increased. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a great opportunity like the Gate of Everlasting Life? This time, Lin Feng's Phoenix grimoire had already reached the Great Perfection realm. As for the success rate of using Phoenix Nirvana, it had also increased by a large margin. It was about a 30% success rate. In fact, this was already very high. However, Lin Feng wasn't satisfied. After all, a 30% success rate wasn't enough to make Lin Feng feel at ease. If it could be raised to a 50% success rate, then he would feel slightly more at ease. Moreover, with the Sovereign Emperor clan's rebirth technique, the chances of him returning from a calamity would be greatly increased. At that moment, Lin Feng's Phoenix scripture had already reached the maximum level. If he wanted to increase the level of the Phoenix scripture to increase the strength of the Nirvana of the Phoenix, it would be impossible. Therefore, he had to think of another way. For example, he could find some special items. These special items might be able to increase the success rate of using Phoenix Nirvana. However, Lin Feng didn't know if he could find these special items. He would have to search for them first. Lin Feng walked towards the depths of the dojo. There were a few palaces in the depths of the dojo. One of them was the main palace, while the others were all side palaces. Lin Feng went to check the side palaces, but he couldn't find anything special. This disappointed Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng arrived outside the main palace. The side palaces didn't have any restrictions. However, the main palace was protected by an extremely powerful restriction. This surprised Lin Feng. Lin Feng spent a day to break the restriction. Then, Lin Feng entered the main palace. When Lin Feng entered the main palace, a black energy suddenly flew towards Lin Feng. The black energy flew into Lin Feng's mind. Suddenly, Lin Feng found that he couldn't move his body. This made his expression change abruptly. P.S. My condition isn't very good. This chapter has fewer words. Chapter 6200. Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but sink. He didn't know what that black energy was, but it was extremely strange, so it had to have a strange origin. He. Suddenly, Lin Feng heard a sinister laughter coming from the black energy. Lin Feng frowned. Such a sinister laughter didn't sound like the voice of a good person. It seemed like the remnant soul of an ancient expert was inside the black energy. I didn't expect that someone would come here. Moreover, it's such a perfect body. That's great. I'm going to seize your body. Then, I'll be able to come back. The voice of the terrifying existence was filled with excitement. Obviously, it was in complete control of everything. After it finished speaking, it quickly flew towards Lin Feng's soul. It wanted to devour Lin Feng's soul. The remnant soul of the ancient expert had a very special power. This power almost made Lin Feng lose control of his body. However, he had already recovered. After all, Lin Feng had extraordinary means. It wasn't difficult for him to regain control of his body. When Lin Feng regained control of his body, the remnant soul of the ancient expert had already arrived at the primal chaos ancient lamp. Lin Feng's soul was inside the primal chaos ancient lamp. The remnant soul of the ancient expert wanted to invade Lin Feng's primal chaos ancient lamp. However, at this moment, the primal chaos ancient lamp swept out rays of holy light. The primal chaos ancient lamp was an extremely powerful treasure. It was Lin Feng's first life treasure. As Lin Feng's cultivation increased, the power of these treasures also increased. As for the remnant soul of the ancient expert, how could it resist Lin Feng's attack? Therefore, when the remnant soul of the ancient expert was attacked by the primal chaos ancient lamp, it immediately suffered a serious injury. The remnant soul of the ancient expert howled in pain. However, its means were really not simple. The primal chaos ancient lamp couldn't stop it. The black energy quickly flew out and turned into the appearance of a cultivator. This cultivator was thin and emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. It gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. After seeing this cultivator's appearance, Lin Feng was even more certain that this guy was not a good person when he was alive. The face of this cultivator was actually very reasonable in many cases. This guy's face didn't look like a good person. I'm very curious. Who are you? Why are you here? Lin Feng looked at the thin cultivator and asked. At this moment, the thin cultivator's face didn't look good because he felt that it should be easy to seize Lin Feng's body. However, he failed to do so. This made him feel a little bad. All kinds of plans were rolling in his mind. The corners of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile and he said, "Since you've come to the dojo of Venerable Qing Luan, there's no harm in telling you my identity. I'm Venerable Qing Luan's eldest disciple, Venerable Hongjing." Venerable Hongjing? Lin Feng repeated the name. He was actually muttering in his heart because this guy in front of him didn't look like a venerable immortal. He looked more like a heinous devil. I hope you can understand my feelings. I've been trapped in this place for too many years. When I saw someone come in, I couldn't wait to seize their body and regain my life. I know it's difficult for you to forgive me, but I'm a person who likes to make deals. I can take you to a place where there are many treasures. However, you have to forgive me before I can take you there. Venerable Hongjing's words were very sincere, but to be honest, Lin Feng was actually a little worried. Why did he say that? Because Lin Feng felt that Venerable Hongjing didn't look like a good person. Moreover, he had made a bad impression on Lin Feng because of his sneak attack. This impression was obviously difficult to change in a short period of time. Therefore Lin Feng didn't really believe Venerable Hongjing's words. Lin Feng was now very strong. He wasn't afraid of Venerable Hongjing. Therefore, Lin Feng wondered if he should suppress Venerable Hongjing now. However, Lin Feng changed his mind and gave up on this idea. He couldn't figure out Venerable Hongjing's strength. If he attacked immediately, if Venerable Hongjing had some special and powerful means, he might not be able to suppress Venerable Hongjing at all. At that time, this guy might run away. Lin Feng felt that this Venerable Hongjing should really know some secrets here. He couldn't let him run away. Therefore, Lin Feng intended to feign civility with Venerable Hongjing and see what this guy was up to. However, no matter what this guy was up to, Lin Feng would be able to deal with it calmly after he was fully prepared. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled and said, "It's better to make friends than enemies. I came here to seek an opportunity, not to make enemies. Therefore, Venerable Hongjing, don't worry. If I get an opportunity, I will definitely not make things difficult for you." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Venerable Hongjing seemed very happy. He said, "I believe that an expert like you will keep your word. Come with me now." As soon as Venerable Hongjing finished speaking, he took the lead and flew toward a pillar on the first floor of the hall. He patted the pillar and then led Lin Feng to the second floor of the hall. Then, he patted another pillar. Next, they went to the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, and 10th floors of the hall. Every time he entered a hall, Venerable Hongjing would pat one of the pillars. After patting a pillar on the 10th floor of the hall, an array diagram appeared in the center of the hall. The array diagram emitted violent fluctuations and turned into a teleportation array. After seeing the teleportation array, Lin Feng's face suddenly showed an extremely surprised expression. What a powerful method! Lin Feng couldn't help but praise inwardly. The cultivator who invented this teleportation array was really a genius. Obviously, the medium to activate the teleportation array was to lightly pat 10 pillars. Only then would the teleportation array appear. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of such a thing. "Brother, please follow me into the teleportation array. We will be teleported to a parallel space. This parallel space was created by my master, the Venerable Qing Luan. It's very extraordinary. That place is where my master secluded himself for cultivation. At the same time, it's also the place where my master stored many treasures," said Venerable Hongjing. Venerable Hongjing said, "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and followed Venerable Hongjing into the teleportation array. As soon as they entered, the teleportation array emitted violent fluctuations. Then, Lin Feng and Venerable Hongjing were teleported out of the teleportation array. When they reappeared, Lin Feng found himself in the middle of a huge mountain. This place should be a place of cultivation. The layout of the mountain was simple. There were a few cultivation rooms. Lin Feng asked, "How did the Venerable Qing Luan fall?" "Qi deviation." Venerable Hongjing sighed. "Qi deviation." Venerable Hongjing sighed. Lin Feng continued asking, "Is the skeleton still here?" "Yes, I'll take you there to have a look," Venerable Hongjing said. Lin Feng nodded. Venerable Hongjing walked towards a stone room. Lin Feng followed closely behind. Venerable Hongjing opened the door of the room and took the lead to enter. Lin Feng also entered and found a corpse inside. The corpse had already turned into a skeleton. "Is this the corpse of the Venerable Qing Luan?" Lin Feng asked. At this moment, Venerable Hongjing laughed strangely. Suddenly, the stone door rumbled and closed. Venerable Hongjing's body became illusory and disappeared in the next moment. Venerable Hongjing appeared outside. "Are you plotting against me?" Lin Feng asked. Venerable Hongjing said, "Yes, I'm plotting against you. You're too stupid to be fooled so easily. That stone room can even trap experts that have surpassed their cultivation level. Once you're trapped inside, you won't be able to get out. Ha 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 ha! Venerable Immortal Hongjing laughed arrogantly. He was extremely satisfied with his own methods. He had been able to make Lin Feng run in circles, which made him feel extremely excited. Lin Feng didn't get angry. Instead, he said slowly, "You still haven't told me if this corpse belongs to the Venerable Qing Luan." "Of course not," Venerable Hongjing said hatefully. "This is my corpse." Lin Feng asked, "Where's the Venerable Qing Luan's corpse?" Venerable Hongjing said coldly, "It turned into a rainbow and dispersed long ago." Lin Feng said, "So you're saying that you're the one who killed the Venerable Qing Luan?" Venerable Hongjing said hatefully. "That's right. I killed him. He deserved to die. He deserved to die 1,000 times, no 10,000 times." "Can you tell me what happened back then?" Lin Feng asked. Venerable Hongjing's face was extremely gloomy. He said, "I've been cultivating with the Venerable Qing Luan since I was a child. I'm the only disciple of the Venerable Qing Luan. The Venerable Qing Luan's daughter and I were childhood sweethearts. However, when I pleaded with the Venerable Qing Luan, he refused and even married his daughter to an outsider. I've been working like a horse for so many years, yet he still treated me like this. Therefore, I found an opportunity and put a special poison in his spirit tea. However, I didn't expect that the old bastard's cultivation to be so strong. The poison was so deep and terrifying. It even destroyed my body. Fortunately, the old bastard couldn't hold on any longer and died in the end." When Lin Feng heard Hongjing, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know whether Hongjing was telling the truth or not, but Lin Feng could guess what had happened. "Let me guess," said Lin Feng. "All right, let me guess," said Hongjing. "You're probably an orphan who was adopted by the Venerable Qing Luan when you were a child. Then, the Venerable Qing Luan taught you how to cultivate. As for you, you're secretly in love with the Venerable Qing Luan's daughter. Later, you proposed marriage to the Venerable Qing Luan, but the Venerable Qing Luan refused your proposal. I guess the Venerable Qing Luan must have seen through your immoral conduct, so he refused your proposal. If even the Venerable Qing Luan could see through your immoral conduct, let alone your junior sister. Because women are usually sensitive, their perception is far superior to others. Since the Venerable Qing Luan could see through your immoral conduct, then it's even more normal for your junior sister to see through your immoral conduct as well. It's strange for her to agree to your proposal. As for your junior sister, she comes from a good family and should be quite beautiful, so she won't lack suitors. Maybe someone finally captured her heart, and then the Venerable Blue Phoenix was quite satisfied with this future son-in-law, so in the end, she agreed to this marriage. As for you, you hated your master very much. I have to say that you're really not a good person. You didn't feel grateful for the Venerable Qing Luan's kindness of giving you a new life. Instead, you killed him to vent your anger. You didn't expect the Venerable Qing Luan to be so powerful. Before he died, he killed you. However, the Venerable Qing Luan didn't completely destroy your soul. That's why you still have a remnant of your soul. Enough. Shut up." Not knowing if Lin Feng had guessed the whole story correctly, Venerable Hongjing roared in exasperation. Lin Feng said, "What's wrong?" "So many years have passed. You're still so mad after hearing about this matter? A pitiful person must have a hateful side. However, a person like you isn't pitiful, only hateful. You're simply a heartless bastard." Venerable Hongjing's face was filled with malevolence. He said coldly, "Brat, you seem to have forgotten your current fate. You still dare to provoke me here. If a person is as stupid as you, he's destined to not have a good ending." At this moment, a voice suddenly resounded behind Venerable Hongjing. "Is that so? Do you think you can trick me?" After hearing the voice, Venerable Hongjing's expression changed greatly. He turned around and saw Lin Feng standing behind him. He found it hard to believe. Lin Feng should have been trapped in the stone room. Why did he suddenly come out? Lin Feng said with a smile, "You're wondering why I'm outside, aren't you?" Venerable Hongjing's lips twitched. He really wanted to say yes. However, it was difficult for him to say it now. Lin Feng said, "Because I know you're up to no good. That's why I've always been on guard against you. When you opened the stone door and entered first, I used the great duplication technique to duplicate an identical body. However, obviously, your ability isn't enough to discover that the body I've duplicated is fake. My original body is hidden in the void. Then, you thought that you're in control of everything. Actually, it's really laughable." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Venerable Hongjing's expression darkened. Zun Hongjing looked glum. Surprisingly, Lin Feng had plotted against him, which infuriated him. However, no matter how angry he was, he had no choice but to face Lin Feng now. He knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with, but he calmed down a little when he thought that this was Venerable Hongjing's cultivation cave. He sneered and said, "Don't be complacent too early. After coming to this cave, you'll have to lie down even if you're a dragon or a tiger." As soon as his voice faded, Venerable Hongjing made a series of hand seals. Rays of divine light flew towards the 4 stone doors. Then, numerous runes appeared on the 4 stone doors. The runes came to life and shot out terrifying attacks towards Lin Feng. "Humph!" Lin Feng snorted coldly, allowing the attacks to reach him. When the terrifying attacks were about to hit Lin Feng's body, the void around Lin Feng distorted violently. Those attacks were instantly neutralized. How is this possible? Venerable Hongjing's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't expect Lin Feng to display such a tyrannical divine ability. His body became illusory again, just like before. It seemed like he wanted to use this very special method to escape. Lin Feng had seen this secret technique before, so he knew how strange it was. He wasn't prepared when he faced it for the first time, but this was the second time he faced it. Lin Feng had already prepared for it. He cast out the void confinement technique, trying to stop Venerable Hongjing from leaving. However, the result wasn't ideal. Venerable Hongjing said sarcastically, "Brat, your technique is extraordinary, but my technique is also very powerful. You want to confine the void confinement technique? Impossible." Lin Feng frowned. This guy's technique was too strange. Lin Feng was somewhat startled. Venerable Hongjing's body disappeared without a trace. However, the moment he disappeared, a powerful force of fate chased after his qi and disappeared together with him. In the next moment, Venerable Hongjing's body fell from the void confinement technique. "It's done." Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. He originally thought that Venerable Hongjing was going to run away, but he had no choice but to use the Great Fate technique to deal with him. The Great Fate technique could change one's fate. Venerable Hongjing's fate was to escape, but it was changed to unable to escape. In fact, the Great Fate technique wasn't omnipotent. It might not succeed every time, but it succeeded this time. Not only did Venerable Hongjing fail to escape, he even fell from the parallel world. Lin Feng stepped forward and cast out the 8 divine seals. Numerous sealing runes condensed and flew towards Venerable Hongjing. "Impossible!" Venerable Hongjing roared. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He wanted to dodge Lin Feng's attack, but he didn't succeed at all. The dense runes suppressed Venerable Hongjing's body, directly sealing him. Venerable Hongjing's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. "Spare my life, I'm willing to cooperate with you." The Venerable Celestial Hongjing looked at Lin Feng in fear. "No need," said Lin Feng. Lin Feng remained silent. He directly cast the soul-searching technique on Venerable Hongjing. All kinds of memories were read by Lin Feng, including the memories of this place. What made Lin Feng happy was that Lin Feng obtained a very important piece of information from Venerable Hongjing's memories. Venerable Qing Luan had obtained a treasure many years ago. That treasure was obtained by an ancient expert of the Phoenix clan by accident. That treasure was called the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold. It was said that the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold could absorb the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold when using the Phoenix Nirvana technique. The Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold could increase the success rate of the Phoenix Nirvana technique by 10%. It was an incomparably shocking increase. The Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold had been refined by Venerable Qing Luan, but she had failed to use the Phoenix Nirvana technique and died with a grievance. As for the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold, it was special. Once the cultivator who refined it died, the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold would automatically leave the cultivator's body. It was the same after the death of Venerable Qing Luan. The Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold was preserved in the room where Venerable Qing Luan usually cultivated. Chapter 6201. Lin Feng was overjoyed by the results of the soul-searching technique. Lin Feng's face also revealed a smile. He didn't leave Venerable Hongjing's remnant soul behind, and directly shattered it with a palm strike. Such a guy would be a disaster if he was left alive. How could he keep him alive? Lin Feng followed Venerable Hongjing's memory and walked towards the stone chamber where Venerable Qing Luan passed away. The stone chamber was sealed from the inside. The situation at that time was rather complicated. Both Venerable Qing Luan and Venerable Hongjing had suffered serious injuries. Of course, Venerable Qing Luan was mainly poisoned. He entered the stone chamber and sealed it, trying to see if he could be reborn using the Phoenix's Nirvana technique. However, he didn't succeed. Lin Feng thought. There was naturally a reason why he didn't succeed. The biggest reason was that there was a huge difference between being killed and being poisoned. Perhaps it was very difficult to use the Phoenix's Nirvana technique to rebirth after being poisoned. After Lin Feng broke the seal, he didn't find the corpse of Venerable Qing Luan. This meant that Venerable Qing Luan had indeed dissipated. Venerable Hongjing obviously didn't enter the stone chamber, but he knew that Venerable Qing Luan had dissipated. Lin Feng guessed that it was probably because of the commotion caused by Venerable Qing Luan's dissipation. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Venerable Qing Luan was also an outstanding figure of a generation, but now he had fallen into such a state. It was really a pity. It seemed that one had to be sharper in one's eyes. The story of Venerable Qing Luan and Venerable Hongjing reminded Lin Feng of the story of the farmer and the snake. Venerable Qing Luan was really pitiful. Lin Feng saw a special ore on the stone bed. It was a golden ore with many special spots on it. Lin Feng guessed that this ore should be the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold. Lin Feng quickly walked over and carefully examined it. He found that this ore was very soft. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and refined this ore. When Lin Feng refined the Heavenly Phoenix Immortal Gold, Lin Feng's face suddenly lit up. Because Lin Feng indeed found that the power of the Phoenix's Nirvana technique had increased by a lot. It had now reached a success rate of 40%. Unfortunately, it was still a bit away from 50% success rate. But Lin Feng believed that if he could find some other special treasures in the future, he could continue to increase the success rate of the Phoenix's Nirvana technique. In addition, Lin Feng's Nirvana technique. But if with the Phoenix's Nirvana technique Lin's success rate of rebirth was, with the Phoenix Nirvana technique was, this was because the Phoenix's Nirvana art and the Immortal Rebirth art weren't the same mystique. The success rate couldn't be calculated simply by adding them together. Therefore, there was still some margin of error. It wasn't even 50%, but it wasn't that big of a difference. But no matter what, the success rate of the Phoenix's Nirvana technique was 40%. This made Lin Feng's mood very good. This was a life-saving method. Why was the master of the world so terrifying? In fact, it was because of his near-immortal ability. In the long history, he had been killed by several experts. But in the end, he relied on a heaven-defying technique to resurrect and then killed those experts. This was the terrifying part of the master of the world. If one day Lin Feng's Phoenix's Nirvana technique and the immortal rebirth technique had a success rate of 100%, or even close to 100%, generally speaking, he could be as powerful as the master of the world. Being killed, then resurrected, and then killing others. Lin Feng was looking forward to the arrival of this day. However, he also knew that some things couldn't be rushed and needed to be planned slowly. Lin Feng opened the other stone rooms to see if there was anything good left behind. In a stone room, Lin Feng saw various porcelain bottles. There were many precious pills sealed in them. It seemed like the respected Green Phoenix was also a master of alchemy. Lin Feng kept the pills and then walked to the last stone room. He opened the last stone room and found some cultivation techniques and divine inheritances that the respected Green Phoenix had obtained over the years. What surprised Lin Feng was that he actually obtained the Green Phoenix Immortal Scripture. This was the immortal scripture created by the respected Green Phoenix. Including the Green Phoenix Immortal Scripture, Lin Feng had already obtained 40 immortal scriptures. He was still 59 immortal scriptures away from the 99 immortal scriptures needed to surpass the realm. It didn't seem much, but in reality it was an incomparably melancholic number. After all, what Lin Feng needed was an immortal scripture, not a divine ability. If it was a divine ability, even the 3,000 great Daos wouldn't be so difficult to obtain. Immortal scriptures were really difficult to obtain, mainly because there were too few of them. Those who were able to create an immortal scripture were all outstanding cultivators. Moreover, creating an immortal scripture required a large amount of time. Therefore, even some of the top experts could only create one immortal scripture in their entire lives. For example, Lin Feng didn't create an immortal scripture. It wasn't because Lin Feng couldn't create an immortal scripture, but because Lin Feng didn't have the time to do so. Lin Feng was now racing against time to cultivate. He wanted to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. He wanted to push his cultivation to surpass the realm as soon as possible. If he didn't break through the realm, it would be very difficult for him to survive in the apocalypse, let alone protect others. However, there were still more than 100 years before the apocalypse. Lin Feng was still only at the Dao Saint realm. Whether he could break through or not, Lin Feng was extremely nervous. Other than that, where to find an immortal scripture was also a headache for Lin Feng. After all, these immortal scriptures were too difficult to find. 59 immortal scriptures. Lin Feng felt a little crazy. After so many years, he had gone to so many immortal lands and experienced so many dangers. He didn't know how many times he had narrowly escaped death, but he had only collected 40 immortal scriptures. Lin Feng was a little worried. What if he didn't collect 99 immortal scriptures when the apocalypse arrived? At that time, he would probably cry but have no tears. Lin Feng thought, many cultivators create their own immortal scriptures because they know that it's difficult to find so many immortal scriptures. That's why they create immortal scriptures and cultivate their own immortal scriptures. The probability of cultivating this immortal scripture to the peak is much higher than cultivating other immortal scriptures. That's why many people choose to create immortal scriptures and cultivate one immortal scripture. It's not unreasonable to use it as a foundation to break through to the next realm. Unfortunately, this path is not destined to be my path. Lin Feng didn't continue staying here. He left this place and returned to the outside world. The matters of the second layer of the heaven realm had mostly come to an end. Lin Feng planned to go to the third layer of the heaven realm. The White Lotus Valley was in the third layer of the heaven realm. There were many Xiantian lifeforms there, and there was a powerful heavenly fire there. Therefore, Lin Feng was extremely excited about going to the White Lotus Valley. After leaving the Sea of the Gods, Lin Feng flew towards the inland world. If he wanted to go to the third layer of the Heaven Realm, he would have to take the teleportation channel. However, he didn't know what the situation was like at the moment. Of course, Lin Feng also wanted to find out where the teleportation channel between the second layer of the Heaven Realm and the third layer of the Heaven Realm was. That night, Lin Feng was resting on an isolated island. Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound. Lin Feng opened his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Who is it? Come out." Then, a cultivator walked out. Lin Feng was surprised because the person who walked out was none other than the East Pole Child. "Are you interested in doing something with me?" asked the East Pole Child. She didn't invite anyone else. She only invited Lin Feng. In truth, if it weren't for the fact that Lin Feng had helped her before, she wouldn't even have invited him. The East Pole Child wasn't someone who liked to owe others favors. She felt that since Lin Feng had helped her, she had to repay him. Although Lin Feng hadn't made such a request, it was Lin Feng's business whether or not to mention it. Whether or not to repay Lin Feng was her own business. She would handle this matter according to her own thoughts. Lin Feng smiled. "Of course I'm interested. I just don't know what exactly it is." The East Pole Child found a place to sit down and said, "Do you still remember the golden-winged demon god who tried to kill me?" Lin Feng nodded. The golden-winged demon god was an incomparably terrifying race that had transcended 5 eras. Although there hadn't been any transcendental realm experts, such an ancient race couldn't help but make people wonder whether or not they had a transcendental realm expert. Thus, any cultivator would be filled with apprehension when facing such an ancient race, including Lin Feng. He wasn't afraid of the golden-winged demon god, but he was still apprehensive of them. After all, such a terrifying power was truly a headache to deal with. The East Pole Child continued, "Actually, I don't really have any grudges with the golden-winged demon god. The one who really had a grudge with them was another power, and within that power there was a good friend of mine. Their clan obtained a keepsake, and the golden-winged demon god found out about it. Thus, the golden-winged demon god sent people to ambush them and started a massacre. My friend escaped with the keepsake, but her injuries were too severe. She knew that she wouldn't be able to survive, so she hid the keepsake and made some secret signals. Then, she sent someone to inform me. She probably didn't trust the person who delivered the message, so she didn't say what the keepsake was. The contents of the message were also very messy. As for the specific location of the keepsake, I found it among the messy content. In the end, my friend was captured by the golden-winged demon god. She severed her own meridians and died. However, the golden-winged demon god found out about the relationship between me and her, so they secretly sent people to keep an eye on me. When I went to retrieve the keepsake, I was ambushed by the golden-winged demon god. I almost died at the hands of the golden-winged demon god. In fact, this kind of thing was quite common in the world of cultivators. For the sake of some so-called opportunities, people would start a massacre. It was incomparably cruel, and they would even wipe out entire clans for no reason. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by this. There was no way to restrict or stop this kind of thing. The golden-winged demon god relied on their strength to wipe out entire clans. This kind of behavior made people hate them, but what else could they do besides hate them? Who asked the golden-winged demon god to be so strong? This world was just so cruel. Good people didn't necessarily live long, and bad people didn't necessarily die early. How many extremely vicious people could still live a comfortable life? Wasn't it all because of these people's strength? Lin Feng asked. The keepsake you mentioned, what kind of secret is it? It's related to the 9th Era Master. It might even be his place of inheritance. East Pole Child said. What? Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. This news was too shocking. What was an era master? An era master was the absolute ruler of an epoch. For example, many great existences had been born in this epoch, such as Hong Meng, Hong Jun, Lin Qi, the Master of Gods, and so on. However, they weren't era masters. Although they were very strong, they couldn't become absolute rulers. Therefore, this epoch didn't have an era master. This was the 3000th epoch. A great cycle had come to an end, and that keepsake was actually related to the 9th era master's legacy. If an epoch could be completed normally, it would take 10 billion years. Of course, there were many epochs that were destroyed in advance. Therefore, the era master from 2991 epochs ago. How many millions of years ago was that? How King ancient? What kind of thing would an era master leave behind? Lin Feng didn't know. However, there was one thing he knew very well. The things left behind by an era master were enough to make anyone go crazy. As for Lin Feng, he was thinking even further. Would there be immortal sutras? Lin Feng was still short of 59 immortal sutras to collect 99 immortal sutras. His obsession with collecting immortal sutras was too great. Would there be top-tier divine abilities? Lin Feng had actually mastered some heaven-defying divine abilities, such as the 6 paths of reincarnation and first-rank divine abilities. There was also the human king fist he'd obtained some time ago. These divine abilities were unimaginably terrifying. However, having more skills was never a burden. If he encountered a great enemy, a few heaven-defying divine abilities wouldn't be enough. Therefore, it was necessary to obtain a few heaven-defying divine abilities and cultivate them in case of emergencies. Although he didn't need them usually, once he did, they would play a key role. Also, did the 9th era master have any ancient weapons? Lin Feng planned to collect 9 ancient weapon-level true treasures and use them to form the 9 extreme immortal execution formation and other joint attack technique. By then, many powerhouses who had surpassed their level would be killed by Lin Feng. This was also a form of reliance. Besides, were there any items that could increase his cultivation? After all, Lin Feng was only a Dao Saint. There was still a huge gap between him and surpassing his level. Therefore, he couldn't wait to increase his cultivation. It could be said that the 9th era master's land of inheritance was too attractive to Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt that if he was lucky, he might be able to obtain endless benefit. This was too important for Lin Feng, who was eager to increase his strength. Chapter 6202. Now you know why the cultivators of the Golden-Winged Goblin clan are so crazy. Perhaps no one would be able to remain calm in the face of something left behind by the 9th era lord. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as she had said. No one would be able to control themselves when faced with such an opportunity. At the very least, Lin Feng would not be able to do so. However, Lin Feng would not be like the Golden-Winged Goblin clan, going on a killing spree for the sake of an opportunity. That was truly immoral. Lin Feng felt that such a method was extremely shameful. Where exactly is this place? Lin Feng could not help but ask curiously. Generally speaking, this kind of topic was a bit sensitive, so it was better not to ask. However, the relationship between Lin Feng and the East Pole Child was different. The East Pole Child had come this time to repay Lin Feng's kindness. That was why Lin Feng had asked this question. The East Pole Child said, "It's in the deepest part of the North Pole of the second layer of the Heaven Realm. It's called the Land of Spacetime Decay. It's extremely cold and dangerous. Even experts who have surpassed their realm would not easily go there. Our destination is that place." Lin Feng asked, "When are we leaving?" "Tomorrow," the East Pole Child said. Lin Feng nodded. "No problem." The two did not continue chatting. After resting for a day, the two set off for the North Pole the next day. The ancient ship's invisibility could save Lin Feng and the others a lot of trouble. The East Pole Child was full of praise for the ancient ship's invisibility. After that, the two returned to their respective rooms to cultivate in seclusion. Of course, they did not completely seclude themselves. In fact, every few days, Lin Feng and the East Pole Child would come out to talk. Sometimes they would chat about some things, and sometimes they would discuss their cultivation experiences. The two of them got along quite well. Time passed just like that. 2 months later. Bang, bang, bang. While Lin Feng was cultivating in seclusion, a violent crashing sound suddenly came about. The ancient ship shook violently. Lin Feng was startled and quickly ran out of his room along with the East Pole old woman. When they came outside, they found that they had entered a very ancient primitive forest. The interior of this primitive forest was emitting extremely terrifying fluctuations. At this moment, a Titan was attacking the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Furthermore, it was a purple golden-furred Titan. Titan was a rare creature. It was very difficult to find them in the mortal world. In the mortal world, there was a rumor that Titan had disappeared in the long river of history. In fact, it wasn't really extinct. However, even if it wasn't, this kind of giant beast was still very rare. Lin Feng had heard of the purple golden-furred Titan before, but he had never seen it before. Rumor had it that this Titan had the most powerful bloodline among all the Titan beasts. Its strength was extremely terrifying. The Titan in front of him was about a dozen meters tall. It was naturally very tall compared to the height of a human, but compared to an adult Titan, it was actually very short. An adult Titan could reach an astonishing height of about 150 meters. Therefore, the Titan attacking the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship wasn't an adult Titan. At this moment, the Titan was holding a huge stone club and smashing it towards the Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship. Bang, bang, bang. The Xianyuan ancient starry sky ship was imprisoned in the void by a very strange force, so it couldn't break free at all. It could only resist the attack of the Titan. Lin Feng's eyes sank slightly. He issued an order to the humanoid puppet controlling the spirit stone cannons, and the dense spirit stone cannons were launched. All the cannons bombarded the Titan. The impact of the explosion of so many spirit stone cannons was still very terrifying. Although the Titan was powerful, it was still blown away by the powerful impact. Many trees directly broke after bearing the impact of the Titan. The Titan fell to the ground and got up again. It didn't suffer any damage. Lin Feng knew that it wasn't because the power of the spirit stone cannons wasn't strong enough, but because the strength of this Titan was too strong. Therefore, it couldn't hurt this Titan. It was worthy of being the rarest Titan. It was really powerful. Lin Feng was a little surprised. However, with the strength of Lin Feng and the East Pole Child, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill this Titan. After all, they were too strong. But whether it was Lin Feng or the East Pole Child, they didn't have such thoughts. After all, the Titan was already very rare. They didn't want to accelerate the extinction of this race. In addition, this Titan was already so powerful in its young stage. Its cultivation would be even more terrifying when it reached adulthood. If they killed it, its elders might come to seek revenge. Lin Feng and the East Pole Child only wanted to go to the 9th Era Master's Land of Inheritance to look for opportunities. They didn't want to provoke other troubles or some extremely terrifying existences. Just as the Xianyuan was about to leave, the Titan suddenly spoke. This ancient ship is so extraordinary. It seems that the master of this ancient ship is also quite powerful. Are you interested in cooperating with me? I can give you a great fortune. The Titan's voice was roughly equivalent to a 5- or 6-year-old child's voice. It was the voice of a little boy. Lin Feng and the East Pole Child, who were about to leave, exchanged glances. The Xianyuan stopped moving. What kind of fortune? Lin Feng asked. The Titan's body quickly shrank until it was about 1 meter tall. Then, it quickly flew towards the Xianyuan. Lin Feng removed the restrictions on the ancient ship, and the shrunken Titan landed on the ancient ship. The little Titan said, "That place is very special. It seems that an extremely terrifying creature has been suppressed there." "There's such a place?" Lin Feng was surprised. Then, he frowned and asked, "Who is that creature? Do you have any clues?" The little Titan said, "I don't know for now. That place has an extremely powerful formation. I'm not good at dealing with formations, so I haven't been able to enter. Perhaps you human cultivators are better at breaking formations." Lin Feng and the East Pole child exchanged glances. They were considering the credibility of the little Titan's words. After all, the little Titan had attacked them not long ago. Now, it wanted to take them to find Jiyuan. This made Lin Feng and the East Pole child very suspicious. Although one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, they should still be vigilant against others. The little Titan might be underage, but it wasn't stupid. At that moment the little Titan said, "I know what you're worried about. I'm only looking for you because you clearly had the upper hand earlier, but you didn't continue to attack me. I think the two of you are pretty good. Moreover, I really don't have a way to break the formation there. Why don't I take you with me and we can get rich together?" Lin Feng sighed. This little Titan was indeed very smart. The East Pole child said, "Perhaps you can take your elders with you." "I've already tried. My elders aren't good at formations, so they can't break the formation there," the little Titan said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "All right. In that case, take us there and have a look." Hearing Lin Feng's words, the little Titan seemed to be somewhat happy. Perhaps it was because Lin Feng had chosen to believe it. It said excitedly, "That place is really not simple. It said that it's related to some extremely ancient experts. You'll know when you get there." Lin Feng and the East Pole child didn't say anything else. They flew down from the ancient ship, and Lin Feng let the little Titan lead the way. The little Titan quickly flew in a certain direction. Lin Feng and the East Pole child didn't let down their guard around the little Titan. This fellow could see through the invisible ancient ship, which was why the little Titan was so terrifying. Now that it had shrunk, it looked a little silly, but one shouldn't be fooled by its appearance. One day later, Lin Feng arrived at an extremely gloomy mountain forest. There were beast bones everywhere. Lin Feng frowned and said, "Why are there so many beasts dying here?" "Because this is the territory of the subterranean devil ant. Those ants aren't easy to deal with," the little Titan explained. As soon as it finished speaking, a dense swarm of ants emerged from the ground. They were black ants that were about a dozen centimeters long. In the blink of an eye, the ground disappeared, covered by the subterranean devil ant. Countless subterranean devil ants flew towards Lin Feng and the others. Had they been tricked by the little Titan? This was Lin Feng's first thought. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Lin Feng sighed in relief. He noticed that the subterranean devil ants had already begun to retreat. It seemed like a king had given the order to retreat. Very quickly, all the subterranean devil ants disappeared and returned to the ground. Lin Feng was puzzled. He didn't know why the subterranean devil ants had suddenly retreated. He looked at the little Titan and felt that the problem should be related to the little Titan. "Why are the subterranean devil ants retreating?" Lin Feng asked curiously. He had originally suspected that he had been tricked by the little Titan, but now he knew that he had misunderstood the little Titan. He still felt somewhat apologetic about it. The little Titan laughed mischievously and said, "It's actually very simple. I've been here a few times before, and these subterranean devil ants tried to eat me, but they didn't succeed. Instead, many of them were eaten by me." East Child said, "It's said that the Titan race's defense is unparalleled. It seems that even the subterranean devil ants can't break through your defense. No wonder they retreated." The little Titan said proudly, "I'm a very powerful existence in this ancient forest." Lin Feng and East Child smiled noncommittally. Under the little Titan's lead, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the depths of the forest. black fog roiled here, and restrictions were everywhere. In the depths of the black fog was a huge mountain. When Lin Feng saw the mountain, a strange expression appeared on his face. The mountain looked like 5 fingers. It was an extremely strange mountain. Lin Feng asked, "What's that mountain called?" The little Titan replied, "I think it's called 5 Fingers Mountain." 5 Fingers Mountain? East Child was astonished. She then said, "Based on its appearance, it does look like 5 fingers. It's quite appropriate to call it 5 Fingers Mountain." The little Titan didn't dwell on the topic with Lin Feng and East Child. Instead, he asked, "Can you break through the restrictions here?" Dong Jitong looked at Lin Feng. She didn't understand deployment spells very well, but she didn't understand them very well. However, she knew that Lin Feng's attainments in formations were extremely high. However, the restrictions here were too powerful, so East Child wasn't confident that Lin Feng would be able to break through them. Chapter 6203. Lin Feng carefully studied the formations here and discovered that they were indeed very special. Not only were they powerful, but they also seemed to have an extremely strange energy fused with them. When this strange energy fused with the formations underwent extremely strange changes, making them even more difficult to break. Naturally, he had to pay more attention to this situation. Lin Feng could not help but frown. He tried to use the power of the stone scripture to see if he could use it to pass through, but Lin Feng failed. This was exactly as he had expected. Lin Feng had expected that the stone scripture would not be able to help him pass through the formations here. Now that it was true, there was only one way. And that was forcefully breaking through the formations. Lin Feng knew that this method would be extremely difficult, but there was no other way. Lin Feng said, "I need to study it and see if I can break through the formations here." The East Pole old woman and the Titan nodded. They did not disturb Lin Feng. After studying it carefully, Lin Feng's expression could not help but become solemn. The complexity of the formations here was far beyond Lin Feng's imagination. Breaking through the formations here was truly an extremely difficult task. Lin Feng tried to break through the formations using many different methods, but he failed every time. However, Lin Feng did not give up because every time he failed, Lin Feng would sum up his experience. The more failures he experienced, the higher his chances of breaking through the formations. After trying dozens of times, Lin Feng finally found the correct method. Of course, because the formations here were too large, it was unrealistic to completely break through them. Lin Feng's method was to open up a passage in the formations here. It took about 6 hours to successfully open up a passage. This made Lin Feng's mood extremely good. They would be able to enter soon. Lin Feng was also somewhat excited. He did not know what kind of deity was suppressed in the 5 Fingers Mountain. The Titan excitedly shouted, "Awesome, really awesome! Your level of formations is truly unparalleled in the world." This little Titan had really become a spirit. He even knew how to flatter. Lin Feng said, "Let's go in now." He took the lead and walked inside. The little Titan and the East Pole old woman followed closely behind. They passed through the area where the formations were and successfully entered. From afar, a 5 Fingers Mountain appeared in their line of sight. When they were outside they could not see it very clearly, but now they could see it more clearly. The 5 Fingers Mountain was very special. It was densely packed with runes, and each rune contained unimaginable power. The East Pole old woman said, "What a big deal." Lin Feng nodded and said, "This also shows how terrifying the cultivators who were suppressed here were." The little Titan said, "The more terrifying the cultivators, the better. The more terrifying the cultivators who were suppressed here, the higher the chances of us obtaining a great opportunity." The 3 of them increased their speed. They could not wait to go to the 5 Fingers Mountain to take a look. However, at that moment, the runes on the 5 peaks of the 5 Fingers Mountain suddenly awakened. Countless runes emitted powerful energy fluctuations. Then, the corresponding runes of the 5 Fingers Mountain condensed into a living being. The first living being was an otherworldly living being, the second was a living being from the Epic clan, the third was an abyssal devil, the fourth was a devil monk, and the fifth was an 8-winged, 7-headed devil god. After seeing these living beings, Lin Feng was astonished. An alien, an epic lost race, an abyss demon, a demonic monk, and an 8-winged, 7-headed demon god. What an interesting combination! He wondered if this combination had worked together to suppress that mysterious expert back then. Hurry up and retreat or die, the 8-winged, 7-headed demon god said coldly. This was a living being from the world of the mastermind. It should be a living being from the royal family of the mastermind. Therefore, this kind of existence was not to be underestimated. Retreat your sister, the little titan sneered. Lin Feng was a bit hesitant. Was the little titan really underage? Lin Feng felt that this guy was very cunning. The titan seemed to be an ape-type living being. Then die, the 8-winged, 7-headed demon god's voice was cold. He and the other 4 powerful beings quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng sneered and said, "You're just condensed from runes. How dare you be so fierce? What a joke!" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately launched an attack on the 5 living beings who were rushing towards them. Lin Feng unleashed the First Order. When the First Order was condensed by Lin Feng, the power of sequence shrouded the front. The method of condensing the First Order was to attack the enemy through the power of sequence. This divine ability was not quite the same as other divine abilities. Most of the other divine abilities were one-on-one. The First Order was one-on-many. Any cultivator who was enveloped by the First Order would be attacked indiscriminately by the First Order. For example, now, the 5 living beings were all attacked indiscriminately by the First Order. Lin Feng did not know how powerful these guys' primordials were. However, no matter how powerful their primordials were, they could not reach the power of their primordials. Under the attack of the First Order, these guys could not withstand it at all. Crack, crack, their bodies began to crack. The 5 living beings could not believe what they were seeing. How can your attack be so powerful? D*eminent, kill him with all your might. These living beings were roaring furiously and increasing their speed. Little Titan shouted from the side, "That's amazing, big brother. From now on, I'll be your diehard fan." Little Titan gave off a despicable vibe. His personality was more or less amusing. Lin Feng ignored Little Titan, who was shouting and yelling there. The most important thing now was to get rid of the 5 living beings who were charging towards them at high speed. First Order. Destruction. Lin Feng's cold voice suddenly rang out. It was deafening. As soon as his voice was heard, a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth suddenly erupted. The First Order released the power of destruction. It was an invisible force, but it was extremely terrifying. That invisible force bombarded the bodies of the 5 living beings. The bodies of the 5 living beings could no longer withstand it and exploded directly. The power of the First Order was indeed powerful. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the power of this First Order loss technique. Lin Feng said, "Let's go. Let's go in and see what's so special about this place." The East Pole Child and Little Titan nodded, and they continued to walk inside. However, when they were about 100 meters away from the 5 Fingers Mountain, something terrifying happened. The 5 Fingers Mountain swept out terrifying light beams. Each light beam contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. After sensing the power of those light beams, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. "Retreat quickly," Lin Feng said in a low voice. The 3 of them wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Lin Feng hurriedly summoned the Phoenix Shield and placed it in front of the 3 of them. The light beams swept out by the 5 Fingers Mountain bombarded the Phoenix Shield. Lin Feng and the others were sent flying by the powerful impact. Fortunately, they did not suffer any serious injuries. Even so, their blood was still boiling. The injuries they had suffered earlier. It was not light at all. However, when Lin Feng and the others were sent flying, the Five Fingers Mountain did not continue to attack Lin Feng and the others. Little Titan said, "This Five Fingers Mountain is too strange." The East Pole Child frowned and said, "What do we do now?" The current situation. It was indeed not easy to deal with. Lin Feng frowned as well. This place, it was even more extraordinary and strange than he had imagined. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "I really didn't expect that after so many years, someone would actually come here. What a strange thing." The voice came from within the Five Fingers Mountain. After hearing this voice, Lin Feng, the East Pole Child, and Little Titan were all shocked. Could it be that the existence that had been suppressed so many years ago had survived until now? It was indeed shocking. "Senior, are you the existence that has been suppressed in this place?" Lin Feng asked. "That's right." The other party replied. Little Titan sighed. "This Five Fingers Mountain is so terrifying, but Senior has been suppressed here for so long and is still fine. Senior is truly capable." The other party said, "I've long since escaped from the 3 realms and the 5 elements. My body is practically indestructible." "That powerful?" Lin Feng was astonished. Little Titan said, "Wow. Senior, are you really that awesome? But if you're so awesome, why were you still suppressed?" "It's a long story, but in any case, I fell into someone else's trap." The other party said, "Senior, how should I address you?" The East Pole Child's heart skipped a beat as she asked. "The world calls me the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal." The other party said, "What? The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal?" Lin Feng immediately cried out in surprise, not daring to believe his ears. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's name was like thunder to him. He had heard too many rumors about the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Lin Feng had even been to Mount Huagua. A few years ago, the existence Lin Feng had released was very likely the sacred battle ape. Although that existence hadn't directly revealed his identity, Lin Feng had been able to deduce his identity from some clues. First, the sacred battle ape had appeared, and then the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. That saying was indeed true. The end of an epoch was a time of rising winds and surging clouds. "What? Could it be that you've heard of my name?" the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal asked in astonishment. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course. Even after countless years, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's name is still circulating in the holy light. Speaking of which, this junior and senior are somewhat faded." "What do you mean?" asked the Great Sage. Lin Feng said, "A few years ago, this junior went to Mount Huagua, and a few years ago, I helped a senior escape. That senior seemed to be a sacred battle ape." "Sacred battle ape," a pleasantly surprised voice came from the depths of the cave. Then, 2 dazzling rays of light shot out, illuminating the sky. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, looked over. He and the sacred battle ape had been born together. Their brotherhood ran deep. "Is he really still alive?" asked the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, in a trembling voice. A few years ago, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had heard his enemy talk about the sacred battle ape. He had said that the sacred battle ape had been killed to avenge him. This matter had made the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, go mad. Later on, no one came to this place anymore, including his enemies. It was as if this place had been completely forgotten. Until Lin Feng and the others came, and Lin Feng even brought news about the sacred battle ape. Lin Feng could hear the excitement and worry in the Great Sage's voice. He was excited because he had heard that his younger brother was still alive. He was worried because he was worried that Lin Feng was lying to him. Lin Feng said, "I guarantee in the name of my family that everything I said is true." "Good, good, good. That's great," shouted the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, excitedly. "Rumble. Rumble! 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 At that moment, the Five-Finger Mountain shook violently. Lin Feng and the others were shocked. Senior, what are you? Lin Feng was surprised and bewildered. Actually, I could have escaped a long time ago, but my body is still in a bad condition. I want to solve my problems before breaking the seal, but I can't wait anymore. I want to see the sacred battle ape, said Lin Feng. The great sage, Heaven's equal, said. Lin Feng could understand the great sage's thoughts. The sacred battle ape was his only family in this world, and he had been killed to avenge him. This matter had caused the great sage a lot of pain, but now that he knew that the sacred battle ape had returned, how could the great sage not be excited? The first thing he wanted to do was to see the sacred battle ape and tell him about what had happened in the past few years. Lin Feng could understand this feeling. The countless runes on the Five-Finger Mountain vibrated violently, trying to suppress the sacred battle ape. However, it was very difficult to do so. Countless runes were cracking. Battle the heavens and battle the earth, break. Suddenly, the great sage, Heaven's equal, roared, and a terrifying power burst forth. Bang! 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 The Five-Finger Mountain exploded one after another. In a few breaths' time, the Five-Finger Mountain was completely destroyed, turning into rubble and falling everywhere. At that moment, Lin Feng, the Eastern old woman, and the young Titan looked inside and saw a stone monkey walking out of the dust. Chapter 6204. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had been reborn. Lin Feng had heard too much about the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. Therefore, when Lin Feng saw the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, he was shocked, excited, and emotional. This was a legendary figure, and now that he had met such a legendary figure, it was a wonderful feeling. Moreover, Lin Feng's current relationship with the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, could be considered quite good. After all, the sacred battle ape's return was mainly due to Lin Feng. This was an important factor that deepened their relationship. Senior, how do you feel now that you've escaped? Lin Feng recalled the great sage, Heaven's Equal's previous words about his body, so he asked. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, replied, although I haven't fully recovered, I'm no longer a threat to me. This was a rather ideal situation. Lin Feng continued, earlier, the Five-Finger Mountain's runes condensed 5 living beings. Senior, could it be that you were suppressed back then because of these 5 living beings? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, replied, they actually represent 5 different powers. Back then, it was 5 different powers that attacked me, not just 5 people. The people that appeared in the runes can be considered the representatives of the 5 powers. Lin Feng asked, Senior, you said that these people schemed against you. May I ask what exactly happened back then? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, sighed and said, it's a long story, and I won't be able to explain it in a short time. When we have time in the future, I'll tell you about it. Hearing this, Lin Feng knew that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, didn't want to talk about it. At the very least, he didn't want to talk about it now. Lin Feng tactfully didn't say anything else. You're related to the Sovereign Clan and the Undying Clan. Who is your ancestor? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, looked at Lin Feng curiously. Actually, Lin Feng knew that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, didn't ask about the Sovereign Clan because he knew that the Sovereign Clan didn't have many descendants, and they didn't have many branches. He asked about the Undying Clan. The Undying Clan's situation was more complicated. Apart from Lin Qi's branch, there were some other branches that had a tense relationship with the main branch. Lin Feng replied, Lin Qi is my ancestor. Lin Qi's your ancestor? The great sage, Heaven's Equal, was surprised. Senior, do you know my ancestor? Asked Lin Feng curiously. Back then, my body was in a bad condition and my consciousness was in chaos. When I felt like I couldn't hold on any longer, I heard someone calling me. My consciousness gradually came back. When I opened my eyes, I saw a young man. Back then, he wasn't very strong. His name was Lin Chi, said Lin Chi. Lin Chi was called Lin Chi. Lin Feng knew that the great sage, heaven's equal, was from the era of titled gods. As for his ancestor, Lin Chi, he was from the post-titled era. Therefore, when the great sage, heaven's equal, had been suppressed, Lin Chi hadn't even been born. When Lin Chi was young, his talent was very poor. Because of that, he wasn't a direct descendant of the Undying clan. Because of that, his mother wasn't allowed to be buried in the Undying clan's graveyard. Lin Feng knew that. After that, Lin Chi had experienced countless dangers. He had gone from an ordinary person to a monarch. Lin Feng didn't know what had happened. Even if he didn't know, he could guess. However, Lin Feng hadn't thought that Lin Chi's ancestor would have come here. Lin Feng said, "I didn't know that you had such a relationship with my ancestor." The great sage, heaven's equal, smiled. "Yes, we do have a deep relationship. Later on, he became very strong, so strong that even I was shocked. He came here again and wanted to help me escape, but I rejected him." Why? Lin Feng didn't understand. How torturous was it to be trapped in such a place? However, the great sage, heaven's equal, had rejected Lin Chi's offer to save him. This puzzled Lin Feng. The great sage, heaven's equal, said, "It's because I know my body's condition. I need to complete my redemption." Lin Feng's heart trembled. It should be because the great sage, heaven's equal's body, was in an extremely bad condition. Therefore, the great sage, heaven's equal, didn't want to come out prematurely. He wanted to solve his problem first before breaking the seal. Although the great sage, heaven's equal, wanted to take revenge, however, he was very rational. Some things couldn't be done immediately just because he wanted to. At the very least, he needed to wait until his body and strength recovered. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to take revenge, but he would also encounter great trouble. Asked Lin Feng. "After that, did you see my ancestor, Lin Chi?" The great sage, heaven's equal, shook his head. "I didn't see him again." For some reason, Lin Feng felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that the great sage, heaven's equal, had seen his ancestor at some point in time. This feeling was very strong, but the great sage, heaven's equal, had said that he hadn't seen his ancestor again. There was no need for him to lie, right? However, what was with that strong intuition? Lin Feng wasn't someone who would worry about nothing. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Lin Feng asked, "Senior, what do you plan to do next?" The great sage, heaven's equal, replied, "I'm going to look for the sacred battle ape. Do you know where he is now?" Lin Feng said, "Previously, the sacred battle ape said that he wanted to go back to Mount Huagua to take a look and then look for Senior's whereabouts. The sacred battle ape should have been there a long time ago, but I don't know if he has already left." Okay. The great sage, heaven's equal, nodded. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. The great sage, heaven's equal, was a powerful being born in the 9 continents. He was also one of the top experts born in the 9 continents. The great sage, heaven's equal, should know many secrets of the 9 continents. Even though Lin Feng was very strong now, he still hadn't come into contact with many secrets of the 9 continents. Perhaps he could ask the great sage, heaven's equal. With that thought, Lin Feng said, "Senior, there's something I'd like to ask you." "Let's hear it." The great sage, heaven's equal, asked. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. The 9 continents is a very special place. It seems to be hiding many secrets, especially the martial heaven continent. The forbidden zones there are also very special. They're completely different from the forbidden zones of other worlds. Just what kind of secrets are hidden in the 9 continents?" The great sage, heaven's equal, said, "I didn't expect you to ask such a question. It seems you've already discovered some secrets of the 9 continents. There are some things that I can't tell you. After all, it's a matter of divulging heaven's secrets. You can find some time to return to the 9 continents and do some digging. At that time, you might discover many things that are different from the rest. Speaking of which, have you seen the 9 continents lantern? Lin Feng was flabbergasted. The great sage, heaven's equal, had brought up the 9 continents lantern at this time. What was the meaning behind this? The 9 continents lantern was very mysterious. No one knew who had created it. However, there were many rumors about it, such as its origin. Lin Feng didn't care about those rumors. He said, I've already seen the 9 continents lantern. If you return to the 9 continents in the future and see the 9 continents lantern again, try to communicate with it. At that time, you might obtain some unimaginable benefits. The great sage, heaven's equal, said meaningfully. Lin Feng was startled. The great sage, heaven's equal, had brought up this matter. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary the 9 continents lantern was. Lin Feng said, I'll remember Senior's teachings. The great sage, heaven's equal, said, You're already very strong now. I don't have anything to impart to you, and you don't need my guidance. This isn't a good thing for the higher-up. I can see that you have several types of curses on your body. Do you know how to get rid of these curses? I do. Lin Feng nodded. The great sage, heaven's equal, continued, Your bloodline is very special. It's actually the extremely rare 4 symbols bloodline. It's the rarest type of bloodline in the world of cultivators. It seems like there's one type of bloodline that hasn't awakened yet. This type of bloodline is rather special. I know where you can awaken it. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He had met many experts before, and it wasn't that there weren't any cultivators who could tell that he had a 4th type of bloodline. However, most of them were secretive about it and weren't willing to talk too much about it. It was probably because the 4th type of bloodline was related to some taboo matters. However, the great sage, heaven's equal, had actually told him about it. This made Lin Feng very excited. The great sage, heaven's equal, who fought against the heavens and the earth, was indeed fearless. He could do things that others didn't dare to do. Senior, do you know what my 4th type of bloodline is? Lin Feng asked. I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Now that I've seen it, I'm very surprised. This type of bloodline is indeed very difficult to awaken. It's no wonder that you haven't awakened it yet. The great sage, heaven's equal, sighed. Senior, please enlighten me, Lin Feng said. He was very excited because Lin Feng felt that once his 4th type of bloodline was awakened, the benefits he would obtain would be unimaginable. Were experts who surpassed their cultivation level very strong? Were they existences who made people despair? However, Lin Feng had a feeling that if he awakened his 4th type of bloodline, he would be able to defeat some cultivators who surpassed his cultivation level. The great sage, heaven's equal, said, I won't say anything else, but there's one thing I'll say. There's a temple protector ancestral stone in the temple of the 33 masters of the heavens. If you obtain that item, you can use the stone to awaken your 4th type of bloodline. After hearing the great sage, heaven's equal's words, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. If he wanted to obtain the temple protector ancestral stone, just how difficult was that? Unless he destroyed the temple of the heavens, was that even possible? That was the lair of the 33 masters of the heavens. Lin Feng asked, Is there any other way? The great sage, heaven's equal, smiled and said, Perhaps there is, but I don't know. I only know of one method. When you awaken your 4th type of bloodline, you might have a completely new understanding of the Tao, immortal sutras, divine abilities, order, and everything else. Alright, that's all for now. I should be going. The great sage, heaven's equal, then looked at the young Titan and said, There might be some extraordinary divine abilities imprinted in those broken stones. They should be of help to you. The young Titan became excited when he heard the great sage, heaven's equal's words. He said, Thank you, Senior Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. I'll remember your kindness for the rest of my life. If I have the chance in my next life, I'll definitely repay you. Lin Feng, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, the East Pole Maiden. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, didn't stay any longer. His body became illusory and then disappeared without a trace. After the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal left, Lin Feng looked at the young Titan and said, "Little monkey, we're leaving. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." "It's a Titan, not a monkey," the young Titan corrected him. Clearly, he was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Feng calling him a little monkey. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and left with the East Pole Maiden. The young Titan ran into the ruins to look for the broken stones that had been imprinted with divine abilities. It was probably some divine ability that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had cultivated. It was bound to be terrifying. Since the young Titan was also part of the ape tribe, in terms of general classification, he was part of the same tribe as the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. The Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was a stone monkey, and stone monkeys were also part of the ape tribe. Thus, it was very suitable for him to cultivate some of the divine abilities that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had left behind. After arriving outside, Lin Feng summoned the Xianyuan ancient starship. Lin Feng and the East Pole Maiden boarded the ancient starship once again and returned to their respective rooms. Lin Feng thought about some of the things that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had said. Especially those words about the Hall Garrison Ancestral Stone. Overturn the rule of the 33 Heavens Lords. It must be good. Overturn the rule of the 33 Heavens Lords, then overturn the Hall Garrison Ancestral Stone. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He had to do this. This was the only hope he knew of to awaken the fourth bloodline. He thought about how his ancestor, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, would return to the heaven realm and wage war against the lords of the 33 heavens. He had to make it in time for that battle. The following period of time was relatively calm. However, Lin Feng knew that the news of the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's reappearance would definitely spread. Once this matter spread, it would cause a huge uproar in the myriad worlds. In particular, the impact on the various clans of the Yao clan would be the greatest. After all, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's prestige in the demon race was too high. He was the strongest expert of the demon race in this epoch. 1 month later, the Xianyuan ancient starship finally arrived at the North Pole. This place was difficult to traverse. The void was shattered, and formations and restrictions lingered around. Lin Feng and the East Pole Maiden flew out of the ancient starship. Lin Feng stored the ancient starship in the space-time domain and then flew towards the depths of the North Pole with the East Pole Maiden. Chapter 6205. The North Pole of the second layer of the Heaven Realm was indeed very cold. Apart from the cold, there was also a terrifying space-time cold wind. This kind of space-time cold wind was incomparably terrifying, and it could even freeze the void. One could imagine that even the void would be frozen, let alone a human. Therefore, once a cultivator was corroded by the space-time cold wind, their body would often suffer great problems. As they traveled through the North Pole, Lin Feng noticed that the East Pole child's face had become somewhat pale. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" The East Pole child replied, "Maybe it's because the weather is too cold." The East Pole child currently looked like she was only 8 or 9 years old. Her face was usually rosy, and she looked very cute. However, it was different now. Her face was getting paler and paler. It seemed that her body's condition was more serious than he had imagined. It was completely different from what she had said. "Let's find a place to rest," Lin Feng said. "Okay." The East Pole child nodded. Lin Feng saw a mountain range not far away. He entered the mountain range with the East Pole Child, but he couldn't find a cave. Thus, Lin Feng opened up a cave for himself. This kind of thing was naturally not difficult for him. Lin Feng used a seal to seal the cave. Lin Feng's seal could isolate the cold outside, so the cave wasn't cold. However, even though the cave wasn't cold, the East Pole Child's face was still very pale. She took out a porcelain bottle and poured out a purple pill. It was unknown what kind of pill it was, but she swallowed it. Then, she sat down cross-legged and began to refine the pill. After refining the pill, her body fell limply to the ground. However, her complexion was much better than before. Her body seemed to be recovering. Seeing that the East Pole Child was gradually recovering, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Now that they were allies and friends, Lin Feng naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. Midnight. Lin Feng suddenly felt a chaotic energy fluctuation. When he sensed it, Lin Feng hurriedly opened his eyes. He discovered that the energy fluctuation was coming from the East Pole Child's body. There was a problem with the East Pole Child's body, but Lin Feng didn't know what exactly it was. Lin Feng hurriedly went to the East Pole Child's side and reached out to touch her forehead. He was immediately given a fright, because the East Pole Child's forehead was extremely hot. "Don't leave me behind, don't." Suddenly, the East Pole Child's, she seemed to have dreamt of something terrifying. Although she didn't wake up Lin Feng, her young face from the east. Was it a dream? Or did she experience something that she didn't want to remember? Lin Feng didn't know what was going on. Seeing the East Pole Child's terrified expression, Lin Feng grabbed her small hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I won't leave you behind." It wasn't clear if she had heard Lin Feng's words clearly, but the East Pole Child's terrified expression gradually returned to normal. Seeing that, Lin Feng thought to himself, this East Pole Child is also someone with a story. However, Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to investigate the East Pole Child's story right now. If it was something that he didn't want to recall, then he definitely wouldn't mention it to the East Pole Child. Because that would only bring back sad memories. Lin Feng didn't leave. Instead, he sat beside the East Pole Child and closed his eyes to rest. Perhaps it was because he had been tired recently. Lin Feng fell asleep while sitting. Until Lin Feng woke up when he sensed a bone-piercing coldness. He opened his eyes. He looked in front of him. He discovered that the East Pole Child had disappeared. However, there was a woman floating in the air in front of him. This woman looked very young, around 20 years old. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. Perhaps these words weren't enough to truly describe this woman's beauty. Although this woman was very beautiful, however, her gaze was incomparably cold. Lin Feng had never seen such a cold gaze before. Lin Feng thought of some rumors that he had heard before. It was said that the East Pole Child's body had shrunk due to an accident during cultivation, and that she would return to her normal appearance in the future. In other words, this beautiful iceberg beauty in front of him was actually the East Pole Old Lady? The East Pole Child wasn't a name, but a title. In the past, she was called a titled god. Now, she naturally couldn't be called a titled god. After all, the era of titled gods had passed. Lin Feng was speechless. She was so beautiful, but she had given herself a name like Dong Ji Tong Lao. What was she thinking? Lin Feng was speechless. "How's your body?" Lin Feng looked at the East Pole Child and asked. In fact, Lin Feng was very puzzled. He didn't know why the East Pole Child's gaze was so cold. "Did I offend you?" "I don't think so. Since I didn't offend you, why are you targeting me like this? Those who abandon me deserve to be killed." The East Pole Child's voice was cold as she slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. "Are you crazy? Look clearly at who I am." Lin Feng shouted gloomily. Facing the East Pole Child's sudden attack, Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He met the attack with his palm. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a violent collision, the two collided. Lin Feng and the East Pole Child fiercely collided. Lin Feng immediately felt a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth, ruthlessly bombarding his body. That power was so strong that Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng's body was sent flying. Then, his body slammed into the rock wall. The wall collapsed. Lin Feng flew out of the cave. He flew back over 100 meters before coming to a stop. It was a world of ice and snow outside. The temperature was extremely low, and it was snowing heavily. Lin Feng looked at the East Pole Child gloomily. The East Pole Child didn't seem to recognize him. This made Lin Feng very confused. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't know what was wrong with the East Pole Child's body. The East Pole Child flew out again. She didn't say anything and just slapped her palm towards Lin Feng. "That's too much," Lin Feng said in a low voice. He exchanged another blow with the East Pole Child. Just like before, Lin Feng was sent flying. Lin Feng was now being suppressed by the East Pole Child. Lin Feng found it hard to believe because Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly recently. His battle strength had soared, and he was much stronger than before. Although the East Pole Child was very strong, Lin Feng believed that even if the East Pole Child could suppress him, it would still be very difficult. But now, he was being suppressed by the East Pole Child to such an extent. The East Pole Child didn't even need to spend much effort. This was strange. Lin Feng also realized that the East Pole Child's current state was very strange. Her own battle strength. Compared to before, it was unknown how much stronger it was. Of course, although the East Pole Child was very scary, it wouldn't be easy to kill Lin Feng. Bang bang bang, Lin Feng and the East Pole Child collided again and again. After 10 consecutive collisions, the East Pole Child's body fell limply to the ground. However, her body didn't turn into that of a little girl. She was still in her current state. Lin Feng flew over to check on the East Pole Child's condition. He found that her breathing was stable, and there wasn't anything wrong with her. As for why she had fainted, Lin Feng really didn't know. The roar of a beast came from afar. There were many powerful beasts living in the North Pole. The roar of a beast was very scary. Moreover, it wasn't just one place where the roars of beasts were coming from, but from several different places. Clearly, more than one of the terrifying creatures of the North Pole world had sensed the situation here. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter. These creatures of the North Pole world had really strong senses. He didn't stay any longer. He carried the East Pole Child and flew away quickly. After leaving the area, Lin Feng planned to find a place to settle down the unconscious East Pole Child. It was still nighttime. However, because the North Pole world was covered in ice and snow, it wasn't especially dark at night. Lin Feng carried the East Pole Child and found a new place to settle down. It was still a cave. This cave wasn't created by Lin Feng. Lin Feng took out a blanket from the time and space and laid it on the ground. He then placed the East Pole Child on the blanket. Even though he was used to seeing all sorts of beauties, he couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the East Pole Child's original appearance. The East Pole Child was simply too beautiful. It was a beauty that could take one's breath away. Next day, the East Pole Child woke up. She looked around in surprise. This was because she realized that this place was different from the cave she had been in before. And there was a blanket under her body. What was going on? Soon, the East Pole Child realized that something was wrong. Her hands and feet were no longer small. Her body had already recovered. This made the East Pole Child extremely happy. But soon, the East Pole Child was puzzled. What happened last night? Where was Lin Feng? She hurriedly got up and took the blanket. She walked out of the cave and saw Lin Feng standing outside. The snow had stopped, but there were still some snowflakes floating in the air. These were snowflakes that had been blown over by the wind. The cold wind was like a knife, and the sky was still gloomy. In truth, it was very rare to see a clear day in the North Pole world. Your blanket, the East Pole child said Dong Ji Tong, handing the blanket over to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the blanket and put it away. He then asked, "How do you feel?" The East Pole child replied, "My body is fine." She then seemed to think of something and asked, "Did something strange happen last night?" Well, Lin Feng muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Something seems to have happened to your body." East Extreme Child replied, "Indeed, something happened because my body has returned to its original state." Lin Feng asked, "I'm not talking about recovery. It's something else. Don't you have any recollection of it?" The East Pole Child shook her head. Lin Feng did not intend to talk about this matter any further. After all, if the East Pole Child did not know about the strange situation with her body, then it was best not to talk about it. He could only hope that the East Pole Child would not go crazy again while they were together. If he was awake when she went crazy, that would be better. But what if he was not awake? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? The East Pole Child said, "You're keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me what happened." Lin Feng said, "It's not like I can't tell you, but if I ask you something, you have to tell me the truth." The East Pole Child thought about it and said, "All right." Lin Feng asked, "What's your name?" The East Pole Child replied, "My name is Tangjiro." Tangjiro? That's a nice name, and a beautiful person. Not bad, not bad. Lin Feng praised. Tangjiro's face blushed slightly. Lin Feng continued to ask, "You're such a delicate beauty. Why did you give yourself the name East Pole Child?" Tangjiro said, "That's because I'm afraid of being bullied, so I gave myself a domineering name." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Tangjiro had a frightened look in her sleep, shouting loudly that he did not want to leave her behind. Now, she also said that she was afraid of being bullied. So, she gave herself the name East Pole Child. This was to intimidate others. Lin Feng was 100% sure that Tangjiro was someone with a story. However, Lin Feng did not intend to inquire about this story. "Do you have a sweetheart?" Lin Feng continued to ask. "No." Tangjiro said. "You didn't have one in the past or now?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. Tangjiro said, "I don't have one in the past, and I won't have one in the future." Lin Feng said, "Who knows what will happen in the future? What do you think of me?" Tangjiro glared at Lin Feng and said, "If you continue to spout nonsense here, do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson?" Perhaps it was because Tangjiro was too beautiful, so her angry look was not scary at all. Lin Feng did not continue to joke with Tangjiro. Tangjiro asked, "Do you have any other questions? If there are no other questions, it's my turn to ask you." Lin Feng thought for a moment and felt that there were no more questions. He said, "I have no more questions. You can ask me now." Tangjiro looked at Lin Feng and asked seriously, "What happened last night?" Lin Feng said, "Last night, after you became like this, you started to confess to me, saying how much you liked me and how much you adored me. You also said that you wouldn't marry anyone else but me. How is that possible?" Tangjiro shook her head with a look of disbelief. Chapter 6206. Lin Feng was only joking with Tangjiro. Tangjiro didn't believe him. Tangjiro knew that Lin Feng didn't want to tell her what happened last night. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're not being honest. You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Feng said, "You're so beautiful. Don't be so violent, okay? It doesn't match your temperament at all." Tangjiro said angrily, "What temperament do I need? Hurry up and tell me, or I'll really teach you a lesson." She raised her fist and looked at Lin Feng threateningly. It seemed that if Lin Feng didn't agree, she would throw a punch at him. Lin Feng's face became serious and said, "You have to be mentally prepared." "Okay." Tangjiro nodded. Lin Feng said, After you woke up, you became cold and became a completely different person. You even wanted to kill me. Your strength was also many times stronger than usual. However, this state seemed to consume a lot of your energy. Not long after, your body couldn't take it anymore and you fainted. There's such a thing? Tanjiro felt a little distressed. She knew that Lin Feng wasn't lying to her. This made her very puzzled. She didn't know why her body was in such a state. She even panicked a little. After all, anyone would find it difficult to calm down after experiencing such a strange condition. Facing some unknown things, they might even feel a little scared. Lin Feng said, "You don't have to worry too much. Let's take our time and observe." "That's all we can do." Tanjiro sighed. Her early years must have been very difficult. Therefore, Lin Feng felt a little sorry for Tanjiro. It couldn't be helped. Tanjiro was beautiful. Lin Feng was a man who cared about women and knew how to feel sorry for them. Lin Feng and Tanjiro continued to go deeper. As they went deeper, the temperature became lower and lower, and all kinds of dangers seemed to increase. For example, some extremely terrifying fierce beasts appeared. These fierce beasts' battle strength would be greatly increased in this bad weather. Cultivators from outside, such as Lin Feng and Tanjiro, were extremely unaccustomed to this kind of weather. In this kind of place, their cultivation was severely limited. Therefore, when Lin Feng and the others encountered some extremely powerful fierce beasts, they would often choose to avoid them. They also didn't fight them directly, which wouldn't bring them any benefit. Fortunately, the next period of time was relatively smooth. Although they encountered some dangers, they didn't pose any threat to Lin Feng and Tanjiro. They smoothly arrived at the deepest part of the North Pole, the land of spacetime collapse. In this place, spacetime had collapsed. In the collapsed area, spacetime storms raged. It was dangerous at every step. If one was sucked into a black hole by a spacetime storm, death would be the only way out. However, even if it was so dangerous, Lin Feng and Tanjiro still planned to go in and explore. Just as Lin Feng and Tanjiro were about to enter, suddenly, dozens of cultivators flew in from the distance. After seeing these cultivators, Lin Feng and Tanjiro frowned slightly. These people were actually cultivators of the golden-winged demon god clan. These guys were really like maggots in one's bones. They were very annoying, but it was difficult to get rid of them. The cultivator with wings on his back that Lin Feng saw before was also here. However, at this moment, he didn't seem to be the noblest existence because he was standing next to a middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator's aura was deep and powerful, and his cultivation was absolutely terrifying. He was the leader of the golden-winged demon god clan. I've heard that the East Pole child turned into a little girl because of a problem in her cultivation. It's said that the East Pole child is extremely beautiful, but I didn't believe it before. Now that I've seen the East Pole child's face, I know that the rumors are true. The East Pole child is as beautiful as a fairy. But such a beautiful girl, why would she call herself the East Pole child? It's really incomprehensible. The middle-aged cultivator smiled. He looked like he was in control of everything. "Who are you?" asked Tanjiro coldly. She had very few friends. The only one she could call a good friend was the person who had died before. They could be considered sisters and best friends. Therefore, Tanjiro hated the golden-winged demon god clan very much. Naturally, she didn't have a good impression of them. The middle-aged cultivator said, "Your humble servant is Zhang Tianshu. I'm the 8th elder of the golden-winged demon god clan." "So, it's you." Tanjiro's eyes flashed with killing intent. Zhang Tianshu said in surprise, "You know me? Rumor has it that you're one of the top 5 cultivators of the golden-winged demon god clan in this epoch. You once tried to break through to a higher cultivation level. Although you failed, you survived." Zhang Tianshu looked at East Pole Child in surprise and said, "I didn't think you would know so much about the golden-winged demon god clan." Tang Jiro sneered inwardly. Your golden-winged demon god clan massacred my best friend's entire family and chased me for so long. How could I not know more about your clan? Of course. Tang Jiro didn't say that out loud. Zhang Tianshu continued, a wise man submits to circumstances. I think you're all smart people and know what to do. In fact, the golden-winged demon god clan is reasonable. We don't want to have a complete falling out with you. Hand over the item and you can leave. People like him couldn't be trusted. He was probably worried that Tang Jiro would destroy the item if she realized that she couldn't escape. Lin Feng was sure that if Tang Jiro handed over the item, these people would attack her like a thunderbolt. These people killed people without batting an eyelid. It was better to believe that pigs could climb trees than to believe them. Ridiculous. Tang Jiro sneered. If that's the case, I'll have to kill the two of you. Zhang Tianshu's lips curled into a cold, murderous smile. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of cultivators quickly surrounded him. But at that moment, another group of cultivators appeared in the distance. There were dozens of them as well, and some of them wore black robes. Their auras were profound and terrifying. Some of them were shrouded in black fog. They were from the golden-winged demon god clan. Cultivators in black robes. The golden-winged demon god clan. Cultivators from the black fog clan. When Lin Feng saw that person, he narrowed his eyes. Zhang Zhonghua and the other members of the golden-winged animal clan frowned. Although they were all lost epochs, the Black Mist tribe and the Black Robe tribe were special. They had the largest population among all the lost epochs. Therefore, many forces were very wary of these two tribes, including the golden-winged demon god tribe. They were extremely wary of the Black Mist tribe and the Black Robe tribe. Now that the cultivators from the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan had arrived, Zhang Tianshu's heart sank. He had a feeling that things were going out of his control. But for now, he had to wait and see. He couldn't lose his composure. Before long, the cultivators from the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan arrived. Zhang Tianshu said, Everyone, the Golden-Winged Demon God clan is in the middle of something. Please leave. Heh, don't think that we don't know that the woman you're surrounding has the item, right? That's the item left behind by the 9th Era Master, a cultivator from the Black Fog clan said. He was hidden in the black fog, so his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, he should be the leader of the Black Fog clan. His aura was deep and powerful, and he couldn't be underestimated. After hearing this, Zhang Tianshu's expression sank. He hadn't expected the cultivators from the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan to know about this. However, after thinking about it carefully, there was no such thing as a wall that didn't have a crack. It wasn't impossible for the cultivators from the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan to know about this. It was no wonder that he had met the cultivators from the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan a few times. At the time, he hadn't thought too much about it and thought it was just a coincidence. Now, it seemed like they had sent people to spy on him. Seeing Zhang Tianshu's gloomy expression, the cultivator from the Black Fog clan continued, We want a share of the loot. Brother Zhang, you don't mind, right? They obviously knew Zhang Tianshu, but Zhang Tianshu didn't know them. They weren't any weaker than him, so Zhang Tianshu had to agree even if he didn't want to. He couldn't become enemies with the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan, could he? The methods of the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan were very strange and terrifying. It wouldn't be wise to become enemies with the Black Fog clan and the Black Robes clan. Of course I don't mind. Zhang Tianshu had said something against his will, so he was actually quite angry. However, he could only endure it and not say anything. At this moment, one of the black-robed cultivators took off the hood on his head, revealing a face that was so delicate that it looked like it could be broken by a single blow. Ziyuan. Lin Feng looked at him in surprise. However, Lin Feng quickly frowned, because he knew about Ziyuan's situation. Ziyuan was a reincarnated body. Her soul from her previous life was still there, and she was Venerable Lord Yuan's sister. Her previous life's soul hadn't recovered, and after it had recovered, it had wanted to devour Ziyuan's soul. If the other party succeeded, Ziyuan would no longer exist and Supremacy Yuantian's elder sister would return from the reincarnation tribulation. The last time they'd met, Ziyuan's soul had briefly regained control of her body, but she'd been at a disadvantage in the battle against Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's soul. In fact, if it hadn't been for Ziyuan's extremely rare heavenly demon snake body, she would have been devoured by Venerable Lord Yuan's sister. In fact, Lin Feng really wanted to help Ziyuan devour her soul, but Lin Feng hadn't seen Ziyuan for a long time. Now that he saw her here, he wondered how her soul was doing. Ziyuan looked at Lin Feng and said, "Tsk, are you still thinking about your little servant Ziyuan?" Lin Feng knew that this was Venerable Lord Yuan's sister's soul that had taken control of Ziyuan's body. "I've completely devoured her soul, so you won't be able to see her again." "You're lying," said Lin Feng. Ziyuan said, "Lie to you? Do you think I have so much free time to lie to you?" said Lin Feng indifferently. "You know very well whether you're lying or not. Besides, Ziyuan has a heavenly demon snake body. Her soul isn't that easy to devour." When Ziyuan heard Lin Feng, she looked at him coldly. "Maybe you don't understand, but that little girl's soul isn't easy to swallow, not because she has a celestial snake body, but because of her obsession. She misses the time she spent with you. She's such a lowly little girl. She's your servant, she's such a lowly girl, and she misses those days? She misses the days when she was with you. She's such a lowly little girl. She doesn't deserve a good fate, so her soul is destined to be devoured by me." Zun Tian Yuan's sister was a member of the Great Era clan, a strong cultivator of the Great Era clan. She used to have a very high social status. Therefore, she couldn't accept that she had become someone's servant. She hated Lin Feng to the core. Said Lin Feng, smiling coldly, "You keep saying that other people are lowly. That reminds me of a saying, bitches are hypocrites. You're courting death." Ziyuan's gaze immediately turned extremely cold. Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent. She said coldly, "That bitch's obsession is you. If I kill you, she won't have any more obsessions. Then, devouring her soul will be easy. So you're dead." "Since it's that way, let's do it," said the leader of the Black Fog clan coldly. And so Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were about to be surrounded by the Black Fog clan, the Black Robe clan, and the Golden Winged Goblin clan. There were about 150 people in total, and all of them were strong cultivators. Tang Jiro's cultivation level was very high, but she was surrounded by so many people. No matter how high her cultivation level was, she wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many people unless she had battle prowess that surpassed her cultivation level. However, she and Lin Feng didn't have such battle prowess. "Break out," said Tang Jiro. That was the best choice. If they were lucky, they might be able to break out of the encirclement. If they were unlucky, they might die here. "You want to break out of the encirclement? You're dreaming." Zhang Zhongshu suddenly revealed a look of ridicule. The rest of the cultivators also had a look of ridicule on their faces. There were so many of them, and many of them were strong cultivators. To them, Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were no different from dead people. How could they break out of the encirclement? Were they dreaming? Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Formula. Archaic Dragonesque Elephant Formula. Chapter 6207. It was normal for these people to think this way. After all, they were indeed very powerful. If only Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were surrounded by these people, the situation would be very bad. However, this was not the case because Lin Feng had the Book of the Dead. As the Book of the Dead could continuously devour powerful undead, Lin Feng's Book of the Dead could devour more and more powerful undead as time passed. Moreover, as time passed, these undead could continuously evolve inside Lin Feng's Book of the Dead. This was extremely important. Continuous evolution meant that these undead's strength would continue to increase. Currently, there were 97 transcendental undead inside the Book of the Dead. Among them, there were as many as 11 transcendental undead. For example, the Undead Emperor, Rotten Corpse King, Poisonous Insect King, Nine-Headed Demon Scorpion King, Eight-Winged Demon King, Devil Spirit King, and so on were all powerful undead at this level. There were still 3 undead infinitely close to the transcendental realm. They were Huang Daxian, the Rotten Corpse King, and the female Rotten Corpse. There was 1 transcendental undead that had fallen. There were 255 Saint Realm undead. But now, those holy undead spirits were progressing very quickly. Many of them had already broken through to the top of the Saint layer. There were already 50 or 60 holy undead spirits at the top of the Saint layer. Those holy undead spirits were looking for opportunities to break through to the next cultivation level. Lin Feng knew that it wasn't easy, but with time, those holy undead spirits would definitely break through to the next cultivation level. At that time, these undead in the Book of the Dead would become even more powerful and terrifying. When the Black Fog Clan, Black Robe Clan, and Golden Winged Demon God Clan cultivators quickly surrounded and attacked, Lin Feng waved his hand. Then, the Book of the Dead flew out. Countless undead flew out from the Book of the Dead. The number of undead on Lin Feng's side was twice that of the Black Fog Clan, Black Robe Clan, and Golden Winged Demon God Clan's side. They had an absolute advantage. They suddenly appeared and directly attacked the Black Fog Clan, Black Robe Clan, and Golden Winged Demon God Clan cultivators, catching them off guard. Puff! There was a tearing sound. Immediately, many cultivators were killed by the powerful undead summoned by Lin Feng. Although some of the cultivators were not killed, they had suffered serious injuries. Only about 1/3 of the cultivators were completely fine. This is Tanjiro. But now, their side had immediately reversed the outcome. As for the cultivators of the Black Fog Tribe, the Black Robe Tribe, and the Golden Winged Demon God Tribe, their faces darkened. They had never expected this to happen. Everything happened too suddenly. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Suddenly, dozens of their people were killed and dozens more were injured. Their situation became even worse. Lin Feng's voice was ice-cold. Huang Daxian unleashed his might and summoned the illusory realm. The illusory realm enveloped everyone within. It wasn't easy for them to break out of Huang Daxian's illusion world. Not good. Think of a way to break out, said Ziyuan. It wasn't the first time she had to deal with Lin Feng, but Lin Feng had grown too fast in recent years. He was so fast that she was astonished. Besides, Lin Feng had some tricks up his sleeve. She couldn't believe it. She knew what would happen if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. In the past, Lin Feng hadn't been particularly strong, so he hadn't been able to help Ziyuan devour her soul. But things were different now. What he couldn't do in the past didn't necessarily mean he couldn't do it now. Therefore, they had to break out of the encirclement. They couldn't let Lin Feng capture them. It was a matter of life and death. Now, there were only about 100 people left on their side, which was still a lot of people. These people joined forces to break out of the encirclement. Their attacks bombarded Huang Daxian's illusory world, causing the illusory world to shake violently. These people's attacks were really powerful. If they attacked a few more times, Huang Daxian's illusion world would be destroyed. After all, there were too many of them. They were also very strong. But Lin Feng didn't give them a chance to continue attacking the illusion world. Lin Feng gave the necromancers an order to kill those people. Of course, he also gave another order: capture Ziyuan alive. The battle was extremely fierce. Cultivators from the Black Fog tribe, Black Robe tribe, and Golden Winged Demon God tribe were killed one after another. Many necromancers on Lin Feng's side were also killed. However, these necromancers could be resurrected inside the Book of the Dead. They weren't really dead. Therefore, the outcome of such a battle was already decided at the beginning. In the end, more than 80 people were killed. The remaining 20 or so broke out of the illusion world and rushed out, including Ziyuan. Lin Feng wanted to trap these people, but he was a little slow. They broke out of the illusion world and disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng's expression didn't look too good because Ziyuan had escaped. If he could capture Ziyuan, this would be the perfect outcome. However, Ziyuan had escaped. There was nothing he could do about it. Lin Feng could only look forward to the next time he found Ziyuan. Lin Feng sent these powerful necromancers into the Book of the Dead and put it away. He then took the storage rings of the dead expert. Lin Feng never liked to eat alone, so he and Tang Jiro each took half of the storage rings. Tang Jiro didn't refuse and took the storage rings. Tang Jiro then said, "I really didn't expect you to have so many necromancers as subordinates. I've never seen you summon them before." Tang Jiro vaguely remembered that Lin Feng indeed didn't summon them when they were in trouble. Lin Feng said, "Unless it's a last resort, I generally don't summon them to fight. If these necromancers are exposed, it won't be good for me." Tang Jiro thought for a moment and then nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng said. With so many powerful necromancers, once they were summoned, they could often kill the enemy by surprise. These necromancers were a hidden killer move. If he casually used these necromancers to fight, the news would spread very quickly. At that time, many people would know about it. At that time, some people would make preparations in advance, and these necromancers wouldn't be able to play a role. For example, if the cultivators of the Black Fog race, Black Robe race, and Golden Winged Demon God race knew in advance that Lin Feng could summon so many powerful necromancers, then, if they wanted to deal with Lin Feng and Tang Jiro, these people would definitely be well prepared. At that time, the situation would be extremely bad for Lin Feng and Tang Jiro. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro didn't continue to stay. They flew towards the land of the fallen spacetime in front of them. After they entered that area, they felt that there was a destructive force everywhere. The terrifying force seemed to want to tear their bodies apart, and there was a powerful force that wanted to pull them into the universe's black hole. Lin Feng hurriedly took out the hurricane pearl. This thing could have a good effect in this place. For example, although it couldn't completely dissolve some spacetime storms, it could still dissolve most of them. Only the most terrifying storms couldn't be dissolved. With the help of the hurricane pearl, Lin Feng and Tang Jiro continued to go deeper into the land of the fallen spacetime. When they encountered some more terrifying dangers, they would choose to avoid them in advance. Therefore, along the way, they arrived at the inner area without any danger. At this time, Tang Jiro took out the keepsake. The keepsake that Tang Jiro took out was very special. It was a very special thing. Looking at it carefully, it showed a silver-white metallic luster. It was unknown what it was exactly, but it was obviously not metal. It looked like an irregular stone. After Tang Jiro took out the keepsake didn't have any abnormalities, nor did it fluctuate. This made Lin Feng very surprised. He thought that there would be some changes. Maybe it was because they were still far away from the destination, so there was no change? Therefore, Lin Feng and Tang Jiro continued to go deeper. Not long after, they came to the edge of the deepest area. After arriving here, suddenly, a huge black hole appeared silently. It was not a universe's black hole. However, a huge claw protruded from this black hole. The claw grabbed at Lin Feng and Tang Jiro. After seeing the huge claw, Lin Feng and Tang Jiro's faces suddenly changed. They felt an extremely terrifying aura. That kind of aura made them feel shocked. Lin Feng rarely had this kind of feeling. He didn't know what kind of existence the other party was. Could it be a fierce beast beyond the realm? But it didn't look like it. However, Lin Feng knew that some fierce beasts had a long lifespan, even spanning several eras, because of their outstanding conditions. Therefore, those fierce beasts, after a long time of accumulation, although they did not break through beyond the realm, their battle strength could even compete with some experts beyond the realm. This was extremely terrifying. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro's speed was very fast. They retreated hundreds of meters, avoiding the grasp of the huge claw. The unknown fierce beast in the black hole seemed to want to rush out, but at this time, there was a clattering sound of chains colliding. The fierce beast seemed to be trapped in the black hole. Therefore, it couldn't rush out. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what kind of creature this existence was, its strength made Lin Feng and Tang Jiro feel very apprehensive. They bypassed the area and continued to fly deeper. About a day later, the token in Tang Jiro's hand emitted a slight fluctuation. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro's faces immediately lit up. The token emitted a fluctuation, which meant that it had sensed the land of inheritance of the Ninth Era Lord. They followed this feeling and flew over. After flying for about 3 days, a huge skeletal face appeared in the dark void of the land of spacetime oblivion. After seeing the skeletal face, Lin Feng and Tang Jiro stopped. What does death mean? Suddenly, the skeletal face opened its mouth and asked. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were bewildered because they didn't know what the skeletal face was. But no matter what it was, they had to answer the guy's question first. They would wait and see what would happen next. Tang Jiro said, "Death means the end." The skeletal face said, "Wrong answer. You have a total of 3 chances." After hearing the skeletal face, Lin Feng was more or less certain that the skeletal face was some kind of imprint. Moreover, it was related to the Ninth Era Lord. They had a total of 3 chances, and they had gotten 1 wrong. In that case, they had 2 more chances left. Lin Feng said, "Death means new life." "Congratulations," the skeletal face said, but it paused for a moment. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were delighted. This time, they should have gotten it right? "Wrong answer," the skeletal face said. The skeletal face said the last sentence. F***ck. Lin Feng was speechless. The skeletal face wasn't a good person. He had gotten it wrong, and the skeletal face congratulated him. Was he playing with him? Even Tang Jiro was speechless. "Am I very humorous?" the skeletal face said proudly. "Humorous your whole family." Lin Feng gave the skeletal face the middle finger in his heart. Fortunately, he restrained himself and didn't say it out loud. They had 3 chances, and the first 2 had failed. There was only 1 chance left. If Lin Feng and Tang Jiro answered correctly, they would be able to obtain a great fortune. If they didn't answer correctly, they would miss out on the opportunity. Therefore, the 2 of them were very cautious. "We need to discuss this," Lin Feng said. "All right, I'll give you 15 minutes," the skeletal face said. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro started discussing. What did it mean to be a new life? There were many answers. Everyone had a different answer, but it was very difficult to guess the answer of the person who came up with the question. Therefore, the probability of answering this question correctly was so low that it was almost 0. Very quickly, the skeletal face said, 15 minutes is up. Hurry up and answer my question. Don't waste time. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't answer or get it wrong, the opportunity here will have nothing to do with you. You can leave. Yes. Yes. Chapter 6208. Who knew what the so-called correct answer was? Lin Feng was speechless. Wasn't this just making things difficult for him? He couldn't just spout nonsense now, right? At that moment, a thought flashed in Lin Feng's mind. He looked at the skeletal face and said, Before I answer your question, can I ask a few questions? This. You can't. The skeletal face said. Lin Feng said, how about we make an exception? The skeletal face said, since you're the first batch of cultivators to be found in this era, I'll make an exception. However, I'll make it clear that you can't ask anything related to the answer. Otherwise, I'll have to ask you to leave immediately. Don't worry, we'll definitely strictly abide by this, Lin Feng said. Tang Jiro didn't know what Lin Feng was trying to do. She didn't know what to do now. Therefore, she let Lin Feng do whatever he wanted. No matter what he did, it didn't matter anymore. In any case, Tang Jiro didn't have much hope that she could obtain the great opportunity here. The skeletal face said, you can ask the question you want to ask now. Lin Feng asked, are you an imprint? The skeletal face looked at Lin Feng in surprise. It seemed to be very surprised by Lin Feng's question. In fact, Lin Feng had asked this question because he had noticed something amiss when he came into contact with the skeletal face. Lin Feng had originally thought that the skeletal face was an imprint, but after coming into contact with it, Lin Feng realized that the skeletal face didn't seem to be an imprint. It should be a special kind of creature, although Lin Feng didn't know what kind of creature it was. The skeletal face said, I'm not an imprint. Lin Feng was delighted. The skeletal face really wasn't an imprint. This was just as he had guessed. Even Tang Jiro was very surprised because she hadn't discovered the skeletal face's true nature. She had always thought that the skeletal face was an imprint left behind by an expert. The result was unexpected. Lin Feng continued asking, what kind of creature are you? The skeletal face replied, I'm considered an energy body. Lin Feng was surprised. Energy body? Can I cultivate normally? Of course. The skeletal face said. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, is your duty to protect the legacy of the 9th Era Master? The skeleton face nodded and replied, yes. Lin Feng asked, how many years have you been guarding this place? Even I don't know how long it's been. When an epoch is destroyed, this place won't be destroyed. When a new epoch appears, this place will be somewhere else. Then, I'll wait for my successor. But epochs have passed and nobody has been able to answer my questions. Lin Feng said, the outside world is very beautiful. Do you know that? The skeletal face was expressionless. It was unknown what it was thinking. Lin Feng said, this epoch is about to be destroyed. Moreover, this epoch is the last epoch of the 3,000 epochs. A great cycle of reincarnation has ended. Nobody knows what will happen in the future. So, do you still want to continue guarding this place? Think about it. After the 3rd epoch, everything will be destroyed. You've been guarding this place bitterly for countless years, yet you haven't experienced the outside world. You haven't enjoyed your life. How boring would that be? You'll have regrets in a life like that. So, I'm willing to give you 100 million high-tier immortal stones. You can use them to enjoy your life. With your ability, it won't be difficult for you to condense a physical body. At that time, you'll be able to obtain whatever you want. You can enjoy however you want. What do you think? When she heard Lin Feng's last sentence, Tang Jiro was dumbstruck. So, Lin Feng had said so much to pave the way for his last sentence. Lin Feng was actually trying to bribe the skeleton face. Tang Jiro was astonished. She felt that Lin Feng wouldn't succeed. The skeleton face should be very principled, right? How could he possibly accept Lin Feng's bribe? Moreover, perhaps, the skeleton face would directly drive them away. However, the reality of the situation left Tang Jiro completely dumbfounded. The skeleton face had actually said that 100 million high-tier immortal stones was too little. This. Tang Jiro was speechless. Tang Jiro was already incoherent. She hadn't expected something like this to happen. How could the skeleton face be so unprincipled? 200 million, Lin Feng said. 500 million, said Yi Futian. The skeleton face said. Deal, said Lin Feng with a resplendent smile. Heavens! Tang Jiro felt as though her outlook on life, her values, and her worldview were being overturned. What was going on? Why was this happening? She couldn't understand it no matter how hard she thought about it. Lin Feng waved his hand and immortal stones immediately flew out. There were a total of 5 rivers of immortal stones, and each river was made up of 100 million high-tier immortal stones. 5 rivers of immortal stones, that was 500 million high-tier immortal stones. The skeleton face was very happy after receiving the immortal stones. Of course, the main reason for his happiness was because he was about to leave this place and regain his freedom. Give me the token, the skeleton face said. Hearing this, Tang Jiro wrapped the token with her magic power, and it quickly flew towards the skeletal face. The skeletal face blew out a breath, and the breath wrapped around the token. At that moment, a miraculous scene occurred. The strange-looking token quickly disintegrated into countless runes, and those runes merged with the void. Then, a mysterious world appeared. You can go in now. After you go in, the runes will condense into a token again, and there's still a part of my power left inside. If you want to come out, just use your Dharma power to activate the token, said Lin Feng. The skeleton face said. Thank you, said Lin Feng with a smile. The skeletal man ignored Lin Feng. He looked proud and arrogant. Lin Feng didn't feel awkward. He and Tang Jiro flew towards the mysterious world. They successfully entered the mysterious world. Then, they landed in a mountain forest. After that, the token fell from the sky and landed in Tang Jiro's hand. The two of them carefully observed their surroundings. They were in a dense, ancient forest. This place should be a small world. Even if it wasn't a small world, it should be an independent space. Tang Jiro looked at Lin Feng and said, How do you know that if we bribe the skeleton face, he'll let us in? Lin Feng said, Because he's not an imprint. He's been guarding this place for so many years. Won't he be unhappy? The outside world is very attractive. No one can stay here alone for so many years without thinking about the outside world. Besides, if we don't seize the last few years to leave this place, who knows what will happen in the future? Tang Jiro said, But what if he insists on guarding this place? If you rashly tell him about this, he'll most likely be angry. Are you gambling? Lin Feng said, Of course not. I'm sure he doesn't want to guard this place. Tang Jiro asked, Why are you so sure about this? Lin Feng said, Do you remember when I asked him if I could ask him a few questions? Tang Jiro nodded. She originally thought that the skeleton face wouldn't agree, but the result was beyond her expectations. The skeleton face actually agreed to Lin Feng's request. Tang Jiro was very surprised. Lin Feng said, It's reasonable to say that this is against the rules, but the skeleton face still agreed to it. So, I concluded that the skeleton face has been very bored over the years. So, when I made this request, he agreed. Since he's bored, he must have some thoughts about the outside world. I put myself in his shoes and thought about it. If I was alone and guarded this place for countless years, I would definitely want to go out and enjoy the beautiful life outside. So, I feel that the skeleton face and I have the same thought. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that my guess is wrong, but I feel that the possibility of it being wrong isn't very high. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Tang Jiro was very surprised. Lin Feng's thoughts were too meticulous. Even Tang Jiro found it hard to believe. She couldn't help but admire Lin Feng. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have dared to make such a request to the skeleton face. At that time, the skeleton face would definitely miss out on this opportunity. Tang Jiro rejoiced. Fortunately, she had brought Lin Feng along. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have been able to obtain this opportunity. No. They might not even be able to reach this place. Tang Jiro said, I really didn't expect you to be so smart. Lin Feng said, Can I take that as a compliment? Tanjiro said, "Of course I'm complimenting you." Lin Feng said, "Please don't have a crush on me." Tanjiro couldn't help but lightly spit at Lin Feng. Then, she ignored Lin Feng and flew forward. However, at this moment, Tanjiro's pretty face was rosy. Her current appearance was truly beautiful beyond compare. Lin Feng quickly chased after her. He and Tanjiro flew towards the depths of the mountain. He wondered if the Ninth Era Lord's place of inheritance was in this direction. Regardless of whether it was in this direction or not, Lin Feng felt that it wouldn't be difficult to find the Ninth Era Lord's place of inheritance. After all, this place wasn't particularly large. If they couldn't find the Ninth Era Lord's place of inheritance in this direction, they could search elsewhere. It was only a matter of time before they found the Ninth Era Lord's place of inheritance. Lin Feng was very confident about this. About 3 days later, Lin Feng and Tanjiro arrived in front of a huge mountain range. They saw a huge statue towering outside the mountain range. The statue was tall and majestic. It was the image of a young man. The statue was more than 1,000 meters tall. Who knew how many tens of thousands of years ago it was forged? After so many years, the statue still exuded a divine power. This was the most incredible part. The power of time didn't seem to affect the statue at all. Is this the statue of the Ninth Era Lord? Tanjiro couldn't help but ask. At this moment, she wasn't calm at all. She felt that this place should be the place she and Lin Feng were searching for. However, she didn't know if they would be able to find a great fortune in this place. She was very much looking forward to this. After all, this was the Ninth Era Lord's place of inheritance. Lin Feng said. Perhaps. The two of them entered the mountain range. However, what happened next left them astonished and depressed. They didn't find anything in the mountain range. Even though there was a cave dwelling in the mountain range. The cave abode looked like the one the Ninth Era Master used to cultivate in, but there was nothing inside. Lin Feng and Tanjiro felt very strange. They had spent so much effort to come here, but they still couldn't find anything. This shouldn't be happening. Did something go wrong? Lin Feng suddenly thought of the statue outside. He looked at Tanjiro and said, "Let's go take a look at the statue outside." Tanjiro nodded. The divine power of the statue slowly flowed, emitting a boundless divine light, making the statue look extraordinary. Since they couldn't find anything inside the cave, Lin Feng and Tanjiro decided to sense the statue to see if they could obtain anything. For example, immortal scriptures or top-level inheritances. Of course, it would be even better if they could find the location of some great treasures. For example, ancient weapons or treasures that could increase one's cultivation or soul power. Lin Feng sat cross-legged in the stream and began to sense the statue. There was an invisible force that prevented Lin Feng from sensing the statue. However, Lin Feng didn't give up. He was never a person who gave up easily. If the first time didn't work, then the second time. If the second time didn't work, then the third time. Lin Feng didn't know how many times he tried. Although he kept failing. However, Lin Feng fumbled for experience in the midst of failure. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng finally felt that he had a very strange feeling with the statue. Vaguely, Lin Feng felt that he heard the sound of reading. However, he couldn't hear it very clearly. Lin Feng tried hard to make himself hear it more clearly. Finally, the sound of reading became clearer. Lin Feng felt that his vision was blurry and he couldn't see anything clearly. After about 10 breaths of time, Lin Feng found that everything in front of him had become clear. He found that he had appeared in a place called Yu Yang Academy. Lin Feng had heard of Yu Lu Academy, but he had never heard of Yu Yang Academy. After all, it was an academy from the Ninth Era, so it was normal to not have heard of it. Obviously, this Yu Yang Academy should be an academy founded by Confucian cultivators. Chapter 6209. From the looks of it, the master of the ninth era should be a Confucian cultivator. The Confucian sect was indeed glorious in the past, but it was in decline now. It seemed that the history of the Confucian sect was much earlier than he had imagined. Lin Feng discovered that the Yuyang Academy was divided into a male and female school. There were only men in the male dormitory and women in the female dormitory. They weren't very far from each other. Lin Feng was surprised because the academy didn't recruit female disciples, only male disciples were allowed to join. Lin Feng had heard of a story before. The story was about a girl named Xue Yingying. She was beautiful and intelligent, and she had been learning poetry from her brother since she was young. She hated that her family did not have a good teacher, so she wanted to learn from a master. Lord Xue rejected his daughter's request. Xue Yingying was eager to learn, so she pretended to be a fortune-teller and said to Lord Xue, "According to the divination, it's better to let your daughter go out." Father Xue saw that his daughter had disguised herself as a man and could not bear to disappoint her, so he reluctantly agreed. Xue Yingying disguised herself as a man and went out to study. On the way, she met the scholar Cui Zihao, and they felt like old friends at first sight. They studied happily on the grass bridge pavilion and became sworn brothers. In less than a day, the two arrived at the Nishan Academy and entered. From then on, they studied together and were inseparable. Cui Zihao and Xue Yingying were deeply in love for 3 years. Xue Yingying loved Cui Zihao deeply, but Cui Zihao did not know that she was a girl. He only cared about their brotherhood and did not have any special feelings. Father Xue missed his daughter and urged her to return urgently, so Xue Yingying could only return hurriedly. Cui Zihao was reluctant to part with Xue Yingying. Along the way, Xue Yingying constantly used things to comfort him and hinted at her love. Cui Zihao was honest and simple, so he did not understand why. Xue Yingying was helpless and lied that her ninth sister looked like her. She was willing to be a matchmaker for Cui Zihao, but Cui Zihao's family was poor and could not come on time. When Cui Zihao went to the Xue family to propose, Father Xue had already betrothed Xue Yingying to Sun Wenhai, the son of the governor of Mao City. Their happy marriage had already turned into a shadow. The two met on the terrace, looked at each other tearfully and sadly parted. Later, Cui Zihao was appointed as a county magistrate. However, Cui Zihao's melancholy. He was buried in the Wangqing slope. When Xue Yingying heard the grievous news of Cui Zihao's death, she vowed to die with him. When Xue Yingying was forced to get married, she requested to take a detour to Cui Zihao's grave to pay her respects. Under Xue Yingying's mournful senses, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning raged. Xue Yingying was so heartbroken that she bit her finger and wrote Xue Yingying on the tombstone. It was her best last words. "We were born at different times, but we died in the same grave. This is my burial place." Just as Xue Yingying was crying out for Cui Zihao to take her away, Cui Zihao's tomb cracked open. Seeing that it was Cui Zihao's soul, Xue Yingying cried tears of joy. Xue Yingying got up and jumped into the tomb. The moment she jumped, the tomb closed up. Soon, 2 butterflies flew out from the tombstone and circled around the tomb before flying up into the sky. In a rainbow, Cui Zihao and Xue Yingying were reunited in the sky. Cui Zihao and Xue Yingying's true love shook the heavens and the earth. The heavens recognized their love and integrity and bestowed them with the title of heavenly official to be husband and wife for eternity. Thus, the touching love story of Cui Zihao and Xue Yingying was passed down through the ages. This story had spread from the academy. Perhaps it was because of this earth-shaking story that many women had yearned to marry a handsome scholar of the Confucian sect for a very long time. When the story was spread, the Confucian sect was no longer recruiting female students. Of course, if one had connections, they could still enter the Confucian sect to study. Thus, in the Confucian sect, there were many scenes of senior brothers and junior sisters loving each other. However, This kind of thing was not allowed by the higher-ups of the academy. Why? Because the academy was a place to study, not a place for you to find a partner. If you only thought about finding a partner, how many of you would study seriously? Thus, the academies in various places no longer allowed female students to join, even if they had connections and connections. Even the daughter of the academy's dean was not allowed to join the academy to study. If they wanted to study, they could study at home. Many girls thought of Xue Yingying. She had disguised herself as a man and sneaked into the academy. Then, she had a passionate love affair with Cui Zihao. Thus, many girls thought of disguising themselves as men and sneaking into the academy. However, they soon sadly found out that the major academies needed to verify one's true identity before entering the academy to see if one was a man or a woman. In short, they had to take off their clothes and everything would be clear at a glance. Thus, it was basically impossible for a woman to disguise herself as a man to sneak into the academy. However, the Yuyang Academy in front of them was obviously not at the level of the later generations. There were still women's schools. In the women's school, there were many beautiful figures. Naturally, it was very attractive. Many male students liked to watch the female students finish their classes. Since they couldn't have them, it was good to watch them. In the men's school, there was a student called Lu Feng. He was around 18 or 19 years old. He was very hard-working and outstanding in his studies. Once, after class, Lu Feng saw a group of female students passing by. He looked at one of the female students in a daze. That female student had fair skin and was beautiful. Many people liked her, including Lu Feng. "Brother Feng, if you like her, go after her," Lu Feng's best friend urged. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. His family's conditions were not particularly good. Right now, he only wanted to work hard to complete his studies. After completing his studies, he could accept some of the Confucian sect's cultivation technique. If he could become a powerful cultivator, he could change the fate of his family and even the fate of his clan. Although he liked that female student, Lu Feng knew that he was destined to have no way to pursue that female student. 3 years passed. Lu Feng completed his studies of the Confucian sect's basic subject, and his results were extremely outstanding. Then, Lu Feng began to systematically learn the Confucian sect's cultivation technique. Lu Feng's talent in the Confucian sect's cultivation was astonishing, so his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Many students participated in the training organized by the academy, including Lu Feng. During the training process, Lu Feng was dragged along with several other students to explore the trap. The female student that Lu Feng liked was also among them. The female student was called Su Xian. Lu Feng and Su Xian gradually became familiar with each other. During the training, Lu Feng often helped Su Xian, so their relationship improved by leaps and bounds. After the training ended, everyone went their separate ways. Su Xian went to her grandmother's house during the holidays. Her grandmother's house and Lu Feng's house were in the same place. They met again. This encounter had led to their marriage. Lu Feng and Su Xian got together. The two of them fell in love with each other. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Lu Feng wanted to join the Empire Battle League, where he could get more cultivation resources. For this, Lu Feng had been working hard. During the holidays, Su Xian did not go to her grandmother's house. This was the first time in so many years that Su Xian did not go to her grandmother's house. Lu Feng missed Su Xian, so he went to the city where Su Xian lived to look for her. But the result made him very sad. That day it was snowing. He saw Su Xian and another man walking on the street, hand in hand. Su Xian also saw Lu Feng. The man also saw Lu Feng. The corners of his mouth curled up in a mocking smile. What was a commoner compared to him? Not worth mentioning at all. You solved this matter. The man looked at Su Xian, who was a little pale. It was snowing. It was still snowing. The two of them stood on the street. Snowflakes drifted down, sprinkling on Lu Feng and Su Xian. "Why?" Lu Feng asked. "My brother fought with someone and seriously injured him. The other party was very powerful and wanted my family to pay a lot of money. After my family paid the compensation, they often came to find trouble and kept extorting money from us. Originally, my family was not a rich family, but it was quite rich. But in the past 6 months, under the suppression of the other party, many of our businesses could not continue. If this continues, my family will be finished. His name is Zhang Mofen, the son of the city lord. We have known each other since we were young, and he likes me very much. He helped my family solve these problems, and I am very grateful to him. I hope you can understand. I don't want to be bullied anymore. I want to live a better life, so I chose to give up the relationship between us and pursue the life I want." "I can understand." Lu Feng nodded. He turned and left. Looking at Lu Feng's back, Su Xian felt her heart ache. She squatted on the ground. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. Lu Feng left the academy half a year early. After many people, there was no news of Lu Feng. 5 years later, Su Xian and the city lord's son, Zhang Mofen, were about to get married. Su Xian invited many of her former classmates. On the day of the wedding, something big happened. A terrifying demon emperor that had been sealed for countless years was born. This demon emperor was called the Sky Prime Demon Emperor. After the Sky Prime Demon Emperor was born, he mobilized countless demon beasts, and fierce beasts. Ancient cities were destroyed one by one. And at this time, Su Xian's wedding ceremony was being held. She sat in the room, looking at the delicate and beautiful face in the mirror. She took a deep breath and stood up. She sent someone to invite Lu Feng. She wanted to let Lu Feng know that her decision in the past was not wrong. Now, she was going to live a better life. The wife of the city lord's son. Her identity was incomparably respected. Unfortunately, no one knew Lu Feng's whereabouts, so naturally, they could not send the invitation to Lu Feng. This made her feel a little regretful. On the day of the wedding, it was very lively. But at this time, the Demon Beast Army, the Fierce Beast Army, and the Cultivator Army of the various clans that had surrendered to the Sky Prime Demon Emperor swept through the world and passed by this city. This city was only a medium-sized city. It was simply impossible to resist. Countless people died tragically. Seeing the raging army, countless people wanted to escape. But, in the process of escaping, people were constantly being killed. The city lord's family fled in the flying shuttle. This special flying shuttle was very extraordinary. It could travel through the void and leave. But there was only one flying shuttle. There were many people from the city lord's family. The city lord's family was not finished, let alone the others. "Take me with you, take me with you." Su Xian grabbed Zhang Mofen, her face pale. Get lost. How could Zhang Mofen have the time to care about Su Xian now? Although he was the city lord's son, the city lord had 7 sons, and he was just a hedonistic son. Originally, some of the elders didn't want to take him with them, but his father begged them, and they agreed to take him with them. Zhang Mofen didn't want to take a burden with him. So, he kicked Su Xian away. Su Xian's face was pale. She did not expect such an outcome. She was thinking, if it was Lu Feng, would he treat her like this? He would not, right? Lu Feng would definitely protect her. Now, she was thinking about Lu Feng. "Lu Feng, where are you?" she cried as she fled with many people. In the void, the Sky Demon Emperor coldly looked at the fleeing people below. He did not attack, but he attacked the flying shuttle that was escaping. He opened his hand and directly grabbed the flying shuttle that had escaped into the void. "Demon Emperor, please spare us." The hundreds of people in the flying shuttle begged. Bang! The Sky-High Demon Emperor ignored their pleas and struck out with his palm. The flying shuttle. It directly exploded. Everyone inside died tragically. Good death. Seeing this scene, Su Xian's eyes were filled with coldness. She felt that this was retribution. Su Xian's luck was not bad. Although many of her relatives, such as her grandfather, grandmother, father, uncles, brothers and sisters, died tragically in this calamity, she survived. Her mother also survived. As for whether there were other clansmen who survived, she did not know. She and her mother became refugees. Along with many people who suffered the calamity, they fled in all directions. However, the world was so big, where could they find shelter? Every day they were worried and afraid. Every day they saw many people being killed. Until one day a piece of news spread. Emperor Yu Yang led the Cultivator army under his command and fought against the army led by the Sky Demon Emperor. The Sky Demon Emperor was defeated. This news caused a huge commotion. Countless people rushed to spread the news. Emperor Yu Yang, after hearing this news, Su Xian could not help but mutter to herself. Because when she was young, she studied at the Yu Yang Academy. A lot of things had happened there. She met her first love, Lu Feng. They were together for 3 years. Later, she gave up on Lu Feng. After that, there was no news of Lu Feng anymore. It had been 10 years since the Sky Demon Emperor appeared, and countless places had fallen. Su Xian had already forgotten when was the last time she heard the 2 words, Yu Yang. What kind of person is Emperor Yu Yang? Su Xian could not help but be very curious. Of course, she did not associate this Emperor Yu Yang with the Yu Yang Academy or some people in the Yu Yang Academy. In her opinion, although they were both named Yu Yang, everything was just a coincidence. Chapter 62:10. The old site of Yu Yang Academy. This place had long since become a ruin. It was no longer as prosperous as it used to be. A valiant man came here. He walked past many places and looked at the ruins of Yu Yang Academy. He couldn't help but sigh. More than 10 years had passed, but he could still remember the excitement he felt when he first joined Yu Yang Academy. He could still remember how his heart raced when he saw the girl he liked from afar. So many years had passed. He had let go of many things a long time ago. Is this the place where you cultivated when you were young? A woman walked over. She was very beautiful. When she looked at Emperor Yu Yang, her eyes were as gentle as water. She and Emperor Yu Yang had known each other since the reversal of time. After that, they had experienced many things and had a deep relationship. Yes. Emperor Yu Yang nodded. It's a pity that this place is destroyed. The woman sighed and said. The Sky High Demon Emperor was very unwilling to accept being defeated by Emperor Yu Yang. Therefore, he contacted 3 other experts of the same level, wanting to besiege Emperor Yu Yang. Although the situation in the continent was slowly improving because of Emperor Yu Yang's appearance, the people in the Sky High Demon Emperor's territory were still living like walking on thin ice. The Sky High Demon Emperor's army of beasts loved to eat human flesh. Therefore, one could imagine what would happen here. It was unknown how many people were eaten every day. On this day, the refugees, hiding in a deep mountain forest, were discovered. There were about a few thousand of them. A large number of beasts rushed over and began to eat the refugees, hiding here. Countless people were devoured. This area had become a living hell. Su Xian and her mother fled in a sorry state. However, they couldn't escape. That was because they were targeted by a terrifying ferocious beast. That ferocious beast was incomparably powerful and terrifying. It made them feel a sense of despair. Roar! The roar of a beast came from behind. That beast pounced over. We're dead. Su Xian's face was pale. She didn't want to die. She didn't know when it started, but she kept thinking about the time when she was with Lu Feng. Lu Feng cared for her very much. She wanted to see Lu Feng again. But now, it seemed that she would never have the chance to see Lu Feng again. just when Su Xian thought that she couldn't escape. Suddenly, a beam of sword chi tore through the void and tore apart the body of the ferocious beast. Su Xian was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect that she would survive. Su Xian's mother also had a look of joy on her face. Su Xian saw the person who attacked. It was a valiant man. He killed the ferocious beast. It was a face she would never forget. Lu Feng. It was Lu Feng. Su Xian's heart was filled with ecstasy. In her moment of danger, Su Feng had actually appeared and saved her. Did Lu Feng come especially for her? Lu Feng was still thinking about her. Thinking of this, Su Xian's heart could not help but be filled with sweetness. Lu Feng, Su Xian spoke. She felt that the next step would be for the two of them to recognize each other and embrace each other, never to be separated again. What a beautiful ending! However, the result was beyond Su Xian's expectations, because Lu Feng only nodded at her. It was as if he was facing a stranger. There were no pleasantries. He only nodded slightly. Then, it flew into the distance. At this time, a large number of cultivator army flew over from afar. Not good, it's the cultivator army under Emperor Yu Yang. That person is Emperor Yu Yang. Hurry up and run. Countless ferocious beasts and monstrous beasts cried out in fear and fled in a sorry state. Right now, these ferocious beasts and monstrous beasts were already scared out of their wits. They did not dare to stay any longer. However, it was too late to escape now. All the monstrous beasts and ferocious beasts were killed. We're saved, we're saved. Countless people were excited. The feeling of surviving a disaster made many people cry tears of joy. At this time, Su Xian naturally knew that Lu Feng was Emperor Yu Yang. No wonder he was called Emperor Yu Yang. When he was young, he used to cultivate in the Yu Yang Academy. That was why he took the name Emperor Yu Yang. This meant that he missed the past. Lu Feng, Lu Feng, Lu Feng. Seeing that Lu Feng and the cultivator army were about to leave, Su Xian shouted loudly. She ran forward and lost her shoes. The beautiful woman beside Monarch Yu Yang looked at Su Xian with interest. The corners of her mouth curled up into a playful expression. Emperor Yu Yang stopped and looked at Su Xian. He frowned slightly and asked, "Is there something wrong?" Su Xian's voice trembled as she asked, "Do you still love me?" Emperor Yu Yang did not answer her question. Instead, he said, "Go back and take good care of your mother. This chaos will be over soon." After that, Emperor Yu Yang and the cultivator army quickly left. Why did it turn out like this? Lu Feng, you clearly love me. You can't abandon me. Her body slumped to the ground. She cried out loudly. All these years, she had been thinking about Lu Feng, looking forward to the day when she would see him again. She would be able to see Lu Feng again. Although she had indeed abandoned Lu Feng back then, she knew that Lu Feng had a gentle temperament. As long as she apologized to Lu Feng properly, Lu Feng would definitely forgive her. However, the result was completely different from what she had imagined. She could not accept Lu Feng's coldness towards her. Especially the current Lu Feng, Emperor Yu Yang. What a dazzling existence! Thinking that if she had stayed by Lu Feng's side, her current status would definitely be incomparably respected, Su Xian felt even sadder and more upset. Lu Feng, I love you so much. You can't let me down. She was still crying loudly. Many people, all of them looked over. He didn't know what this crazy woman was talking about. Emperor Yu Yang loved her? Was she daydreaming? All the images disappeared. Obviously, the images that Lin Feng saw were only some of the things that Emperor Yu Yang had experienced in his early days. Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. Why would he see such content? Could it be related to the inheritance here? Lu Feng, Emperor Yu Yang, the 9th Epoch Master. The names were different, but they were the 3 stages of a person's life. Suddenly Lin Feng felt that he seemed to have sensed something special. It seemed to be a cultivation technique or a divine ability. Lin Feng could not figure out what it was for the time being. However, Lin Feng felt that it should be related to the inheritance. Time passed slowly. Lin Feng entered a mysterious state. This was a very special cultivation state. Only cultivators who had entered a deep level of epiphany could enter this cultivation state. Obviously, a deep level of epiphany was too important for a cultivator, because, perhaps, when one was in a deep level of epiphany, one could obtain some shocking inheritances or some Tao comprehension and so on. Lin Feng had indeed obtained some extraordinary inheritances. He had obtained a demon scripture called the Oblivion Demon Scripture. He had obtained a divine ability called the 3 Generations of Emotion Forgetting Technique. The Oblivion Demon Scripture could be used together with the 3 Generations of Emotion Forgetting Technique. When both of them were used together, the power would increase tremendously. Lin Feng opened his eyes and revealed a look of joy. He had obtained a demon scripture and a divine ability. This was actually quite a good harvest. But obviously this place, it was not the real burial place of the 9th Epoch Master. Therefore, the inheritances here could only be considered part of the 9th Epoch Master's inheritance. As for the treasures and other top inheritances of the 9th Epoch Master, they could not be found here. The Oblivion Demon Scripture is a demon scripture created by the 9th Epoch Master early on. It is the key to opening the 9th Epoch Master's land of inheritance. At this moment, a voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng did not know who had transmitted the voice to him, but after hearing the voice, Lin Feng's spirit was suddenly lifted. The information that the voice conveyed to him was simply too shocking. 9th Epoch Master, where is the true core of the legacy? Lin Feng asked. However, the voice disappeared and did not continue to communicate with Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng feel somewhat depressed. This was because the other party hadn't told him the location of the 9th Era Master's core land of inheritance. Even though the senseless demonic sutra that he possessed was the key to opening the 9th Era Master's core land of inheritance, it was useless if he didn't know the exact location. Perhaps he could find some clues in the future? He could only place his hopes on that. Lin Feng noticed that Tang Jiro was still cultivating. Therefore, he did not disturb her. He looked at the statue in front of him and could not help but feel curious. Who had built this statue? Could it have been built by the 9th Epoch Master himself? Thinking about it carefully, it did not seem to be the case. Perhaps it was someone close to the 9th Epoch Master? Or perhaps it was built by his descendants. However, no matter who had built it, it was a thing of the past. Lin Feng could not be bothered to look into it. Suddenly, Tang Jiro, who was cultivating, let out a painful scream. Then, her body fell limply to the ground. Something like this had happened during cultivation. Could it be that she had suffered from qi deviation? Thinking of this, Lin Feng was shocked. He did not dare to hesitate and hurried to Tang Jiro's side. After a careful examination, he found that Tang Jiro was not suffering from qi deviation. However, even though she was not suffering from qi deviation, her body was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It was very strange. Lin Feng suddenly thought of the other Tang Jiro that he had seen earlier. The Tang Jiro that was cold and exuded a cold killing intent. Tang Jiro's body obviously had some special conditions. Perhaps it was because of this that Tang Jiro had fainted? Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly used his divine thought to explore Tang Jiro's mind. Lin Feng was worried. Could Tang Jiro also be a reincarnation? It was very likely that she had 2 different souls. Just like Ziyuan. The 2 souls were fighting for control of the body. That was why they had completely different personalities. Thinking about it carefully, this possibility was very high. However, after a careful examination, Lin Feng found that this was not the case. Tanjiro only had one soul and did not have a second soul. In other words, Tanjiro was not someone's reincarnation. She was herself. She was Tanjiro. In that case, since she was not someone's reincarnation, there were two explanations for her completely different personalities. The first explanation was a second personality. People who formed a second personality often experienced something that they did not want to recall, and these things caused a lot of stimulation for him or her. Judging from some of Tanjiro's behaviors, this possibility was possible. After all, Tanjiro had shouted in her dreams not to leave her behind. The second explanation was the devil's thoughts in her heart. Everyone had a devil's thoughts in their heart. For example, when we saw others get something good, we wanted to kill them and take the good things. This was the devil's thoughts. For example, when we saw a beautiful woman, we had evil thoughts about her. This was also the devil's thoughts. The devil's thoughts were the same as any other thoughts. However, there was a difference. If the devil's thoughts continued to grow and grow, then the body may be taken away by the devil's thoughts. At this time, it was the so-called bedevilment. Many people were bedeviled and became slaves to the devil's thoughts. They did many things that made people angry, but they did not even know. From this, it could be seen. Once controlled by the devil's thoughts, it would be a terrible thing. When Tanjiro's body was in a condition, she wanted to kill Lin Feng. In fact, Tanjiro's situation seemed to be a little consistent with the characteristics of being controlled by the devil's thoughts. So, in fact, Lin Feng did not know what was going on with Tanjiro. Originally, Lin Feng thought that this woman, when with him, must not go crazy again. Now, her body was in a condition, he did not know what would happen next. Leave her alone and leave? Lin Feng really could not do that. Such a beautiful girl. How could Lin Feng bear to do that? Lin Feng checked her body and found that there was nothing serious. He was a little relieved and then waited for Tanjiro to wake up. The waiting time was not long. After 2 hours, Tanjiro opened her eyes. It was a pair of extremely cold eyes. Cold to the bone. Looking at them, it was as if falling into a bottomless abyss. But this pair of eyes was very familiar to Lin Feng, because he had seen this pair of eyes before. "It's you again. Go to hell." Tanjiro's voice was cold, and her palm blasted towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrible Tanjiro was in this state. He and Tanjiro's palm collided. A powerful force poured into the body. Lin Feng was blown away by Tanjiro. This time, Tanjiro did not continue to attack Lin Feng. Instead, she quickly flew away. Tanjiro's situation was worse. According to the previous situation, she was likely to faint at some time. If such a charming woman like her fainted outside, once seen by others, her fate could be imagined. Lin Feng was naturally worried about her safety, so Lin Feng quickly chased after Tanjiro. Chapter 62:11. Tanjiro's speed was very fast. When she arrived outside, she immediately flew off in a certain direction. In truth, she had already noticed Lin Feng chasing after her. At first, she ignored Lin Feng and tried to shake him off. However, she was unable to do so, so she stopped and looked coldly at Lin Feng. "Why are you following me?" Lin Feng replied, "I like following you. Can't I follow you?" Tanjiro said coldly, "If you continue to follow me, do you believe that I won't kill you?" Her entire body was terrifyingly cold, but it didn't scare Lin Feng. Lin Feng replied, "I don't believe you." Tanjiro's gaze turned cold. She seemed to recall the time when she had fought Lin Feng. She had used up a lot of energy and had even fainted, but she still hadn't been able to kill Lin Feng. Thus, she gave up on the idea of killing Lin Feng. She ignored Lin Feng and continued flying. Lin Feng thought to himself that Tanjiro's current state was too strange. Since she wasn't sharing a body with two souls, it meant that she was suffering from schizophrenia, or perhaps a demonic intent had taken control of her body. Lin Feng was more inclined toward schizophrenia. But schizophrenia? Why would her combat strength increase so much? Lin Feng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. In truth, the method to treat schizophrenia was both easy and difficult. To put it simply, whoever started the trouble should end it. However, many things were easier said than done. For example, curing Tang Jiro's schizophrenia was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to actually do it. A day later, Tang Jiro stopped at the top of a mountain. She sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. The world's spiritual energy continuously poured into her body. With the influx of spiritual energy, Lin Feng felt that the chaotic energy in Tang Jiro's body was gradually stabilizing. This made Lin Feng frown. Did this mean that Tang Jiro would be able to exist in this state for a longer period of time? Instead of quickly becoming the Tang Jiro he was familiar with like before. Lin Feng rubbed his head. The situation was getting more and more complicated. Lin Feng pondered. Lin Feng didn't know if Tang Jiro had also benefited from the statue of the Lord of the Ninth Era. He felt that given Tang Jiro's ability, it shouldn't be too difficult for her to gain some benefits. The changes in Tang Jiro's body might be related to her meditating on the statue of the Lord of the Ninth Era. This was Lin Feng's intuition. After finishing her cultivation, Tang Jiro stood up and glared coldly at Lin Feng, who was standing not far away. Then, they continued on their journey. Clearly, Tang Jiro wasn't flying aimlessly. She must have a destination in mind. Lin Feng noticed that Tang Jiro's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Warmth? Coldness? Hatred? All kinds of gazes intertwined. Lin Feng thought of the words that Tang Jiro had shouted in her sleep. "Don't leave me behind," who had abandoned her. This time, was Tang Jiro going to solve this problem? Lin Feng followed Tang Jiro out of the North Pole world. They flew southwest for about a month and a half. Then, Lin Feng followed Tang Jiro to a place. It was an ancient city, a very huge ancient city. This ancient city was called Immortal Offering City. People came and went. It was very lively. After entering the ancient city, Tang Jiro went straight into the depths of the ancient city. In the depths of the ancient city, it was the mansion of the Tang family, the city lord's family. The mansion occupied an area of 3,000 mu. It was very huge. Tang Jiro. Outside the Tang family's mansion. Then, she wanted to enter the Tang mansion, but she was stopped by someone. The city lord's mansion is an important place. Trespassing is not allowed, the guard leader said in a deep voice. He didn't say anything malicious. It was probably because Tang Jiro was beautiful. It was true that a beautiful woman had a great advantage. "I'm looking for Tang Hongi," Tang Jiro said. Lin Feng stood not far away and watched. Tang Hongi? Tang Jiro? Was Tang Jiro a member of this family? When they heard Tang Jiro call the city lord by his name, the guard's expressions changed. The guard leader said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you call the city lord by his name? Do you want to die?" The guards didn't care whether Tang Jiro was beautiful or not. If they knew the city lord's name, wouldn't that be suicide? Tang Jiro said coldly, "If you don't report, I'll fight my way in." "How dare you?" The guard leader's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a dozen guards behind him pounced on Tang Jiro. They wanted to suppress her first. Tang Jiro pushed her hands forward. An unimaginably terrifying power surged out. That terrifying power. It fiercely bombarded the guards, including the guard leader. They were all sent flying and the door was smashed. Tang Jiro stepped into the city lord's mansion. Lin Feng followed closely behind Tang Jiro and entered the palace. Not long after they left, a large number of guards quickly flew over and surrounded Lin Feng and Tang Jiro. "Catch them," a cultivator said in a deep voice. A large number of guards rushed toward Lin Feng and Tang Jiro. However, Lin Feng didn't need to do anything. Tanjiro threw out palm after palm. Invisible palm energy. It directly sent the guards flying. Lin Feng knew how terrifying Tanjiro's combat power was. These guards naturally couldn't compete with her. The gap between the two sides was not small. The guards who rushed over were all sent flying. Even if they didn't die, they were seriously injured. Tang Hongi, come out! Tanjiro shouted angrily. Soon, a large number of cultivators rushed over. There were old and young, men and women, and there were many people from the Tang family. You are. One of the middle-aged men looked at Tanjiro with a moved expression. Because of Tanjiro? She reminded him of someone, the woman he once loved deeply but had to abandon. This matter could be traced back many years. At that time, in order to compete for the position of the city lord, he needed the support of his wife's family. However, Tang Hongi's wife came from an ordinary family. Coincidentally, at that time, there was a direct descendant of a large family who liked Tang Hongi. The other party's condition was, Tang Hongi had to kill his wife and daughter. Only then could he get her full support. Killing one's wife and daughter was indeed difficult to agree to. Both sides took a step back. Tang Hongi divorced his wife, and then drove her and 5-year-old daughter out. He married the daughter of the large family. After that, his life. He was in high spirit. He became the city lord of Immortal Offering City. He held great power. This feeling was great. Tang Hongi didn't have any news of his wife and daughter after that. However, his wife and daughter were nothing. Holding great power in one's hands was the most practical thing. As time passed, he even gradually forgot about his wife and daughter that he had chased out. Who would have thought, many years later, a woman who bore some resemblance to his first wife appeared. He knew that the woman in front of him was most likely his own daughter. Is she the daughter of that lowly servant? A beautiful woman asked coldly. Although the woman was good-looking, she had a sharp and unkind look on her face. It was obvious that she was a kind and jealous person. It was no wonder that she wanted Tang Hongi to kill his wife and daughter back then. Tang Hongi ignored the woman. He looked at Tanjiro and said, "This is not a place for you to be presumptuous. Leave quickly, and I can let bygones be bygones." Tanjiro had no intention of leaving. She said coldly, "Back then, why did you abandon me and my mother? Why did you send people to kill us after abandoning us?" Tang Hongi frowned slightly and looked at the woman. The woman avoided Tang Hongi's gaze. It was obvious. It was that woman who did all these things. Tang Hongi said in a deep voice, "Leave quickly. Do you want me to say it again?" His expression had already turned somewhat cold. So many years had passed. Obviously, he no longer had any feelings for Tanjiro and her mother. If it weren't for the fact that his blood flowed in Tanjiro's veins, he would have ordered her to be killed long ago. My mother was seriously injured and coughed up blood every day. I was so scared. I wanted to save her, but I couldn't. That day we were being chased. We hid in a cave. When I woke up the next day, my mother's body was very cold. She opened her eyes and looked at me. It was as if she didn't want to leave, as if she was in pain, as if she was filled with regret. From that day on, I lost my mother. At this point, tears streamed down her face. Lin Feng sighed. He now had a general idea of Tanjiro's situation. Because of the tragic events that had happened when she was young, her spirit had been greatly stimulated. That was why she had split into a second personality. The first personality was her usual self. Although she looked cold, Lin Feng knew that her heart was very weak. She looked strong and cold on the outside, but that was only to hide the fear in her heart. This was related to her childhood experience. The second personality. It was this personality that was filled with hatred. She was indeed a pitiful person. The atmosphere was stifling. Tanjiro cried as she looked at Tang Hongi and asked, "Why don't you want me? Why don't you want my mother?" Tang Hongyi's expression was gloomy. How was he supposed to tell Tang Jiro these things? Was he supposed to say that he preferred power, so for power, he had to sacrifice her and her mother? Such words. Utterly heartless? The beautiful woman said coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Why aren't you chasing this little bitch out?" "Yes, madam." Many guards responded. These guards were all elites and powerful. They surrounded Tang Jiro. Tang Jiro glared at the beautiful woman with resentment. She said coldly, "Bad woman, I'll kill you and make you accompany my mother in death." As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Jiro rushed towards the beautiful woman. Bang, 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 she sent out palm after palm, and the invisible palm force sent many guards flying. She quickly arrived in front of the beautiful woman. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. No one had expected Tang Jiro to be so powerful. After all, the guards who had been sent flying were the most elite of the family, but they couldn't even withstand a single blow. Anyone who saw this scene would find it inconceivable. The beautiful woman's face turned pale. She was obviously no match for Tang Jiro. "Elder, save me!" she cried out in horror. At this moment, an old man who had been standing in the crowd and watching the show suddenly appeared between Tang Jiro and the beautiful woman. He sent a palm strike towards Tang Jiro. Bang! He and Tang Jiro collided fiercely. Then they both took 3 steps back. The beautiful woman quickly hid behind the crowd. Tang Jiro swept past the old man and chased after the beautiful woman. The rest of the people wanted to stop Tang Jiro, but they were no match for her. Tang Jiro sent them flying. Tang Jiro arrived behind the beautiful woman. She sent a palm strike towards the beautiful woman. From beginning to end, Tang Hongyi didn't stop her. At that moment, he shouted angrily, "What do you think you're doing? Let's see if you dare." Lin Feng sneered. This Tang Hongyi wasn't a good person. He was using Tang Jiro to kill the beautiful woman. The reason was easy to explain. He relied on the beautiful woman to get to where he was. Most of the time, he had to suffer at her hands. The power behind the beautiful woman was quite strong, so he couldn't kill her himself. Tang Jiro's appearance and wanting to kill the beautiful woman was exactly what he wanted. Humph! The old man snorted coldly. His speed was also extremely fast. He quickly caught up with Tang Jiro and sent a palm strike towards her. Tang Jiro had no choice but to block the elder's attack. The elder was attacking Wei to rescue Zhao. The method was simple, but effective. The elder was very strong. Even Lin Feng felt that with the elder around, it would be difficult for Tang Jiro to kill the beautiful woman. But what happened next stunned Lin Feng. Because Tang Jiro faced the elder's attack. She didn't dodge or block it. She let the elder's attack hit her body. She sent a palm strike towards the beautiful woman. Crazy. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. Bang! Tang Jiro's palm struck the beautiful woman's body. The beautiful woman's body exploded, and she died on the spot. Bang! The elder's palm struck Tang Jiro's body. Although Tang Jiro was very strong, it was difficult for her to withstand the old man's attack without any resistance. She was blasted away, and many of her bones were broken. She tried to stand still, but her body was wobbling, and she could fall at any time. She kept coughing up blood. Her sad eyes looked at her father, Tang Hongyi, and asked sadly, "Why did you abandon me and my mother?" Tang Hongyi's face was gloomy. He didn't answer her. But she couldn't hold on any longer. Her body softly fell to the ground. A figure appeared by her side in time. Then, a pair of big hands pulled her into an embrace. Chapter 62:12. There were still traces of tears in Tang Jiro's eyes, but she had already fainted. Her injuries were severe, so Lin Feng took out a pill and fed it to her. Lin Feng fed her an immortal-grade pill, and its effects were astonishing. It could temporarily suppress her injuries. Brat, who are you? Tang Hongi looked at Lin Feng coldly. Actually, he was overjoyed. Finally, he had killed the current leader of the clan. He didn't need to be bullied by that woman anymore. As for Tang Jiro, he had to capture her and hand her over to the current leader of the clan. Tang Hongi didn't care if Tang Jiro lived or died. In his opinion, Tang Jiro was just a chess piece. A father-daughter relationship? Who knew where Tang Hongi had thrown her away long ago? Everyone looked at Lin Feng, but they didn't think much of a young human cultivator like Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Tang Hongi mockingly and said, "City Lord Tang, what a good plan." Tang Hongi's face suddenly sank and he said coldly, "Brat, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Feng sneered, "Weren't you just watching Jiro kill that woman? If you wanted to stop her, it wouldn't have been difficult with your strength. Using your own daughter to kill your current wife, you're really scheming. It seems like you've been oppressed by that woman all these years, right? That's why you want to use someone else to get rid of her." Impudent, impudent. Don't talk nonsense here. Tang Hongi's face suddenly became very ugly. Lin Feng's words revealed all his schemes. Some things were destined to be done behind the scenes, and couldn't be discussed openly. For example, what Tang Hongi had done before. Fortunately, everyone here was from the Tang family. If there were people from the bride's family present, what would they think after hearing Lin Feng's words? Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng's words. They thought about it carefully and felt that this was indeed the case. However, they didn't say anything. After all, it wasn't a joke. The power behind the dead woman was even stronger than the Tang family. Even if something really happened, they couldn't admit it. Although there were internal conflicts within the Tang family, the premise was that they didn't harm the overall interests of the Tang family. If Tang Hongi's conspiracy was exposed, the Tang family would suffer the revenge of the force behind the woman, which the Tang family didn't want to see. Lin Feng said, "If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. Since you've done it, why can't you admit it?" In any case, he was the lord of a city. How could he not have this bit of courage? That's a bit disappointing. No, it should be disdainful. A person like you is truly a disgrace. If I were you, I would have bought a piece of tofu and killed myself already. Many people found it hard to believe after seeing Lin Feng's eloquence and sarcasm. After all, Tang Hongi was the Tang family head. Even though there were a few elders above him, such as the one who took action earlier, the majority of them didn't really care about the family affairs. Many important decisions were still in Tang Hongi's hands. Lin Feng was so young and had an injured person next to him, yet he dared to use such harsh words to mock Tang Hongi. Many people couldn't understand this. The Tang cultivators had the same thought. Does this guy not want to live anymore? It was no wonder why they thought this. In fact, this was also a very normal thing. "Brat, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Tang Hongi's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Lin Feng had infuriated him, and he couldn't let Lin Feng continue. Even though he could let others deal with Lin Feng, he didn't do so. Because in his opinion, if other people fought against Lin Feng, they wouldn't be able to vent their anger. Therefore, he decided to fight against Lin Feng personally. He had to make Lin Feng die without a grave. That was the only way to vent his anger. When Tang Hongi threw a punch at Lin Feng, he grinned evilly. Tang Hongi was at the top of the Xingqi layer. He hadn't broken through to the Xingqi layer yet, but the top of the Xingqi layer was already very strong, especially against a young cultivator like Lin Feng. Tang Hongi could easily defeat him. Boom! A moment later, Lin Feng and Tang Hongi's palms collided. Everybody saw that Lin Feng hadn't moved at all. Tang Hongi was blown away like a kite with its string cut. Tang Hongi's arm was broken. Tang Hongi's meridians were broken. He coughed up a huge amount of blood and crashed onto the ground. "You crippled my cultivation? You crippled me? No, this can't be real." Tang Hongi was going crazy. He couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. From a high and mighty cultivator to a cripple, it was enough to drive people crazy. Furthermore, for someone like Tang Hongi, his thirst for power far surpassed familial love. After becoming a cripple, Tang Hongi would even be stripped of his position as the city lord of Celestial Tribute City, as well as his position as the Tang clan patriarch. This was even more unbearable than killing Tang Hongi. How is this possible? Many people couldn't believe what they were seeing. They knew how strong Tang Hongi was, but Lin Feng had crippled him with a casual attack. Wasn't Lin Feng's battle prowess too strong? Lin Feng looked at Tang Hongi coldly and said, "Aren't you very passionate about power? Aren't you willing to sacrifice your wife and daughter for power? I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to lose power. This feeling must be worse than living a life worse than death, right?" Demon. This guy was definitely a demon. This was the unanimous opinion of the Tang clan's cultivators about Lin Feng. No one would have thought that this seemingly harmless young human cultivator was actually such a demon. However, there was a saying that said, "Evil people need to be dealt with by evil people." Evil people like Tang Hongi needed to be taught a lesson by a demon like Lin Feng. Brat. This is the Tang clan. You crippled the current head of the Tang clan. No matter who you are, only death awaits you today. At this time, the clan elder who hadn't said anything until now finally spoke. His voice was filled with cold, killing intent. This old thing had injured Tangjiro, so Lin Feng naturally didn't have a good impression of him. He coldly glanced at the clan elder and sneered, "Old thing, you think you're qualified to boast in front of me? You'd better get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you." Hearing Lin Feng's arrogant words, the clan elder's face immediately sank. To be looked down upon by a young cultivator like Lin Feng was a great humiliation. He sneered and said, "Young people nowadays think that they're invincible just because they have some ability. How ridiculous. Today, this old man will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man quickly rushed towards Lin Feng. In the face of this old man's attack, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't be careless. He could despise this person in his words, but he still had to take him seriously. After all, Lin Feng's Tangjiro was extremely powerful. Previously, when Tangjiro and this old man fought, they were only evenly matched. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical this old man's battle strength was. However, Lin Feng wasn't afraid of this old man. Previously, Tangjiro was able to suppress Lin Feng because Lin Feng was in his normal state, which was why Tangjiro was able to suppress him. However, Lin Feng's peak battle strength was more than that. Lin Feng's mind slightly moved. In an instant, the power of the Pangu imprint, the ruler's armor, the true dragon rune, the holy bone, the magic lotus, the golden dwarf, the stone golem clone, and the celestial lotus all flowed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's battle strength instantly soared to the peak. This was his strongest battle strength. Now, Lin Feng's battle strength had reached an unfathomable level. The old man had already arrived in front of Lin Feng and slapped his palm towards Lin Feng. He also knew that Lin Feng wasn't easy to deal with, so he used all his strength to attack Lin Feng. His palm was surrounded by a terrifying power of destruction. This palm was called the Great God-Killing Palm of Destruction, even from Lin Feng's point of view. The power of this palm was quite impressive, but it didn't pose much of a threat to Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's current battle strength was too terrifying. Lin Feng didn't use any divine ability. He just circulated his Dharma power slightly and slapped towards the old man. Seeing Lin Feng so arrogant, everyone was puzzled. Even though Lin Feng's strength was quite strong, Lin Feng had just watched the battle between the old man and Tangjiro. He should have some understanding of the old man's strength. Since he had some understanding of the old man's strength, he should have used all his strength to deal with the old man's attack. But now, he was dealing with it like this. He didn't put the old man in his eyes at all. Even the old man's gaze became fierce. If you don't catch him, he won't die. This was the evaluation that many people had for Lin Feng. In the next moment, Lin Feng and the old man's palm collided. The tyrannical power exploded in an instant. However, the situation that everyone expected didn't happen. Lin Feng stood there, still as immovable as a mountain. However, the old man who collided with Lin Feng's palm flew backwards as if he had been struck by lightning. Seeing this scene, everyone felt like they were going crazy. This old man was an existence that was close to surpassing the realm. He was one of the few experts in the clan who had been born more than 100 years ago. However, such a terrifying expert couldn't withstand Lin Feng's attack. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. Only now did everyone realize how strong Lin Feng was. When the old man from the Tang family was sent flying, Lin Feng's figure flashed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the old man and slapped his palm towards the old man's forehead. The old man's expression changed greatly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. "You dare to kill me? You will become my Tang family's mortal enemy," the old man shouted loudly, wanting to threaten Lin Feng. Facing the old man's threat, Lin Feng's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What does a mere Tang family count for? If Lin Feng wanted to destroy the Tang family, it wouldn't be difficult. Bang! Lin Feng's palm landed on the old man's forehead. A tyrannical power surged into the old man's mind, instantly shattering his soul. The old man died on the spot. With a thump, the old man's body flew backwards for more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. Old man, seeing the old man's lifeless body, many people cried out in grief. They looked at Lin Feng with hatred and fear. However, this was the world of cultivators. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. This was the law of the jungle. Therefore, why would Lin Feng care about the gazes of others? Lin Feng carried the unconscious Tang Jiro and walked out. No one dared to stop them. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro left Xianfeng City. Not long after they left, a cultivator arrived. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely recognize the cultivator's identity. That cultivator was none other than Qi Ming and Yang Tian. No. To be more precise, it was Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars. This stone avatar had been searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. He couldn't wait to capture Lin Feng, torture Lin Feng, and then kill Lin Feng. It could be said that he was like a lingering spirit. He had his own way of doing things. When they arrived at the Tang clan was dealing with the aftermath of the battle. The other elders also heard the news and came out of seclusion. When Qi Ming and Yang Tian appeared, the elders were astonished and bowed to them. Qi Ming and Yang Tian asked them for information about Lin Feng. They also asked the Tang clan to help them arrest Lin Feng. When the Tang clan's people saw that Qi Ming and Yang Tian were also trying to kill Lin Feng, their spirits were lifted. They spared no effort in searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. As for Qi Ming and Yang Tian, they continued searching for Lin Feng. As soon as they left the city, dozens of cultivators appeared. They were from the Black Fog clan, the Black Robe clan, and the Golden Winged Godly clan. Qi Ming and Yang Tian looked indifferently at the sudden appearance of these uninvited guests. Asking the Tang clan to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts is useless. They're a bunch of trash. They won't be able to find him, said Qi Ming and Yang Tian indifferently. Of course I know that, but at least we can make Lin Feng nervous, said Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Ziyuan nodded, agreeing with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's explanation. She said angrily, Master Qi Ming and Master Yang Tian, are you interested in fighting against Lin Feng with us? Obviously, Ziyuan and the others knew Qi Ming and Yang Tian, but Qi Ming and Yang Tian didn't know Ziyuan and the others. However, they knew which clan these people were from. Of course we're interested, said Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Said Qi Ming and Yang Tian, smiling. Qi Ming and Yang Tian liked to join hands. They were convinced that if they joined hands with the cultivators of the Black Fog clan, the Black Robe clan, and the Golden Wings clan, Lin Feng would definitely die. Chapter 62:13. Slowly opening her eyes, Tang Jiro looked at the mosquito net in a daze. It was a light red mosquito net, and there was a faint floral scent in the room. Where am I? Tang Jiro was puzzled. She felt like she had a very long dream. In the dream, she seemed to have returned to her childhood. At that time, her parents were loving and loved her very much. She felt like the happiest person in the world. However, she did not know what happened. Her father no longer loved her and her mother. Furthermore, he chased the mother and daughter out. There were people constantly chasing after them. They lived in fear every day until one day, her mother was injured and died. She was very sad she was found. The other party wanted to kill her. But at that time, an old woman passed by and saved her. Later, that old woman took her as a disciple. When she was strong enough, she wanted to seek justice for her dead mother. She wanted to ask her cruel father why he didn't want her and her mother anymore. Then, she came to the Tang family's house and killed the vicious woman, but she was also seriously injured. However, when she fainted, someone caught her in time. She didn't know what happened after that. Everything. Was it all a dream? Tang Jiro was very confused, because the things in the dream were so real. She had experienced many things herself. As for going to the Tang family, she didn't do it. Although she wanted to see that place and question her cruel father, she didn't dare to take that step. With a creak, the door opened. Then, someone came in. Tang Jiro saw a familiar figure. It was Lin Feng. She smiled. Even she didn't know why she felt so much better after seeing Lin Feng. When Lin Feng heard the slight movement, he knew that Tang Jiro had woken up. However, he didn't know if the Tang Jiro who woke up was the Tang Jiro who only wanted revenge or the normal Tang Jiro. When Lin Feng came in and saw the expression in Tang Jiro's eyes, Lin Feng knew that the Tang Jiro now was the Tang Jiro he knew. This made Lin Feng very happy. Lin Feng asked, "How do you feel now?" Tang Jiro smiled and said, "I feel pretty good, but I feel like I've been unconscious for a long time." She looked at Lin Feng with some doubt, as if she wanted to get an answer from Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, "You've been unconscious for about 10 days. Tang Jiro's injuries were not light. However, even after Lin Feng healed her injuries, she still didn't wake up, which made Lin Feng very surprised. She didn't wake up was clearly not a physical problem. Tang Jiro, Tang Jiro, Tang Jiro, Tang Jiro's Tang Jiro. Lin Feng felt that Tang Jiro's split personality was partly because of the hatred in her heart, and partly because of the cowardice in her heart. Perhaps in Tang Jiro's heart, she still hoped to get some comfort from her father, Tang Hongyi, but all she got was heartlessness. Although she had killed the vicious woman behind the scenes, she still didn't want to face the things that made her so sad, such as her father's coldness and alienation. And so, she fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately, this kind of deep sleep didn't last very long. Lin Feng knew that some people, in order to avoid certain things, chose to sleep, and might not wake up for the rest of their lives. Tang Jiro's situation was obviously much better. This was also what Lin Feng wanted to see. However, it seemed that Tang Jiro was still slow to realize what had happened in the Tang family. Tang Jiro said, "I remember that when I was comprehending the statue, something seemed to have happened to my body, and then I fainted. Did something else happen after that?" "Don't worry, when you fainted, I was very well behaved. I didn't do anything to you," Lin Feng said. Tang Jiro's beautiful face suddenly turned slightly red, and then she glared at Lin Feng. She said, "You know what I'm talking about." Lin Feng said, "It's all in the past. Why bother with it?" Tang Jiro said, "I just want to say goodbye to the past." Lin Feng looked at Tang Jiro's beautiful face. Lin Feng felt that Tang Jiro was indeed about to walk out of this incident, and then her second personality would very likely not appear again. Lin Feng told her a series of things that happened when Tang Jiro went to the Tang family. Naturally, Lin Feng also told her what happened when Tang Jiro fainted. When she heard that Tang Hongyi had been crippled by Lin Feng, Tang Jiro's heart was both happy and pained. She was happy because she was very happy to see Tang Hongyi's pitiful appearance after losing everything. She was pained because Tang Hongyi was, after all, her father. When she thought about how Tang Hongyi had not hesitated to sacrifice her and her mother for power, Tang Jiro felt extremely sad. Why did she have such a father? Didn't they say that even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs? Why was her father even worse than a wild beast? When she thought of this, Tang Jiro couldn't help but cry. However, she told herself that she had to be strong. All these years, she had always been like this. She had always been strong and lived on. She quickly collected her emotions and looked at Lin Feng. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have become a prisoner of that bitch's family. Lin Feng smiled. Don't just say it without doing it. Tang Jiro asked. Then tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Lin Feng said, Do you want me to give you my body? Tang Jiro snorted. She felt somewhat helpless when faced with a scoundrel like Lin Feng. She had never seen someone as thick-skinned as Lin Feng. Tang Jiro said, Change your conditions, said Lin Feng. You'll be my maid, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng purposely emphasized the words, personal maid. You bastard, your conditions are becoming more and more excessive. Tang Jiro glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Although she was born beautiful, there were many times when her temper wasn't particularly good, especially when she was with Lin Feng. Lin Feng seemed to always make this proud daughter of heaven fly into a rage. Lin Feng smiled. Aren't I just joking with you? Don't be angry. Humph! Tang Jiro snorted proudly. Then, she heard her stomach grumble, and she felt very hungry. She looked pitifully at Lin Feng and said, I want to eat something delicious. Lin Feng nodded and said, All right, go and tidy up. I'll wait for you outside. Lin Feng turned and walked out. Tang Jiro got up, washed up, and changed her clothes. She even started to dress herself up seriously, which was a rare sight. Lin Feng waited for a full hour before Tang Jiro came out. Women were really slow. Lin Feng was originally a bit hesitant, but when he saw Tang Jiro's outfit, he immediately felt that it was worth it no matter how long he had to wait. Tang Jiro was wearing a light green dress. Coupled with her tall figure, beautiful face, and elegant temperament, she looked like a flower fairy. Her beauty was indescribable. Seeing the surprised look in Lin Feng's eyes, Tang Jiro felt a little proud. She had dressed up for a long time. A woman dressed up for her sweetheart. Although she didn't want to admit it. But Tang Jiro dressed up for Lin Feng. So when she saw that Lin Feng admired her current outfit, how could she not be happy? Of course, she was extremely happy. However, great beauty Tang. She was still quite reserved. She was not the kind of person who would show her emotions. Tang Jiro said, Let's go. Lin Feng nodded and left the residence with Tang Jiro. They were now living in a small town. This small town was relatively remote, but there were quite a lot of people here. Because the town was close to a primeval forest, there were a lot of people going in and out of the primeval forest. After all, many people would try to find some opportunities in the primeval forest to improve their strength. Therefore, even the small towns outside the primeval forest were often more lively. And this small town was also the same. People came and went, and all kinds of hawking sounds could be heard. As the saying goes, although a sparrow is small, it has all the essentials. This small town was the same. Not only did it have a variety of shops, but it also had a very complete set of entertainment facilities. Although it wasn't a top brothel like the Wanhua building, there were a few similar places. Of course, the quality was naturally far inferior to the Wanhua building. After all, it was a small place, and only a few cultivators could go to the Wanhua building. Therefore, this kind of low-class place was actually very popular. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done it. There wouldn't be so many people with connections and power doing this kind of business. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro found a restaurant that looked quite good and ordered a table of delicious food. Lin Feng took out a bottle of flower immortal wine. He poured a glass of wine for Tang Jiro. Tang Jiro said, "I don't drink, and who knows if you're deliberately trying to get me drunk?" Lin Feng said with a smile, "That won't happen. Besides, if I really wanted to do something bad, there are countless opportunities before." Humph. Tang Jiro snorted twice, and her pretty face turned slightly red. Lin Feng noticed that Tang Jiro seemed to have become more shy when she was with him recently. He didn't know if it was just his imagination. Lin Feng didn't continue teasing Tang Jiro. Instead, he said, "This is flower immortal wine. It's a fine wine made by blending flower immortal elixir. I wonder if you've heard of flower immortal elixir?" Tang Jiro said in surprise, "Of course I've heard of it. It's good stuff." She took the flower immortal wine that Lin Feng gave her. After taking a careful sip, her eyes curved into the shape of the moon. She said, "This wine is really good." She didn't know if it was really good or if it was because she knew the origin of the flower immortal wine. Sometimes, psychological effects would affect the subjective judgment of others. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro ate a good meal and walked around the town. The Golden Boy and Jade Girl duo attracted the attention of countless people. "What are you planning to do next?" Tang Jiro asked. Lin Feng said, "I'm going to the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. What about you?" Lin Feng turned his head to look at Tang Jiro. Tang Jiro said, "I'm going to see my master. I've been away for many years, so I should go back and see him." Although they hadn't parted, now there was a trace of melancholy. Tang Jiro was even more so. She was a lonely person and had always been alone. She would only be with others occasionally when she was doing missions with others, but even when she was doing missions with others, she was still silent. However, ever since she got together with Lin Feng, the two of them often quarreled, bickered, and exposed each other's shortcomings. They laughed a lot and became more cheerful and happy. But now that they were going to part, she felt like she was going to lose something precious. This feeling was really terrible. For lonely people, feelings were perhaps the most difficult thing to give up. After returning to their residence, the two of them went to their respective rooms to rest. Late at night, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He felt that something was wrong. It was the feeling of being watched. This feeling made Lin Feng extremely uncomfortable. He quickly went to Tang Jiro's room. "Who is it?" Tang Jiro woke up and said coldly, "It's me. I feel that something is wrong. It seems like we're being watched. Let's leave this place tonight." Lin Feng said, "Okay." Tang Jiro nodded. Lin Feng grabbed Tang Jiro's jade-like hand and then teleported away. However, when Lin Feng teleported away, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful force enveloping his and Tang Jiro's bodies. The next moment, Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were teleported away. When Lin Feng and Tang Jiro reappeared, Lin Feng found that they had appeared in a mountain range. This mountain range emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro frowned. The cultivator who had schemed against them must be extremely powerful. Who had attacked them? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, several figures appeared. There were at least 1,000 cultivators completely surrounding this place. Their auras were extremely powerful and their cultivation was terrifying. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro's cultivation was strong, so naturally they had night vision. They saw those cultivators. There were cultivators from the Black Fog clan, the Black Robe clan, and the Golden Wing Beast God clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel slightly moved. Those who had escaped before must have called for reinforcements. Zun should also be there. Sure enough, after a careful search, he found Zun. Lin Feng, you've been jumping around for too long. Now it's time to end this damn thing. At that moment, a voice came from the void. When Lin Feng heard this voice, he immediately knew who it was. His expression changed abruptly. Chapter 62:14. In the next moment, a cultivator stepped out of the void. It was none other than Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Lin Feng had already experienced the power of his stone avatar. Although it wasn't a surpassing realm, it wasn't too difficult to reach a surpassing realm for a short period of time when using the power of the heavenly realm. Even if he only reached the early stage of the transcendence realm, it was still an amazing thing. After all, a transcendence realm cultivator was really terrifying. The combat strength of a transcendence realm cultivator could even be described as unfathomable. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that Qi Ming and Yang Tian would join forces with the cultivators of the Black Fog race, Black Robe race, and Golden Wing Demon God race. Lin Feng didn't know who was who. But that wasn't important anymore. The important thing was how to solve the crisis in front of them. After all, there were more than 1,000 cultivators surrounding Lin Feng and Tang Jiro. These cultivators were all experts. There was no need to mention the top experts of the Black Fog race, Black Robe race, and Golden Wing Demon God race. Qi Ming and Yang Tian were enough to give Lin Feng a headache. The place they had chosen was also very special. Lin Feng had already noticed that there were many natural deployment spells there, but there were also many people who had set up deployment spells there. The other party definitely knew that he was proficient in formations, so they didn't expect to use formations to trap him. However, there was one thing. If they really fought, he wouldn't be their opponent. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape immediately. Such a powerful formation would naturally be incomparably difficult to break. Therefore, when the time came, these formations would play an extremely important role. In the eyes of these people, he probably couldn't escape even if he had wings. "You guys are like a nest of snakes and rats," Lin Feng said sarcastically. Since the situation was already this bad, he naturally didn't have any scruples. Hearing Lin Feng's words, these cultivators' expressions immediately became somewhat ugly. They were all people with status. Naturally, Lin Feng's words made them angry. The leading cultivator of the Black Fog race was called Demon Venerable Darkness. He was a member of the imperial family of the Black Fog tribe, and it was said that he was the nephew of the ruler of the Black Fog tribe. His status was extremely shocking, and Lin Feng hadn't seen him before. It was obvious that he was an expert from the Black Fog tribe. Demon Master Darkness sneered and said, "I've long heard that you have a sharp tongue, but now that I've met you, I know that it's true. However, no matter how good you are at talking, your fate has already been decided. Could it be that you think you can escape from here? Now you can only flaunt your glib tongue." An even more powerful expert from the Golden-Winged Demon God clan had arrived as well. His name was Zhang Tianzong. It was said that this person was Zhang Tianshu's cousin, but his strength and status were much higher than Zhang Tianshu's. He said, "Lin Feng, I heard that you have mastered many celestial spells and top-notch divine abilities. If you tell us about them, we can consider sparing your life." Heh! In response to Zhang Tianzong's words, Lin Feng only sneered. He naturally wouldn't believe Zhang Tianzong's nonsense. When he saw Lin Feng's mocking expression, Zhang Tianzong's face sank slightly. He sneered and said, "Lin Feng, it seems that you don't want face when I'm giving you face." Lin Feng scolded, "You self-righteous fool. These cultivators, who considered themselves to be high and mighty, wouldn't use such vulgar words. However, they had to admit that such vulgar words could really infuriate people. For example, the words that Lin Feng had used to curse Zhang Tianzong were very lethal. Zhang Tianzong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes flickered with hatred. "Everybody be careful. Don't let Lin Feng escape," said Qi Ming and Yang Tian. They actually attached great importance to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. He seemed to be in a dangerous situation, but Lin Feng was always able to find a way out. Besides, whenever Lin Feng reappeared, his strength would increase greatly. Qi Ming and Yang Tian were furious. Hearing Crimson Bright and Yang Tian's words, everyone was naturally on high alert. Qi Ming and Yang Tian took the lead and walked towards Lin Feng. With each step he took, his qi increased by a lot. As he took more steps, his qi also became stronger and stronger. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's qi directly locked onto Lin Feng, giving him a lot of pressure. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's advantage in the heavenly world was too great. For example, if Lin Feng was in the undying world, because he had fused with the undying world, Lin Feng's fighting strength would also increase greatly. This was probably the advantage of being in the undying world. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones, and even Qi Ming and Yang Tian's true bodies, if they left the heavenly world, their fighting strength would decrease greatly. They definitely wouldn't be able to reach the initial stage of the heavenly world. At that time, they wouldn't necessarily be Lin Feng's opponent. But the important thing was that they were in the heavenly world. Some things, Lin Feng couldn't make assumptions because those assumptions weren't valid at all. Lin Feng knew that with his current strength, he still wasn't strong enough to deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. There were indeed many strong cultivators in the Book of the Dead, but one shouldn't forget that the Black Fog clan, the Black-Robed clan, and the Golden-Winged Godly clan had made ample preparations. They had more than 1,000 strong cultivators, while Lin Feng only had 300 strong cultivators. It wasn't even a third of the enemy's strength. Therefore, the situation in front of him was really hopeless. Qi Ming and Yang Tian were already attacking him. If he was entangled by Qi Ming and Yang Tian, he could imagine how dangerous it would be. Prepare to break out of the encirclement. At that moment, the Demon Lord's voice suddenly resonated in Lin Feng's head. After hearing the Demon Lord's voice, Lin Feng's spirit suddenly rose. Obviously, the Demon Lord was going to attack. Heavenly Destroying Hand Qi Ming and Yang Tian's voices were ice-cold. They stretched out their right hands and attacked Lin Feng. An invisible power. It exploded in an instant. That power seemed to be able to destroy a great world in an instant, as expected of a battle power that surpassed cultivation levels. Indeed, it was unimaginably terrifying. At that moment, the Demon Lord appeared. Great Void Heavens Technique. The Demon Lord's voice was cold. The Great Void World appeared in front of him, mysterious and unfathomable. The Demon Lord was like a godly demon that had transcended countless eras and descended upon this world. His attack collided fiercely with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's attack. The collision of the two sides created an extremely terrifying invisible power. That power spread in all directions. This was the Demon Lord's intention. Lin Feng and Tang Jiro were protected by the Demon Lord, so they weren't attacked by that terrifying power. However, the cultivators of the Black Fog clan, the Black-Robed clan, and the Golden-Winged Godly clan were shocked. They felt how terrifying that power was, although it was just the aftermath of the battle. But the power, it also made them turn pale with fright. This feeling, it was really terrible. Everyone knew that they had to retreat quickly. Otherwise, they might not be able to keep their lives. More than 1,000 cultivators from the three great powers retreated at once. At the same time, the cultivators from the three great powers retreated. As they retreated, they took out their defensive Dharma treasures. However, other than a small number of people who managed to retreat out of the safe zone, most people did not. Therefore, those cultivators were hit by the energy shockwaves. That tyrannical power ruthlessly slammed into a group of people, and that group of people was instantly sent flying. Many people's defensive Dharma treasures were shattered, and their bodies exploded. Although it was just the aftermath of the energy shockwaves, the lethality was still shocking. Those who were stronger or had stronger defensive Dharma treasures didn't die on the spot. However, many of them were seriously injured. Many of their formations and restrictions were even destroyed. Everyone still had lingering fears. At that moment, Lin Feng grabbed Tangjiro's hand and rushed toward the weakest part of the crowd. "Stop them," Ziyuan said angrily. Today was the best chance to capture Lin Feng and kill Lin Feng. If she missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to find another one. Of course, it wasn't impossible to find another one. However, the difficulty would be many times higher. Therefore, Ziyuan naturally wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get rid of Lin Feng once and for all. However, things didn't go as planned. Earlier, the cultivators from the three great powers were scattered. There was a huge gap in the encirclement. More than a dozen cultivators in that direction wanted to stop Lin Feng, but they were sent flying by Lin Feng's palm. Originally, it would take a lot of effort to break the formations and restrictions here, but now there was no need to worry. With the power of the stone scripture and Lin Feng's own ability, those broken formations and restrictions couldn't stop Lin Feng and Tangjiro. Lin Feng and Tangjiro successfully broke out of the encirclement, while the demon lord's body gradually became illusory and finally disappeared. Chase, Qi Ming and Yang Tian roared in exasperation. How perfect was the plan this time? Lin Feng was about to be killed, but who would have thought that an accident would happen? Most importantly, no one expected it. Lin Feng actually had such a powerful cultivator hidden on his side. However, thinking about it carefully, that cultivator seemed to be a little special. He didn't seem like a normal cultivator, and his condition was very strange. However, his strength was very tyrannical. While these people quickly chased after Lin Feng and Tangjiro, Lin Feng and Tangjiro used the void teleportation talisman and quickly teleported away. Lin Feng used more than a dozen void teleportation talismans. One void teleportation talisman could teleport them 300 miles away. More than a dozen void teleportation talismans could teleport them thousands of miles away. These void teleportation talismans were carved by Lin Feng during this period of time. The void teleportation talismans carved in the mortal world couldn't be used in the heavenly realm, perhaps because of the influence of the laws. After teleporting thousands of miles away, Lin Feng and Tangjiro both let out a sigh of relief. The demon lord had already returned to the demon orb. Lin Feng sensed the demon orb and found that the demon lord was sitting on a lonely grave, seemingly deep in thought. Many times the demon lord would be like this, sitting on a lonely grave and pondering. Previously, when he saw the demon lord forcefully resisting Qi Ming and Yang Tian's attacks, Lin Feng was actually very shocked. Although Lin Feng also seemed to be able to resist for more than a dozen rounds, Lin Feng was surrounded by danger. He could only defend and didn't have the strength to fight back. The demon lord was in a completely different situation. Therefore, Lin Feng was now wondering if the demon lord had reached a level beyond his realm. Lin Feng asked, "Demon lord, have you reached a level beyond your realm?" The demon lord replied, "No, I'm borrowing the power of the demon orb." The demon orb was very mysterious, and it hid many secrets. Even though Lin Feng was the current master of the demon orb, he didn't know much about it. The demon lord lived in the demon orb's inner world all year round, and he had even been one of its masters for a time. Lin Feng wasn't surprised that the demon lord could borrow the demon orb's power. In the following period of time, Many powers in the second layer of the celestial realm were searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. Naturally, these powers were loyal to the 33 Heavens Masters. There were also many powers that didn't have a good relationship with the Heavenly Court. They just watched coldly from the sidelines and didn't participate in this matter. The Black Mist race, the Black Robe race, and the Golden-Winged Demon God race were still very powerful, and many powers were inextricably linked to them. However, so many people were looking for Lin Feng, but they still couldn't find any useful clues. It was as if Lin Feng had evaporated into thin air. Red Leaf Valley. This was the Black Mist race's encampment in the second layer of the celestial realm. This place was heavily guarded, and there were many experts. After searching for Lin Feng for more than a month, they still couldn't find Lin Feng. Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness of the Black Mist race led his people back to Red Leaf Valley temporarily. He had many things to deal with, so he naturally wouldn't just focus on Lin Feng. He left a portion of his people outside and let them be in charge of searching for Lin Feng. After returning, Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness received news that the Black Mist race's ruler had sent people over to ask Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness to return to his ancestral land. However, the details weren't mentioned. Although it was already nighttime, Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness still didn't plan on resting in Red Leaf Valley for the night before leaving. He planned to leave immediately. Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness brought over a dozen of his trusted subordinates. Just as he was about to leave through the night, suddenly Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness discovered that the entire Red Leaf Valley was covered by a powerful array formation. "What's going on?" Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness's expression turned gloomy. "Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness, your death date has arrived." A cold voice sounded from the darkness. Next, a young and handsome man walked out step by step. That young and handsome man was Lin Feng. Chapter 62:15. After seeing Lin Feng, Dark Demon Venerable was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly appear here. It had to be said that Lin Feng was really daring. He actually came to the Black Fog Tribe's encampment. Moreover, Lin Feng had set up a great formation. This meant that Lin Feng had been here for a long time and had been secretly setting up a great formation. However, no one had discovered this. This made Dark Demon Venerable's expression turn ugly. Were the people below useless? Thinking about it carefully, that wasn't the case. Lin Feng was very capable. It wasn't particularly difficult for him to set up a great formation and seal off Red Leaf Valley. However, he wasn't afraid of Lin Feng, because Red Leaf Valley was very powerful. In addition to the 300 people he had brought with him, there were about 600 to 700 cultivators in Red Leaf Valley. Dark Demon Venerable had heard that Lin Feng had a powerful undead army with about 300 people. However, Dark Demon Venerable had twice as many people as Lin Feng. How could he be afraid of Lin Feng? I always thought that you were a smart person. However, it seems that I have to change my opinion of you. Dark Demon Venerable looked coldly at Lin Feng. Clearly, he didn't think much of Lin Feng. You're too confident. Lin Feng looked at Dark Demon Venerable. Dark Demon Venerable said, "I'm confident because I have enough strength. If I don't have enough strength, I won't be confident." Lin Feng said, "You're right. After all, there are many experts in this place. However, these people will definitely die in my great formation." "You think too highly of yourself." Dark Demon Venerable sneered. The cultivators of Red Leaf Valley were all elites of the Black Fog Tribe. How could they be killed by a mere formation? Lin Feng didn't explain further. However, he was laughing coldly in his heart. How could an ordinary formation be compared to a formation passed down by the Heavenly Master's lineage? There was a huge difference, all right? However, there was no need to say these words to Demon Venerable Darkness. "Activate the Grand Formation," Lin Feng ordered. he heard Lin Feng's voice. Tangjiro, who was sitting in the main array, began to activate the array. As for those powerful undead, they were also in charge of the various formation cores. This time, those powerful undead spirits were also activating the formation. During this period of time, Lin Feng had quietly deployed the Immortal Slaying Grand Array, the Immortal Slaughtering Grand Array, the Immortal Slaughtering Grand Array, the Immortal Exterminating Grand Array, the Immortal Slaughtering Grand Array, the Immortal Slaughtering Grand Array, the Immortal Slaughtering Grand Array, and the Immortal Slaughtering Grand Array. These 5 great formations were extremely powerful to begin with. The most terrifying thing was that these 5 great formations were able to form a special connection. Generally speaking, it was equivalent to the cycle of the 5 elements. When such a special connection was formed, the power of the 5 great formations would be greatly increased. On top of that, there were so many experts activating the 5 great formations. One could only imagine how terrifying the offensive power of these 5 great formations would be. "I'll kill you first." Demon Venerable Darkness looked coldly at Lin Feng. If he killed Lin Feng, Lin Feng's attack would naturally collapse. Demon Venerable Dim Dark's idea was extremely good. However, how could his idea be realized so easily? When Lin Feng saw Demon Venerable Darkness charging towards him, he chose to retreat quickly. It wasn't that Lin Feng was afraid of Demon Venerable Darkness, but that there was no need for him to clash head-on with Demon Venerable Darkness. At this stage, Lin Feng planned to kill Demon Venerable Darkness's subordinates first. As for Demon Venerable Darkness, he could leave him for last. It would be best if he could capture him alive. Demon Venerable Darkness was an imperial cultivator of the Black Fog tribe. He had a respected status, and should know many secrets of the Black Fog tribe. If he could capture this guy, he could try searching his soul. If this guy's soul wasn't sealed, it would be even better. He would definitely be able to obtain many secrets from his soul. Lin Feng retracted his figure. Demon Venerable Darkness naturally couldn't attack Lin Feng anymore. At this moment, the power of the Immortal Slaying, Immortal Murdering, Immortal Slaughtering, Immortal Exterminating, and Immortal Slaughtering arrays had already been revealed. All sorts of attacks came crashing down. Even an expert like Demon Venerable Darkness had no choice but to resist these attacks. Very soon, the expressions of the Black Fog tribe's cultivators turned ugly. This was because they didn't think much of the formations that Lin Feng had set up. However, after experiencing the power of these formations, they realized how terrifyingly powerful Lin Feng's formations were. They were far stronger than they had imagined. Many people relied on their defensive Dharma treasures and their own strength to resist. However, this wasn't a long-term solution. It wouldn't be long before everyone succumbed to the attack. When that time came, the outcome would be terrible. Everyone was trembling in fear. "Let's break out of the encirclement first." Demon Venerable Darkness's expression was gloomy. Lin Feng's formations made him fearful and suspicious. He really couldn't understand why Lin Feng's formations were so terrifying. Although Demon Venerable Darkness and the others wanted to break out of the encirclement, they couldn't do so just because they wanted to. The main reason was that the 5 formations were too powerful. Breaking out of the encirclement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. At this moment, a magical arrow flew out. This magical arrow instantly pierced through a cultivator's defensive shield before piercing through his head. Then, a second magical arrow flew out and similarly pierced through another cultivator's defensive Dharma treasure before killing him. Seeing the 2 people who had been shot to death, everyone was shocked. This was because the 2 people who were shot dead were actually the 2 Vice Valley Masters of Red Leaf Valley. The Valley Master of Red Leaf Valley had something to do and had gone out. Right now, other than Demon Venerable Darkness, these 2 Vice Valley Masters were the strongest. They were experts who were infinitely close to surpassing their realm. However, they were actually shot to death just like that. This was an extremely huge blow to the confidence of the Black Fog tribe cultivators. It was a devastating blow. The one who shot the two Vice Valley Masters one after another was naturally Lin Feng. Lin Feng used the Ho-E Bao and the Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow. He shot the two Vice Valley Masters consecutively. In fact, Lin Feng didn't know the identities of the two people. He only felt that their cultivation was extremely powerful. At this moment, the two people were entangled by the Immortal Slaying Formation, Immortal Slaughtering Formation, Immortal Slaying Formation, Immortal Exterminating Formation, and Immortal Slaughtering Formation. Lin Feng felt that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he used the Ho-E Bao and the Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly improved, the power of the Ho-E Bao and the Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow had also become more and more powerful in Lin Feng's hands. The incident happened so suddenly that the two Vice Valley Masters were shot to death before they could even react. Lin Feng hid in the dark like a bloodthirsty demon. The Sun-Shooting Divine Arrow flew out continuously. Every time it flew out, it would definitely kill the target. Although there were only two Sun-Shooting Divine Arrows, these two Sun-Shooting Divine Arrows played a huge role. Not to mention the experts who were shot to death. The deterrent effect on the Black Fog tribe cultivators was shocking enough. Many of the Black Fog tribe cultivators were terrified and in despair. Under such a mentality, one's combat strength would often be greatly affected. Therefore, in the following battle, many people couldn't exert their strength at all. This also caused those cultivators to gradually be unable to resist the attacks of the formation. Puff, puff, puff. Along with the sounds of tearing, cultivators constantly died under the powerful attacks of the formation. After seeing those dead cultivators, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He had already expected this situation. After all, the formation he had set up was meticulously designed. The formation of the Heavenly Master faction was indeed unique. My lord, what do we do now? Many people looked at Devil Venerable Gloomy Darkness, placing all their hopes of escaping on him. This was because they knew that it was impossible to escape with their own strength. Devil Venerable Gloomy Darkness was very strong, so he might be able to bring everyone out with him. However, Devil Venerable Gloomy Darkness felt bitter in his heart. Right now, he didn't have any good methods. Lin Feng sneered. Devil Venerable Gloomy Darkness, when you used the formation to deal with me previously, I almost fell into your trap. Now that I'm using the formation to deal with you, it can be considered as giving you a taste of your own medicine. The previous encirclement had indeed been dangerous. Lin Feng felt a little despair. Fortunately, the aftermath of the battle between the Demon Lord, Qi Ming, and Yang Tian had sent the cultivators who had surrounded him flying. Moreover, it had also destroyed a large number of formations and restrictions. Otherwise, he might have really died there. Thinking about this matter now, he still felt some lingering fear. Therefore, this was also the reason why Lin Feng had chosen to counterattack. Lin Feng wasn't someone who didn't know how to react after suffering a loss. Lin Feng thought that he should first get rid of the cultivators from the Black Fog race, Black Robe race, and Golden-Winged Demon God race. Then, he would think of a way to get rid of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars. This stone avatar had been staring at him without letting go. It was a hidden danger. Lin Feng hated Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar to the core. Lin Feng knew that it would be difficult to get rid of Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar. After all, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar was almost equivalent to a surpassing realm cultivator. Of course, in terms of overall strength, it definitely couldn't compare to a surpassing realm cultivator. This gave Lin Feng some hope. Why did he say this? Because, if Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar was really a surpassing realm cultivator, then its life force had undergone a complete transformation. The key was that its magic power was incomparably strong. It really wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. However, the key was that it wasn't a surpassing realm cultivator. Even if its battle strength had reached the surpassing realm, Lin Feng knew that this method of borrowing external forces to increase one's battle strength wouldn't last long. Just like how Lin Feng borrowed treasures like the ruler's armor to increase his battle strength, there was a time limit. Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar definitely had a time limit as well. Lin Feng discussed with the Demon Lord, hoping that the Demon Lord would take action. The Demon Lord agreed. However, the Demon Lord also said that although he could use the power of the Demon Orb to increase his battle strength and let his battle strength reach the surpassing realm, at the moment, he could only last for a few rounds. The time that the Demon Lord could last was obviously much shorter than Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar. Therefore, it was extremely unrealistic to let the Demon Lord stall Qi Ming and Yang Tian for a long time. If he wanted to deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar, he needed to think of a foolproof plan. As for Lin Feng, he had already thought of a method. Lin Feng's method was simple. What was Lin Feng good at? He was good at formations. Lin Feng planned to set up a formation to lure Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatar into the trap and use the formation to stall him. As time went by, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars could borrow less and less power from the Heaven Realm, and their battle strength would continue to drop. The Demon Lord only needed to find a rare opportunity in the dark to launch a fatal attack on Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars. He might be able to severely injure Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars. At that time, Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars would definitely die. Of course, these things had to wait until Lin Feng finished dealing with the Black Fog race, Black Robe race, and Golden Winged Demon God race. He needed to plan carefully before taking action. After all, Qi Ming and Yang Tian were extremely smart people. How could it be easy to scheme against them? If he didn't have a foolproof plan, he definitely wouldn't be fooled. At this time, the battle had reached its climax. A large number of cultivators from the Black Fog race died continuously. No one was able to escape. 600 to 700 elites were killed in 4 hours. However, the leader, Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness, was too powerful. Although he couldn't break out of the encirclement, he wasn't killed. Lin Feng, you despicable person. You only know how to scheme behind the scenes. Don't you think you're a disgrace to your great ancestors? Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness cursed loudly. Lin Feng was speechless. In a battle between cultivators, it was either you die or I die. Who cared what methods were used? Moreover, the Black Fog race represented by Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness, the Black Robe race represented by Purple Mandarin Duck, and the Golden Winged Demon God race represented by Zhang Tianzong had joined forces with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone avatars to set up a grand formation to deal with him. It was reasonable for them to use such a method, but he was despicable and shameless to use a grand formation to deal with them? What kind of logic was this? Only officials were allowed to set fires, but commoners weren't allowed to light lamps? Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness continued cursing, Lin Feng, come out and fight me if you dare. Do you dare? Lin Feng naturally knew that Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness was trying to provoke him. But even so, Lin Feng didn't cower. Wielding the Epic War Spear, he stepped forward and sneered, Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness, since you want to die so much, I can personally deal with you. Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness sneered. Kid, you're dead meat. Gloomy World. A moment later, Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness disappeared, and Endless Darkness appeared. The Endless Darkness transformed into a mysterious gloomy world that enveloped Lin Feng. Next, countless dark chains coiled around Lin Feng's body. Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness appeared with a saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Feng. He wanted to cut Lin Feng in half. Lin Feng sneered. His body moved like a demon god shaking the world, and the countless chains snapped. Lin Feng wielded the epic war spear and executed the epic spear art. At this moment, Lin Feng felt as if the epic war spear had fused with him. As expected of a supreme treasure passed down by a sovereign clan. This treasure could only be fully unleashed in the hands of a sovereign. Lin Feng's spear swept towards Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness. Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness could feel how terrifying Lin Feng's spear was, and he was shocked. However, he didn't cower, and his saber slashed down. The saber in his hand collided with Lin Feng's epic war spear, and a powerful force erupted. Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness was sent flying. Lin Feng looked like a demon as he walked forwards. The epic war spear in his hand stabbed towards Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness's chest. Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness's expression turned ugly. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Pooh. A moment later Lin Feng's epic war spear pierced through Devil Sovereign Gloomy Darkness's chest. Chapter 62-16. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Although his spear had pierced through the other party's chest, his expression wasn't good. He felt that this dark demon exalt wouldn't be killed so easily. Very quickly, Lin Feng discovered that dark demon exalt wasn't dead. Dark demon exalt's body had turned into a jade talisman, and the jade talisman had shattered into pieces. It was obvious that the jade talisman had replaced dark demon exalt's death. This method was rather strange. Previously, Lin Feng had come into contact with a death substitution puppet. It was similar to using a jade talisman to replace the original body's death. However, this method didn't have a 100% success rate. It was hard to say what the success rate was. If it was higher, it could be 30% or 40%. If it was lower, it could only be a few percent. Moreover, after using it once, it would require a period of time before it could be used again. Dark Demon Exalt's luck wasn't bad. He had actually succeeded. Lin Feng felt a terrifying aura behind him. He didn't need to turn around to know that Dark Demon Exalt was behind him. This Dark Demon Exalt's method was indeed powerful. Furthermore, this gloomy dark world was a small world that he had condensed. In this small world, his movements were very strange, and it was very difficult to capture his movements. His combat strength was also increased to a certain extent in this small world. However, so what? Lin Feng's method was also very powerful. Although he had fallen into the other party's small world, Lin Feng was still full of confidence. Whoosh! Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. Dark Demon Exalt's attack landed on empty air. Lin Feng had just used the Heaven Men technique to successfully dodge Dark Demon Exalt's attack. Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Dark Demon Exalt's expression was a little ugly. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression, his eyes flickering with dense killing intent. In the dark world, you're destined to die without a burial ground. Dark Demon Exalt said coldly. Is that so? I'll let you experience my epic spear technique. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Then let's see who's stronger. The Dark Demon Lord's voice was cold. He leaped out and slashed the saber in his hand towards Lin Feng. With a single slash, no one would be spared. This saber. He had completely locked onto Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. He could only face him head-on. It had to be said that this guy did have some powerful means. Moreover, in the gloomy world, his combat power was about 30% stronger than usual. Epic Spear Technique, 10,000 spears as one. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he thrust out his spear. 10,000 spear shadows condensed, but these 10,000 spear shadows eventually merged into one. The epical war spear and the epical spear art were in perfect harmony. Although the 10,000 spears in one wasn't the most powerful move of the epical spear art, its power was enough to shock the heavens and earth. Two figures flashed past. Dark Demon Supremacy clutched his neck, but blood continued to gush out from the gaps between his palms. Actually, for an expert of his level, he wouldn't die even if a hole was pierced through his chest, let alone his neck. However, Lin Feng's spear was different. That spear contained an extremely terrifying power. That power had broken his meridians and shattered his soul. Therefore, it was natural that he would not be able to survive. I can't accept this. After Demon Supremacy Gloomy Darkness said his last sentence, his body fell limply to the ground. Dark Demon Supremacy had too many things that he couldn't accept because a cultivator of his level had the chance to fight at the end of the epoch. He might even become an expert that surpassed his level. However, after being killed by Lin Feng, all his hopes had turned into a dream. No one would be willing to accept this. Lin Feng collected the fragments of Dark Demon Supremacy's soul. These fragments contained all sorts of memories. Lin Feng planned to search for the specific contents of these memories. However, things didn't go as planned. When Lin Feng tried to search for the contents of those memories, something happened that made him feel helpless. There were some soul restrictions in those fragments. Those soul restrictions probably sensed that Lin Feng wanted to search for the contents of those fragments and directly destroyed those fragments. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. However, he wasn't particularly disappointed. After all, he was already mentally prepared for such a situation. The news of Dark Demon Supremacy, the cultivators of the Black Fog tribe stationed in Red Leaf Valley, as well as the Imperial cultivator of the Black Fog tribe, quickly spread throughout the second level of the Heaven Domain. This was definitely a shocking piece of news. Countless forces were discussing this matter. Many people were aware of Dark Demon Supremacy's strength. In addition, Red Leaf Valley was so powerful and had so many experts. How could it be destroyed by someone else? Many people felt that it would take at least 5 times the number of cultivators to annihilate the people of Red Leaf Valley, not to mention to do so silently. Who was it that destroyed the experts of the Black Fog tribe in Red Leaf Valley? Countless people were speculating about the identity of the person who did it. Because the Black Fog tribe had participated in the pursuit of Lin Feng, many people guessed that Lin Feng had killed those cultivators of the Black Fog tribe. In the beginning, even the cultivators of the Black Robe tribe and the Golden-Winged Demon God tribe had such doubts. Even Qi Ming and Yang Tian suspected that Lin Feng had done it. However, after thinking about it, everyone felt that something was wrong. They were generally aware of Lin Feng's strength. Lin Feng had more than 300 undead cultivators. Previously, there was an unusually powerful mysterious existence. However, Qi Ming, Yang Tian, and the others felt that this existence couldn't allow him to maintain a combat strength that exceeded his realm for a long time. He probably could only withstand a few moves. He probably relied on the power of a Dharma treasure. When dealing with such a person, using some powerful Dharma treasures to block the opponent's attack would reduce the threat after the opponent's strength weakened. On the other hand, the Black Fog tribe had many experts. Although Lin Feng's strength was extraordinary, it was too difficult to kill all the people of the Black Fog tribe silently. Yes, if it wasn't Lin Feng, who could it be? Could it be that there was someone who wanted to muddy the waters? Thinking about it, it was possible. After all, many forces knew that the Black Fog tribe, the Black Robe tribe, the Golden-Winged Demon God tribe, and the Heavenly Court were looking for Lin Feng. A big force like the Black Fog tribe had done many outrageous things. Therefore, some top forces didn't dare to provoke the Black Fog tribe's ancestral land, but it was definitely not difficult to take the opportunity to destroy the cultivators of the Black Fog tribe stationed in the second level of the Heaven Realm. Moreover, maybe the person who did it was not a single force? It was also possible that several forces joined forces. These big forces were still searching for Lin Feng's whereabouts. 10 days after the cultivators of the Black Fog tribe were killed, news came from the northwest that Lin Feng was likely to be hiding in the ancient primeval forest. After this news came out, Qi Ming and Yang Tian, who were looking for Lin Feng, the cultivators from the Heavenly Court, the Black Robe tribe, the Golden Winged Demon God tribe, and the cultivators of the Heavenly Court, the Black Robe tribe, the Golden Winged Demon God tribe, and the cultivators of the Heavenly Court, the Black Robe tribe, the Golden Winged Demon God tribe, and many cultivators of the Heavenly Court, the Black Robe tribe, and the Golden Winged Demon God tribe all flew to the primeval forest in the northwest to capture Lin Feng. The northwest area was full of mountains. It was indeed a good place to hide. The Golden Winged Demon God tribe had recently sent more than 300 experts to support Zhang Tianzong. Now, Zhang Tianzong had more than 700 people under his command. The Golden Winged Demon God tribe really wanted to capture Lin Feng. First, it was a feud. Second, after capturing Lin Feng, they didn't know how many good things they could get from Lin Feng. Immortal sutras, divine powers, ancient weapons, and so on. It was very tempting. Third, they could make a deal with the Heavenly Court. The Golden Winged Demon God tribe knew that the Heavenly Court had always wanted to deal with Lin Feng's father, Lin Beitian. However, Lin Beitian was nowhere to be found. Although the outside world said that Lin Beitian had been planted with a devil seed by an expert from the Mastermind's world, they couldn't underestimate an existence like Lin Beitian. So what if it was a devil seed? An expert like Lin Beitian might really be able to get rid of the devil seed planted in him. Therefore, the Lord of the 33 Heavens wanted to capture Lin Feng and lure Lin Beitian out. Moreover, the seal on the first world of the Great Desolation had been lifted a while ago. The seal on the Great Desolation had been lifted because the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor had appeared and broken the seal. The heaven-devouring Devil Emperor was no stranger to many people. He was an expert from the sovereign emperor race, Lin Feng's ancestor. Now that he had broken through to the Transcendence realm, he was a huge threat. The Lord of the 33 Heavens wanted to get rid of the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor, but it was easier said than done. If the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor didn't show himself, no one would be able to find him. However, if they captured Lin Feng and used Lin Feng as bait, the heaven-devouring Devil Emperor might show himself even though he was only Lin Feng's ancestor. The upper echelons of the Golden-Winged Demon God race knew how important Lin Feng was to the Lord of the 33 Heavens. Therefore, their interest in capturing Lin Feng had risen to an unprecedented level. A dense stone forest appeared in front of them. The stone forest was very special. It was said that there were some extremely ancient divine trees that had turned into stone due to geological changes. They had disappeared for countless years, but due to the changes in the Earth's crust, they had reappeared in front of the world. The number of stone trees was simply too many. As a result, it turned into a stone forest that stretched for about 500 to 600 miles. The cultivators of the Golden-Winged Demon God race flew over the stone forest like heavenly soldiers. The scenery of the stone forest was magnificent. Even the powerful cultivators couldn't help but feel a little emotional. There were many times when they couldn't help but admire the uncanny workmanship of nature. Zhang Tianzong frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt a little depressed. This feeling of oppression came out of nowhere. However, Zhang Tianzong didn't think too much about it. After all, he had more than 700 experts on his side. Who would dare to overestimate themselves and court death? When the main group arrived at the central region, suddenly, the mountain forests below shot out beams of light that soared into the sky. Countless light pillars intertwined in the void. Following that, an enormous net formed. The net formed a tight connection with the stone forest. A grand array. Zhang Tianzong's expression changed. That's right, it's a grand array. The stone forest is very special. The stone forest is very closely connected. It's not simple. If I'm not wrong, the stone forest must have been used by some expert. That expert is very strong. He didn't set up any restrictions. He just moved the stone forest and formed a natural grand array. Later, some of the stone trees were moved, so the grand array wasn't obvious. I don't know who did it, but I studied it carefully and found the pattern of the stone trees' distribution. I put the stone trees that were deliberately moved back in place. Thus, the stone forest once again formed an extremely powerful formation. The formation here is even stronger than the one I set up. It saved me a lot of trouble. At that moment, a voice suddenly resounded in the void. Following that, a cultivator stepped forward. That cultivator was none other than Lin Feng, said Lin Feng with an indifferent smile on his face. He looked harmless, but nobody really thought that way. It wasn't the first time Zhang Tianzong had seen Lin Feng. Before, he had been thinking about capturing Lin Feng, but now that he saw him, he couldn't help but feel irritated. Lin Feng wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart. If he wasn't confident, why would he appear here and stop the cultivators of the golden-winged godly god clan? You were the one who spread the news that you were in the northwest forest? Zhang Tianzong asked after figuring out some things. Lin Feng nodded and said, Yes, I was the one who spread the news to lure you into a trap. Zhang Tianzong's expression became more and more unsightly. He had a rough idea of what had happened. Lin Feng had roughly found out where they were and then spread the news that he was in the northwest forest. That way, they would definitely rush over. If the cultivators of the golden-winged godly god clan wanted to go to the northwest forest, they would have to pass through the area covered by the stone forest. What a good plan! Zhang Tianzong thought of something and his expression changed. He said in a low voice, So you were the one who killed the cultivators of the Black Fog tribe? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Zhang Tianzong said in disbelief, That's impossible. You don't have such great power. Lin Feng smiled and said, I used a formation to kill the cultivators of the Black Fog tribe. Right, I forgot to tell you that I'm the 37th Celestial Master of the Celestial Master Clan. That's why the formation I control is very difficult to break. Hearing this, Zhang Tianzong and the 700 cultivators around him were shocked. Lin Feng, do it. I can't wait to kill these people and take revenge for Ziyu and her clan. A beautiful woman stood on a stone tree in the distance. She was none other than Tangjiro. The place where she stood was one of the formation eyes of the Great Array. The other undead also occupied one of the formation eyes. However, the undead did not appear. Lin Feng wandered around the formation, waiting for an opportunity to kill some of the stronger ones. After seeing Tangjiro, the cultivators of the golden-winged godly god clan became even more unsightly. Then let's do it, Lin Feng said. Boom! The stone forest formation was activated. Break out! Zhang Tianzong roared. 141 years until the end of the era. The golden-winged godly god clans Zhang Tianzong and 735 of his clan members were completely annihilated in the stone forest of the second level of the celestial realm. Chapter 62:17. The news of the annihilation of the Golden Wing Yao God Clan's army caused an even bigger sensation than the annihilation of the Black Mist Clan's army. This was because, when the Golden Wing Yao God Clan's army was annihilated, many people pointed the finger at Lin Feng. They believed that Lin Feng was the culprit. Some analyzed the news of Lin Feng's appearance in the primeval forest in the northwest and believed it to be false. The news was deliberately spread to lure the Golden Wing Yao God Clan's army into a trap. Later on, it was proven that no one found any clues about Lin Feng in the primeval forest. Thus, this further confirmed their suspicions. However, they were still puzzled. How did Lin Feng destroy the Golden Wing Yao God clan's army? How did he destroy the Black Mist clan's army? Because no one was involved, they didn't know much about this matter. They didn't believe that Lin Feng had an army of several thousand elites under his command. If Lin Feng really had such a powerful army, they would have gone to kill Crimson Bright and Yang Tian long ago. Lin Feng is truly Lin Baitian's son. He's really hard to deal with. Some cultivators couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder they would feel that way. Lin Feng was indeed difficult to deal with. The Black Mist clan and the Golden Wing Yao God clan had suffered great losses. Who would be next? Some of the forces involved in the search for Lin Feng's whereabouts began to worry. Thus, many forces hurriedly withdrew their members, no longer participating in this matter. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't know which forces were involved. Will the Black Robes clan's army in the second layer of the Celestial Realm be destroyed? That's hard to say. The cultivators from the various forces discussed this matter. The Black Robes clan was very strong, even stronger than the Black Mist clan. Among the lost races of the epoch, they were one of the top forces. It was rumored that the young female cultivator from the Black Robe clan was called Zi Yuan, and was the reincarnation of a peerless expert. As for the other party's specific identity, it was not easy to find out. Therefore, it was obviously more difficult to eliminate the Black-Robed clan. Furthermore, now that the Black-Robed clan had made ample preparations, it would be even more difficult to exterminate them. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. He was waiting for the situation to develop further. About 3 days later, Heavenly Sun City, one of the top 10 ancient cities in the second layer of the Heaven Realm, held an incomparably grand auction. This auction attracted many experts. Some hidden experts even appeared, including many proud sons of heaven and goddesses of heaven. Whether it was the experts of the older generation, the middle-aged generation, or the younger generation, they were all discussing Lin Feng. Not long after the auction began, there was a young master who was extravagant with his money. He continuously bought a few good items, attracting the attention of many people. He's Lin Feng. At this time, someone recognized Lin Feng's identity. What? He's Lin Feng? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at the young and handsome young master. Many proud sons of heaven were eager to try, as if they wanted to experience the methods of this legendary figure. They were not very convinced of Lin Feng, a young cultivator who had ascended from the mortal world. They always felt that the various rumors in the outside world were exaggerated. Many heavenly goddesses looked at Lin Feng with interest. However, there were also some heavenly goddesses who looked at Lin Feng with disdain. A cultivator who had ascended from the mortal world was rumored to be a god. Was he worthy? Apart from his good looks, he seemed to be poor. Although he might have some money, he was full of the aura of a nouveau riche. Some people had such a sense of superiority. However, this so-called sense of superiority was often laughable. After the auction ended, Lin Feng did not leave. Instead, he returned to his residence. Many people were shocked. This guy was actually living in Heavenly Sun City so brazenly. Did he not know that Crimson Bright and Yang Tian were looking for him? Many people muttered in their hearts, not knowing what Lin Feng was doing. Wasn't there a rumor that Lin Feng had a woman by his side? Moreover, it's a very beautiful woman. This person in front of us seems to be alone. So, is he really Lin Feng? Someone raised his doubts, feeling that this young master was very likely not Lin Feng. However, someone quickly said, "He really is Lin Feng. I've seen his portrait." As for that woman, she probably felt that it was too dangerous to be by his side, so she kicked him away. These words caused quite a few people to laugh. Indeed, it was dangerous to be by his side. He bought what he wanted, so he should leave, right? Why isn't he leaving? Someone asked, feeling very puzzled. They did not know why Lin Feng did not leave. It was reasonable to say that leaving Heavenly Sun City as soon as possible was the best course of action. After all, if Crimson Bright and Yang Tian came, wouldn't that be a dead end? In the next few days, Lin Feng continued to buy things from various large companies. It was said that some companies were not willing to sell things to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng's temper was not very good. He directly destroyed those companies. Those companies were furious, but when they thought about how Lin Feng had the ability to exterminate the Black Fog race and the Golden-Winged Goblin race, they could only swallow their anger. They did not dare to provoke a god of death like Lin Feng. Who knew what Lin Feng was up to? After that, some people heard that Lin Feng went to the Black Flame Devil's place in Heavenly Sun City. The Black Flame Devil was an extremely eccentric alchemist. It was said that his strength was unfathomable. If an ordinary person entered the Black Flame Devil's courtyard, they would definitely be kicked out. However, what surprised everyone was that the Black Flame Devil did not chase Lin Feng out. He probably felt that Lin Feng's temperament was right. Lin Feng stayed in the Black Flame Devil's courtyard for 3 days before coming out. Many people felt that Crimson Bright and Yang Tian should have heard some news about Lin Feng. It was reasonable to say that they should have arrived in Heavenly Sun City by now. However, Crimson Bright and Yang Tian did not appear. This caused a lot of people to talk about it. Many people even said that Crimson Bright and Yang Tian did not want to provoke Lin Feng anymore. However, some cultivators from large powers felt that this was the calm before the storm. The Lord of the 33 Heavens would definitely not let Lin Feng go. Everyone was very clear on this point. On this day, the son of the Heavenly Sun City Lord, Yuan Haoyang, held a banquet. He invited many heaven's prides and heavenly goddesses. After all, the auction had attracted many people during this period of time. As the son of the city lord, Yuan Haoyang naturally had to be a good host. What surprised people was that Lin Feng was also invited. Moreover, Lin Feng also participated in this banquet. Countless people looked at Lin Feng. There were also many women who secretly threw flirtatious glances at Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng ignored all of them. There were 56 people sitting in the private room. They were all top heaven's prides and heavenly goddesses. People with inferior status did not have the qualifications to be here. Yuan Haoyang's personality was extroverted. He treated people warmly and had many friends. From time to time, he would chat with Lin Feng. Many people looked for opportunities to chat with Lin Feng. Some disdained Lin Feng, but there were also people who were very curious about Lin Feng. Lin Gongzi, this servant offers you a cup of wine. At this time, an extremely beautiful woman stood up and proposed a toast to Lin Feng. Seeing this woman propose a toast to Lin Feng, many people were extremely surprised. This woman was called Xian Jixian. Her identity was not simple, because she was a cultivator of the immortal race. The immortal race and the heavenly human race had a very high status in the heavenly world. This was because more than half of the 33 heavens lords came from the immortal race and the heavenly human race. Of course, these two races were also divided into many different powers. However, Xian Jixian's lineage had no heavenly human race. Her lineage was very low-key. No one had taken the position of heavenly lord. Xian Jixian was not only beautiful, but also had a good temper. She treated people warmly and was a goddess in the hearts of countless people. It was unknown how many people had pursued Xian Jixian, but she had never accepted anyone's pursuit. Later on, everyone found that although Xian Jixian treated people warmly, she would never take the initiative to make friends with any men. Even if she knew some men for some reason, she would always keep a distance. What you couldn't get was the best. Therefore, there were more and more heaven's proud sons who liked Xian Jixian. In the second level of the heavenly world, Xian Jixian was definitely the most famous goddess of heaven. In fact, among the younger generation of goddesses in the heavenly world, Xian was one of the top in the 33 heavens. Seeing Xian take the initiative to make friends with Lin Feng, many people became jealous. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Lin Feng's six senses were sharp. When this woman took the initiative to propose a toast to him, he felt a lot of hostility. It seemed like there were many people who liked this woman. Many people had developed a strong hostility towards him. This woman, did she do it on purpose? Did she pull a wave of hatred towards him? Or was it unintentional? Who cares? Did he care about these things? Of course not. Wasn't that right? Lin Feng looked at Xian. He stood up and raised his cup. He smiled and said, "It's my honor to have such a beautiful goddess propose a toast to me. May I know your name?" "Fuck, if you're proposing a toast, just drink it. Why are you asking for her name? Are you plotting something?" "That's right. Kid, do you think Goddess Xin will like you? Don't be so ignorant." Some of Xian's suitors saw that Lin Feng was asking for her name, and they felt a sense of crisis. This was because Xian's attitude towards Lin Feng was very different. Could it be that she admired Lin Feng a lot? It was rumored that Lin Feng had killed many experts from the Black Fog race and the Golden Wing Beast God race. Moreover, he was young and handsome. It was easy for him to attract women. Even if a goddess fell for him, it wouldn't be surprising. Thus, many people were furious. They prayed that Xian wouldn't have any further contact with Lin Feng. They also prayed that she wouldn't tell Lin Feng her name. But things didn't go as they wished. Xian didn't do as they wished. Xian smiled and said, "My surname is Xian, and my name is Jixian. I'll be in your care in the future, Lin Gongzi." Xian's voice was very soft. It was very pleasant to hear. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Goddess, your name is very pleasant to hear. You're also very beautiful. Only a place like the celestial world can produce a peerless beauty like you." Some of Xian's suitors almost flipped the table when they heard Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng was flirting with their goddess in front of so many people. Was he treating them like air? This was intolerable. Xian giggled and said, "Thank you for your praise, Lin Gongzi. May I have the honor of drinking with you?" "I'll drink." "Goddess, do as you wish." Lin Feng downed the cup in one gulp. Xian also downed the wine in her cup. After downing the cup of wine, Xian's face turned slightly red. She probably didn't know how to drink. Thus, she became slightly drunk after drinking a cup of wine. She was beautiful to begin with. Now that her face was pink, she seemed even more charming. Xian's suitors were about to look at her. Xian said, "I have a question that I'm very curious about. May I know if you can answer it for me?" Lin Feng knew that Xian wasn't a simple woman. However, no matter how complicated she was still a woman. Lin Feng didn't know if she had any ulterior motives for approaching him, and he didn't care about that. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Goddess, ask away. If I can answer, I'll definitely tell you." Xian said, "It's like this. Isn't there a rumor that you've killed many experts from the Black Fog tribe and the Golden Wing Demon God tribe? Is this rumor true?" Many people were startled by Xian's question. They all looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. Although there were many rumors, they weren't sure if they were true. Lin Feng was here, and nothing could be truer than Lin Feng's words, right? Lin Feng said, "That's right. I was the one who killed those fellows." Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lin Feng's words. Many sank into deep thought. However, there were also some who felt that Lin Feng's words weren't very trustworthy. They wanted to test Lin Feng's strength personally, but they didn't dare to do so in the end. The banquet ended and everyone left. Xian sped up and caught up to Lin Feng. Xian smiled and said, "Lin Gongzi, if you don't have anything else to do, Why don't you come to my villa and have a chat? Many people were stunned, and then they all had expressions of disbelief. Could it be that Xianjixian really admired Lin Feng? This made all of Xianjixian's suitors' faces turn gloomy. P.S. It's already July. How time flies. Today is the 1st of July. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and an official subscription. Thank you for your support. Chapter 62:18. Within the pavilion. The sound of the zither was melodious and ethereal. Lin Feng sipped his spiritual tea as he admired the beautiful woman playing the zither. It was quite a pleasant experience. This was Xianjixian's residence. Her residence was about 30 acres of land, and it was her temporary residence in Heavenly Sun City. He guessed that such a place existed in other ancient cities as well. Thinking about it, it was quite normal. The Immortal Clan was in a ruling position, so how could they lack money? Of course not. Lin Feng was thinking about a few things. For example, why did Xianjixian deliberately approach him? Was she purely interested in him? Lin Feng did not think that Xianjixian was such a shallow person. A woman like her was not simple. Moreover, he did not have a good relationship with the Lord of the 33 Heavens. They could even be described as mortal enemies. Although Xianjixian's clan did not have much to do with the Lord of the 33 Heavens, she was still a member of the Immortal Clan. Even if she had to choose a side, shouldn't she be on the side of the Lord of the 33 Heavens and not on his side? However, Lin Feng decided to wait and see. The song ended. Xianjixian smiled at Lin Feng and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, young master." Lin Feng smiled and said, "Fairy is too polite. This song, Moonlit Night by the Spring River, has already reached perfection. Fairy is worthy of being called a zither master. It's no wonder that you've become the goddess in many people's hearts." Xianjixian said, "Then what does young master think of me?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "In my heart, Fairy is naturally a goddess-like figure." Xianjixian smiled. She did not believe Lin Feng's words. She said, "I'm sure young master is very curious as to why I invited you here." Lin Feng did not expect Xianjixian to be so direct. Lin Feng said, "I'm willing to listen." Xianjixian said, "Actually, there have been 2 heavenly lords in my clan." Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. The Lord of the 33 Heavens has already been passed down to the 9th generation. In other words, there have been 297 heavenly lords. Over the long years, 297 heavenly lords are actually not that many. Originally, these heavenly lords were from other clans, but gradually, only the immortals and heavenly humans were qualified to become heavenly lords. Xianjixian's clan being able to produce 2 heavenly lords was very shocking. But Lin Feng didn't say anything, he just listened. He wanted to see what Xianjixian's plans. Xianjixian said, "Actually, there was an ancestor who was fighting for the position of the 9th generation Heavenly Lord. Unfortunately, he was schemed against by a few people. In the end, he failed and died with a grievance. The cultivators who schemed against my ancestor all became Heavenly Lord. As for my branch, we've been silent ever since." Because of the agreement between the Celestial Clan and the Celestial Clan, small-scale battles are allowed, but large-scale battles are forbidden. Otherwise, my branch might have been exterminated back then. Lin Feng only believed half of what Xianjixian said. Lin Feng did not know what her ancestor's situation was. Moreover, the immortals had a very strong foundation, and each of their branches had a terrifying background. Their relationships were also very complicated. How could they be wiped out so easily? For example, the lords of the 33 Heavens seemed high and mighty, but in reality they were not supreme. That was because they had clans behind them. That was the alliance formed by the immortals and heavenly humans. This alliance was called the Alliance of Clans, or clans for short. When the immortals and heavenly humans allied together, they formed an extremely powerful force. Presumably, Xianjishan's clan was also a branch of the clans. In order to wipe out such a force, the clans had to agree. But obviously, the clans would not agree. What was the main reason why the immortals and heavenly humans were able to control the heaven world for so long? Actually, it was because of the existence of the clans. The clans allowed the immortals and heavenly humans to control their enmity within a certain range. The clans allowed the immortals and heavenly humans to be closely united. Therefore, it was very difficult to shake the immortals and heavenly humans' foundations. Therefore, it was not easy to deal with the lords of the 33 heavens. Although the lords of the 33 heavens did not care much about the heavenly court and the clans behind them, if the lords of the 33 heavens were about to be wiped out, would the clans behind the lords of the 33 heavens make a move? Lin Feng felt that there was a high chance that they would. Xianjishan continued, Qi Ming and Yang Tian were involved in the plot against my ancestor. I hate him, so I can help you deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Can I trust you? Lin Feng looked at Xianjishan in a meaningful way. Xianjishan's reasons. Lin Feng naturally would not believe her so easily. After all, even if what Xianjishan said was true, and her ancestor was plotted against by Qi Ming and Yang Tian, that ancestor was a person from before the primordial age. How many generations had it been since then? 5 generations had passed. Furthermore, Xianjishan's bloodline wasn't particularly close. How could Xianjishan offend the Lord of the 33 heavens just to avenge her ancestor? Was there something wrong with her brain? Xianjishan was very smart. So, there was another reason for this matter, but Lin Feng did not know what it was. Lin Feng did not care about this. Lin Feng was only concerned about whether Xianjishan could really help him. Xianjishan smiled and said, I can definitely become young master's most loyal ally. Lin Feng looked at Xianjishan and asked, Then what do you plan to do? Xianjishan said, I know that Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones are in the second world. Dealing with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones isn't easy. I'm sure you know that. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, dealing with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones would not be easy. Lin Feng wanted to use the formation to trap Qi Ming and Yang Tian, then exhaust their battle prowess. Then, he would have the Demon Lord take action. Although the plan was good, Lin Feng had a headache about how to lure Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone golem clones into the formation. Lin Feng had appeared in the ancient city to lure Qi Ming and Yang Tian over. However, Qi Ming and Yang Tian did not come. Or perhaps they had come but were hiding in the dark. Lin Feng guessed that Qi Ming and Yang Tian had seen him destroy the Black Fog race and the golden-winged demon god. Although they still looked at him with disdain, they were actually very cautious. They would not show themselves easily, but once they did, they would definitely launch a sure-kill attack against him. What a cunning and cautious person. People like Qi Ming and Yang Tian were usually the most difficult to deal with. Xianjishan continued asking, when you fought against the Black Fog race, the golden-winged demon god must have used a formation, right? Yes. Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing wrong with admitting it, said Xianjishan. Qi Ming and Yang Tian, I know a little about them. They're extremely arrogant. They're not the strongest rulers of the 33 celestial skies, but they're the most arrogant. But even though he's arrogant, he's extremely strong. At first, he didn't think highly of you, but when he saw that the Black Fog clan and the golden-winged godly clan's celestial immortals had been destroyed, he became cautious. It'll be very difficult to use a deployment spell against him. That was exactly what Lin Feng was thinking. Some methods could be used over and over again. Lin Feng asked, Do you have a way to deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian? Xian Zhixian said, I do have a way to deal with them. What is it? Lin Feng looked at Xian Zhixian with interest. Xian Zhixian said, I'm guessing that Qi Ming and Yang Tian might be secretly observing you right now and trying to figure out your real situation. Besides, I've heard that Qi Ming and Yang Tian have already told another Celestial Lord about you. That Celestial Lord will send a clone he's been cultivating for a very long time to deal with you together with Qi Ming and Yang Tian. If they join hands, you'll be in a very dangerous situation. When Lin Feng heard Xian Zhixian, he frowned. Was there such a thing? It seemed like the extermination of the Black Mist race and the golden-winged monstrous race had indeed made Qi Ming and Yang Tian a little wary. Qi Ming and Yang Tian were arrogant and conceited, but deep down they were cautious and cautious. That had something to do with Qi Ming and Yang Tian's life experiences. Qi Ming and Yang Tian had relied on women to get to where they were now. In the beginning, they'd been living off women. In the beginning, they'd been oppressed, but after they'd become the Celestial Lord, they'd gradually become stronger. They'd never been liked by anyone. Many people had even secretly mocked them for being a gigolo. But now, they'd become extremely powerful. They'd even had the power to kill countless people. Qi Ming and Yang Tian had become extremely excited, but at the same time, their personalities had changed. Therefore, they were extremely arrogant. They wanted the world to know that they weren't to be trifled with. And that was just how Qi Ming and Yang Tian were on the surface. Because Qi Ming and Yang Tian had been living off women for so many years, they were extremely cautious. Therefore, under his arrogant appearance, he was very cautious in doing things. That was also why Lin Feng had destroyed the Black Fog race and the Golden-Winged Demon God race, and why Lin Feng hadn't appeared. Lin Feng believed that Qi Ming and Yang Tian had asked for reinforcements. Other Celestial Lords might not have been able to do such a thing, but Qi Ming and Yang Tian were definitely capable of it. The clones of two Celestial Lords were equivalent to two Celestial Lords who had surpassed their cultivation level. Although their overall strength couldn't compare to Celestial Lords, they were still extremely strong. After all, their battle prowess could reach Celestial Lords for a long period of time. That was extremely troublesome. It was also extremely dangerous. Lin Feng said, Tell me how to deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Xian Zhixian said, In the depths of the ancient desolate mountain range, there's a place called the Forbidden Demon Abyss. It's said that a terrifying demon is imprisoned there. Of course, after so many years, that terrifying demon has probably already died. But even if that demon has already died, you can't underestimate that place because it's a forbidden area. Lin Gongzi's physical body is unparalleled. If we can move Qi Ming and Yang Tian to that place, we'll have a great chance of killing them. You even know that my physical body is unparalleled? Lin Feng looked deeply at Xian Zhixian. He felt that this woman wasn't simple at all. Xian Zhixian smiled and said, Lin Gongzi is a cultivator from the sovereign imperial clan. Of course his physical body is terrifying. Sovereign imperial clans' physical bodies were indeed very powerful, but they weren't unparalleled. Lin Feng didn't continue talking about this topic. Xian Zhixian was a strange woman. She was very suspicious, but Lin Feng really had a use for her. He didn't care what she was planning. He had to kill Qi Ming and Yang Tian first. Lin Feng said, How do I enter that place? I can't fly there, can I? Qi Ming and Yang Tian won't follow me. Xian Zhixian said, Of course you don't have to fly there. I have something here that can be used to form a connection with the Forbidden Demon Abyss. Once the connection is formed, you can instantly travel through space and time to the Forbidden Demon Abyss. After saying that, Xian Zhixian took out an item. Lin Feng looked at the item and saw that it was a scepter. It contained a powerful demonic energy. He didn't know what kind of scepter it was, but Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this scepter have something to do with the imprisoned demons? Xian Jixin said, "This is the token." "All right." Lin Feng nodded and put the token away. He didn't stay for long and quickly left. When Lin Feng came out, a cultivator in black clothes appeared. That cultivator took off his hat, revealing a face that looked like it could be broken by a single blow. Ziyuan. It was Ziyuan. Xian Jixin poured Ziyuan a cup of spiritual tea. Ziyuan didn't drink it. Xian Jixin said, "This Lin Feng is obviously suspicious of my motives, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he chose to cooperate with me. It's really strange. Even I don't understand what he's thinking." Ziyuan said, "This is because he thinks that no matter how you scheme, you won't be able to trick him." Xian Jixin thought about it and felt that Lin Feng was thinking the same thing. She said disdainfully, "He's too full of himself." Ziyuan said, "He's overcome countless troubles along the way. It's normal for him to have this kind of confidence." Xian Jixin said, "If he's too confident, then he'll be arrogant. When he realizes that he's become a chess piece in our hands, how do you think he'll feel then?" Ziyuan smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to that day." Xian Jixin said, "That day is almost here." Lin Feng naturally didn't know about the conversation between Xian Jixin and Ziyuan. He returned to his residence. He took out the scepter and studied it carefully. He then said, "Demon Lord, what do you think about this?" "That woman isn't simple." The Demon Lord sighed. Lin Feng nodded. "Indeed, it's not simple, but it's a good way to deal with Qi Ming and Yang Tian. Even though I might fall into another trap, I still have to do it, especially if I kill Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clones. I'll let my 9 orifices stone clone absorb Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clone. Maybe then my 9 orifices stone clone will be able to absorb Qi Ming and Yang Tian's stone clone's strength. If the stone golem clone can use this to communicate with the celestial world, then it'll be able to use the celestial world's power. At that time, its battle prowess might surpass its cultivation level. It'll be even better if the stone golem clone can sense the celestial world's source energy. If it can obtain the source energy of the celestial world, it'll be extremely beneficial for you, me, and the stone golem clone. There was one more thing that Lin Feng didn't say. If the stone golem clone could obtain the celestial world's source energy, it might be able to break through and surpass its cultivation level. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.